Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 151, GOF, 19, and a New Friend. Edited. POV Rio, Edgar. I released a happy sigh and put down the latest edition of Daily Prophet. The headline was about the new Minister of Magic Vicky Ravenclaw. After all, it was the most buzzing news now. Namiri was the first minister in history to win with such a huge margin. With Namiri becoming the minister, she had to give up on the Ravenclaw seat in Wisengamot. I had to convince Dora to take up that seat. Well, I have to promise several things to her. It was almost like bribery. But Dora finally agreed to take up the Ravenclaw seat. Since she was just a proxy, no objections were made. Another thing is taken care of now. Now, with Namiri as the minister, I can get away with a lot of things without anyone knowing. Yes, Amelia's support was also helpful, but she had to bear a lot of shit and pressure from Fudge. Now, nothing like that would happen. With the second task over now, I need to take care of several things before the endgame. A/N, no connection with Avengers. Now, with Minnie as the headmistress, the school has drastically changed. When O.L. Twinkles was the headmaster, he was forced to apply the changes, but Minnie happily does that on her own. Doing it on your own accord will definitely get you better results. So now, I first needed to check Little Hangleton to check the progress of Baby Mort and the rat. Since Baby Mort has lost Crouch Jnr, he might have changed his plans. I knew that Baby Mort was in Riddle Manor and didn't leave, so I didn't bother to check at that time. What are you thinking? Rumi asked me. She was sitting by my side on the Ravenclaw table. Tying up loose ends and everything, I said in a casual tone. There might be some changes in Baby Mort's plans. After all, this time there wasn't Crouch Jnr inside the school to make sure that Harry wins the tournament by taking the cup. Oh, so, when will the final battle happen? This time it was Momo who asked me. Of course it would happen after the third task, but it wasn't me who gave the answer. It was Luna. After that, I decided to change the topic. Thankfully, neither Momo nor Rumi decided to pursue the matter of third task. After breakfast was over, I quickly went back to my room. I rummaged through my trunk and took out the time turner I have gotten from Amelia. I put the time turner inside my robe and left for classes. The rest of the day passed normally, except Fleur Delacour decided to approach me when I was in the library working on assignments. I only took my core subjects along with 2 additional mandatory classes, so, usually, I had a lot of free time. Miss Delacour, what can I do for you? I asked Fleur without raising my head to see who it was. But Fleur was like a beacon. I always knew when she was near. How did you know it was me? Fleur asked in a surprised and shocked tone. It's your allure. I can feel it, I answered her, finally looking at her with a smile on my face. Oh. Fleur said, quite stunned, and just stood there like a statue. Miss Delacour, why don't you take a seat? I asked her, finally snapping her out. Oh yes, thank you, Fleur said, slightly embarrassed, but she pulled out a chair and took a seat beside me. Monsieur Ravenclaw, I need your help, Fleur said in a low voice, but she definitely had some confidence in her voice. I don't know how much I can help you, but what do you need my help with? I asked her. I was quite curious too. I and my family wanted to thank Miss Ravenclaw. I mean Roxanne Ravenclaw properly, for saving my sister from the lake. But unfortunately, I haven't been able to find her except in the Great Hall, Fleur said dejectedly. Well, I can help her with that, it's nothing much. Now, hearing Fleur's request, I remembered that Rumi had her birthday in 2 days. Well, I can easily help you with that. Apart from that matter, Roxanne has her birthday in 2 days, we have arranged a small party for her. I would like to invite you and your family to the party, I said, and pulled out my phone and texted Rumi to visit the library. I didn't want to show Fleur the ROR. Hearing that I would help her in the invitation, Fleur immediately got excited. We would be happy to attend. Fleur said in an excited voice. What kind of contraption is this? Even though she was excited, she decided to ask me about the mobile. Rumi also replied that she would arrive in 10 minutes. Family artifact, it can be used to send messages to other family members. I decided to declare the mobile as a family artifact. After all, anyone with magical heritage would stop bothering after you say it's a family artifact. Quite a useful artifact. Well, then I would be going, Fleur said, and was ready to leave, but I stopped her. Roxanne is on her way, I have already called her, I said, even though Fleur wanted to hide it, but she was happy that I asked her to stay. I wanted to ask you something if you don't mind, I spoke, to which she just nodded her head with a smile. Well, you don't seem to have a good relationship with your schoolmates, is it because of your heritage? I knew it would be a yes, but I still decided to ask her. I wanted to have a conversation, just sitting silently while waiting for Rumi would be kind of awkward. Yes, hearing my question, Fleur immediately became sad but answered after a few seconds passed. Boys start to drool whenever I walk by them, they become a fool in an instant and the girls hate me because of the attention I get from boys. I walk by a couple and the boy would immediately lose interest in the girl and stare at me with glazed eyes. Fleur said in a sad voice. Andre is a boy, right? So he should be head over heels for you, right? This was another mystery I wanted to know about. Fleur looked at me awkwardly. His preferences are quite different, in other words, he swings the other way, if you get my drift, Fleur said with a grin on her face. Well, I definitely get her drift and now the mystery is finally solved. So, he hates you because you take away the other boy's attention. It wasn't a question, more like a statement. I was quite sure that this was the case. Fleur just nodded her head. That is the reason I was interested in learning a clemency. As you told me, you didn't become a drooling mess because of it, so I thought that a clemency might help me control my allure, Fleur said in a dejected tone. After the second task, I consulted with Papa and Mama, but Mama said that a clemency can't help me control my allure, only help the others from getting affected by my allure, Fleur said in a sad voice. It must have been hard for her without having any friends from school. I am content with having Luna, Momo, and Rumi and didn't need anyone else, but in MHA, I had friends too. Well, you can be my friend if you want. I would be happy to become your friend, I said with a smile on my face. It has been a long since I tried to make a friend, the last one was Hermione, we all know how that worked out. Luna said that Fleur would be a nice friend. Fleur's face immediately lit up like a Christmas tree in joy. I would be happy to, Fleur said in a happy and excited tone. Finally, Rumi also arrived and took a seat opposite to Fleur's. I decided to take my leave for now, as I needed to do some things. Well, girls, I gotta leave. I have some stuff to take care of. Bye Fleur, bye Roxanne, I said and took my leave. They also bid me farewell. I quickly left the library and went towards my room. After reaching the room I pulled out the time turner and activated it, arriving in my room 5 hours in the past. I could have gone back a couple of more hours, but up to only 5 hours is recommended. I pulled out my Magneto armor. I haven't used this for a long time. I quickly stripped out of my clothes and wore my armor using my power. It was kind of a nostalgic feeling. With everything taken care of, I flash stepped out of the castle and just arrived outside the wards. I wanted to visit Little Hangleton first to know what Baby Mort was planning through the rat. I knew that Baby Mort won't be leaving the house and the rat would be responsible for everything. So, my plan was to snatch him and read his mind, then obliviate him and let him go. With the plan done, I operated right outside the Riddle Manor's wards. I used my powers and felt 2 people inside, one should be a baby and the other one an adult. Well, my guess was right. I had 5 hours, so I decided to wait. Only after 5 minutes, I was bored, respect to police officers and the army who wait for whole nights during stakeouts. Lucky. I didn't have to wait for more than 10 minutes when I finally noticed Pettigrew in all of his ugly glory walked out of the gates and shift into his rat form. A devilish grin appeared on my face and I quietly waited for the rat to leave the wards. Chapter 152, GOF, XX, and Loose Ends, I. Edited. POV Rio, Edgar. I silently watched as the rat Pettigrew made his way towards the end of the wards. I also brought the invisibility cloak with me because I was having a stakeout, and it isn't a stakeout if the person you are watching notices you. I slowly pointed my finger out of the cloak towards the rat Animagus. As soon as the rat left the protection of the wards, a stunning spell was fired from my finger towards the rat. The rat didn't even notice the red spell flying towards him and dropped stunned on the ground. I grabbed the rat and Flash stepped away from the mansion. I appeared inside a forest and threw the rat on the ground and took off my invisibility cloak. I shot the rat with an Animagus reversal spell and the rat immediately transformed into Pettigrew. Now that I am seeing him up close, he has become much uglier. I quickly bound the ugly ratman and revived him. Pettigrew immediately gasped when he saw Dark Lord Magneto standing in front of him. Please. Please let me go. I didn't do anything, the ratman started to beg. He was truly a coward. I didn't even ask him a single fucking thing and he started to beg. He would grovel too if only he could move. Don't worry. I will definitely let you go, I said. This made the ratman ease up quite a bit, but I am sure that he would attack me given any chance. Last time when I kept him in my castle and used him as a guinea pig to learn leglomancy. I had carefully modified his memory so that he won't remember anything about me or getting tortured in my dungeons. But I need to know what your master is planning, so please bear with me, I said in a gentle tone, but it seemed to scare the ratman even more. Legilimens, I said while pointing my finger towards him. His shields were kind of pathetic, but so, I feel everyone's shields are pathetic. I ripped into his mind without any mercy and shuffled through all the plans Baby Mort has shared with him. Currently, Baby Mort hasn't told the rat all of his plans, but he has told him that he needed his father's bones for his resurrection. He has also told the rat about how to make Potter take the cup. Currently, Potter was second on the points table following behind Roxanne Ravenclaw, so Peter has to get a portkey on Potter before he enters the maze. This was a backup plan if Potter wasn't the one who would pick up the cup. They could easily deal with the winner. I finally finished reading his mind and saw that even though a lot of things have changed, Baby Mort was still going to follow some similar plans to the original story. The Ratman was on the ground writhing in pain. I crouched beside Pettigrew and slowly modified his memory before letting him go. I had to slightly heal him so that Baby Mort doesn't get suspicious. By the time Pettigrew returns to Baby Mort, he would be completely healed. I saw Pettigrew transform into a rat again before running off to complete his master's task. Now what? I have completed the task and I have about 4 hours left. I contemplated for a few minutes before nodding my head. Yes, I could do that, no need to keep enemies alive who can be dangerous for you. With this thought, I operate to Spinner's End. I don't know if Snape has turned a new leaf or not, but he is Dumbledore's supporter and the first person who Namiri had asked me to kill. So, obviously, I was going to do it, even though it was quite late, but Snape didn't have any use now. And as a matter of me killing a good person, I never thought about that before, so, I am not going to do that now. My motto is simple: if you attack my family then you are my enemy, no matter if you are a good person or a bad person. Even if someday Amelia would attack my family, she would also be treated like my enemy. Because of my power, I already knew that he was in his house. Even if he is under Fideliu's spell, it only makes his house invisible. My powers can easily sense him. I quickly activated the heat vision spell and found Snape was brewing a potion. I used my power on his blood and he immediately dropped to the floor while screaming and clutching his chest. I cast a strong notice me not charm around the house. After all, what I was going to do is going to be messy. I blasted the wall of his house with Bombarda Maxima. Using the heat vision spell I could easily see his house and its structure. The whole sidewall was blown apart because of the spell, only now I noticed that I was looking at the house from a side. Well, who do we have here, the slimy Snapey, or should I call you Snevelis? I said while entering the house. Snape was in no condition to answer me because his own blood was his enemy and because of it, he was feeling unbearable pain in his chest. I finally stopped using my power and Snape laid flat on the floor gasping for breaths. Snevelis, your time has come today. I was cut off when Snape pulled out his wand to attack me. I already knew that he was acting and wanted a chance to attack, that is why I began to speak with Snevelis, so that he would think that I have lowered my guard and he would attack. But unfortunately for Snevelis, I was already aware of his plan. As soon as he pulled his wand, a well-placed reducto from my finger blew apart his wand along with his right hand up to his wrist. For a few seconds, Snape didn't notice what happened until he looked at his wand hand. Arrgh! Snape grabbed his arm and screamed in pain. I let him stay there and cast anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards so that he can't run away. I casually strolled into the room looking around. I am quite impressed, you have some really rare ingredients here. If you don't mind me asking, can you tell me what potions can you make? I asked in a tone like Snape was my friend. Snape has stopped screaming and looked at me with utter fury in his eyes. I didn't mind that. Well, I guess you are a silent kind of person. No problem, I said while nodding to myself, and I finally turned towards Snape, who finally got up from the floor. Oh no. You can't get up, you must stay on the floor, let me help you, I said in a cheerful voice. Crucio, I said pointing my finger towards him. Snape's eyes grew wide in fear, but he was unable to dodge and was hit by the spell. Snape dropped to the floor and started to scream in pain and roll on the floor. After a minute of the curse, I finally lifted it up. I got bored. Legilimens, I said and rammed on his mental shields. I have to say, after Dumble's his mental shields were the strongest, his shields were able to stop me for a few seconds before I blew them apart. I immediately started to look for any memories related to Order of Phoenix and the snake face. Just like I have thought. Snape was a vile piece of shit. Yes, he was definitely manipulated by Dumbles to join Snake Face. I also saw how Dumbles arranged Snape to be there when he would make Trelawney recite the first part of the prophecy. Then how Dumbles played on his emotions and made him become a spy, even though there were a lot of manipulations done by Dumbles, but it didn't change the fact that Snape was an evil fucker. He ped every redhead he found during his raids. It was disgusting that he used glamour to make that girl look like Lily Potter, and if the girl or woman had a husband or boyfriend then he used to glamour him to make him look like James Potter and made him watch while he ped the girl. This sick piece of shit has even killed babies to just get some rare potion ingredients to work with. He didn't ask Voldemort to spare Lily but to make her his sex slave. Wow, just wow. And it wasn't that he has stopped paying redheads now that Voldemort wasn't here. He still did that, but he did it very discreetly. You are one sick piece of shit, I said and continued to rip apart his mind for the location of OL Twinkles, and he didn't disappoint me. Snape was the secret keeper and I found him telling the secret to Molly Weasley. I also saw the house. Even if I am unable to break the charm like this, I would still be able to find the place because I have seen the surroundings and found the general location. Ah, if you don't mind, I will be killing you. This is nothing personal you see, but someone asked me to, and if I don't avenge those women, then, even a guy like me would feel really bad. Now, everything isn't going to be bad, you are going to die with the thing you love most, I said in a happy tone. Snape was so disoriented that he wasn't even able to look straight. I conjured several chains and bound Snape tightly, then conjured a cauldron. I put Snape inside the cauldron and filled the cauldron with water using Augmenati. Now, be a good boy and stay there, happy journey, I said and lit up fire beneath the cauldron. All the time Snape was looking at me with a horrified expression and kept shaking his head. Snape finally gathered his wits and started to scream. I didn't want him to make noise, so I hit him with a silencing charm. Goodbye Snivellus. With that I left his house while he was getting boiled in the cauldron. That was cruel, I know, but I can't say that I felt bad for him. Chapter 153, GOF, XXI, and Loose Ends, 2. Edited. POV Rio, Edgar. After leaving Snivellus to stew in his own juices, ugh. That was a really disgusting thought. Well, after I left Snape to boil, I decided to take a flight. This would make it much easier to look around. Just like I had thought, even though I heard the secret from Snape's memory, it didn't break the Fidley's charm. After coming out of that bastard's mind, I am unable to remember the location. It was quite impossible, the level of acclimacy, so it must be because of the Fidley's charm. But I still remembered the surroundings of the house where OL Twinkles was hiding. I didn't remember the exact location or the address, but I was still confident enough to find the house. After looking for another 2.5 hours, I decided to give up for today. I had no other option. Breaking time could be really shitty and harmful for me. Playing with time is never good. If you end up messing the wrong way, then the best possible outcome for you is that you will stop existing, and there are several worse outcomes. You could be trapped between time zones, unable to interact with anything. From what I found in Snape's mind, OL Twinkles had decided to play the long game. With Harry entered in the tournament, he was quite sure that Snakeface is going to be resurrected. So, he decided to wait for now until Magical Britain is plunged into chaos so that he could swoop in and get back all his glory. OL Twinkles was an old manipulator. He knew very well how people of Magical Britain acted and reacted, so he was quite sure that people would believe him that all those crimes were lies. It would have happened if I didn't decide to intervene, since Snape wasn't scheduled to meet Dumbledore for quite a few days. I decided to use Amelia's and Nemuri's powers to suppress the news of Snivellus' death. If the news comes out, then Dumbles might do a runner from his current hiding place. I simply can't have that. I pulled out my phone and texted Amelia to ask if it was safe to call. In place of a text, Amelia directly called me. "What do you want?" Amelia asked, not wanting to waste any time. "Uff, you hurt me, Amy. Can't a friend call another friend just to ask how she has been?" I whined, to which Amelia clicked her tongue. "Cut the bullshit. I know very well if you cared about me then you would pop up in front of my house," Amelia said dryly. Hearing her reply, I could only smile wryly at her. Fine, you see, I found Snivellus, so I decided to kill him. I need you to suppress the news, at least for a couple of days. I got the general location of OL Twinkles from his mind, but if news of Snape's death gets out, then he might do a runner, I said, deciding to deal with the elephant in the room. I can always tease Amelia later. "Oh," Amelia said, and didn't say anything for a few seconds. "What the fuck? Why are you making my job harder?" Amelia shouted through the phone. I had to put away the earpiece away from my ear slightly. Sorry, but I kind of did it on the spur. Well, Snape had a lot of thoughts in his mind, so I let him stew on his own. I decided to make a dark joke. I don't know if Amelia got the joke or not, but she will definitely get it when she sees the body. I am gonna retire. Fine, tell me, where did you leave the body? Amelia said in a resigned tone. No matter how she acts. I know she loves my charm. Oh. I will text you the address. You will find an invisible house with one of its walls blown apart, I said. Well. I will be on my way. I swear that after Voldy is dead I am gonna retire. Amelia said with another sigh. Yes, you can marry Sirius after that, no problem, but take care, Amy, I said, and cut the call. I quickly typed the address that texted Amelia. With Amelia taken care of, I texted Nemuri that I have dealt with Snape and asked her to support Amelia to hide the incident at least for a few days. Nemuri immediately sends me kissing emojis because she was too happy to hear that I finally sent Snape his merry way. She even offered to become my slave for a day the next time we meet during Hogsmeade weekend. Now, as I am a gentleman, I won't decline an offer from my woman. With a huge goofy grin on my face, I operated outside the Hogwarts wards and Flash stepped into my room after I checked the time. Merging wasn't any problem. Luna and Momo returned to the room after some time. We have decided to have a meeting tonight to arrange everything for Rumi's birthday party. But the meeting was interrupted by a call from angry Amelia. She finally got my joke after she saw what I have done with Snape. She was quite angry that I literally decided to stew Snape. She was quite disturbed along with all the auras she has sent. Apparently, to avoid suspicion, Amelia had sent 2 of her auras to check the location. She said that she received a message of unregulated magic going off in that place. But Amelia didn't like the juicy surprise I had left for them. After coaxing Amelia to enjoy a holiday on our private island, she finally decided to calm down. "So, you finally killed Snape?" Momo asked curiously. "Yep," I declared proudly, slightly puffing out my chest. "I may be serious all the time, but no one said that I can't have some fun from time to time, and killing Snape brought me happiness." "But, I don't understand, why did Amelia get so angry with that?" Momo asked while tilting her head. "Too cute, even if she was a grown adult once and I'm seeing her grow up for the second time, she is still cute from time to time, the rest of the time she is damn sexy." "She is mad with the way I killed him," I said in a happy voice. "How did you kill him?" Momo asked. Thankfully Luna was enjoying her bath and wasn't part of the conversation. "I let him stew on his own," I said in a dismissive manner, not wanting to get into details. At first, Momo was slightly confused, but after a few seconds, she gasped and I clearly saw her face getting slightly green. "I left a quite juicy surprise for Amelia," I said, hitting the final nail in the coffin. I knew Momo wasn't disgusted with me because she already knew my extracurricular activities from the beginning and she was the one I trusted the most. Momo's face became completely green and immediately bolted into the bathroom. Luna didn't even bother to chastise Momo. Momo finally emptied her stomach. "Alice. I kept mouth fresheners for you," I heard Luna's voice from inside the bath. She already knew that Momo would empty her stomach, so she kept several mouth fresheners for Momo. The rest of the night passed quite normally after that. Momo decided that I wasn't getting any action tonight for the stunt I pulled. Luna also agreed with her. Even though I was sad that I didn't get any action, at least I didn't find myself on the couch. I happily cuddled with them throughout the night. The next day passed quite normally. We had a new member in our group, Fleur. She joined us during breakfast and lunch. Neither of us minded her presence because she was a nice girl who didn't have any friends. Momo declared that she is going to take Fleur under her wing, though Fleur was quite confused about what Momo actually meant. Momo must have seen herself in Fleur. She also didn't have friends until high school, and since she was 4 years old she wanted to have friends. Classes ended and I went on another hunt for OL Twinkles. Today, I had full 5 hours to invest in finding the whiskered fool. I started looking and only after an hour did I finally find the place, because the plot was completely empty, but I could feel a person inside there and a bird-like animal was there too. I knew that the blasted phoenix was going to be here and I needed to take care of it if I wanted to deal with the whiskered fool. After checking them with the heat vision, I decided to finally deal with it. I decided to cast the anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards after I have erected the wards to stop phoenix flashing. I immediately surrounded the whole house with bone dust, making a perimeter. It took me less than 10 minutes to do that. With that over, I activated the ward. I was quite sure that the phoenix would notice, so without dropping another beat I cast the anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards along with anti-flu wards. I was sure that he didn't have a flu, but I decided not to leave anything on chance or luck. I tried to blow apart the wall with Bombarda, but it was protected by another ward. I didn't notice this ward before, so I decided to check closely and found that it was a blood ward. OL Twinkle seems to have a fetish for blood wards. I have no idea whose blood he had used to erect this. I decided to check the old fool. He was still inside, but he has taken a battle position to take a fight. Now, what do I want? Do I want to fight with him magically or beat him up? There was no way he was going to have a chance since he didn't have the Elder Wand. Yes, he was definitely an exceptional wizard if I speak regarding his knowledge, but from what I have seen, he isn't much of a wizard. Even when he had the Elder Wand he went down too quickly, so I guess I won't be having a grandeur battle with him. With that thought, I used my power and metal sand started to drop from my armor. The metal sand rose to make up a wave and crashed into the house, ignoring the blood wards. If I wanted I could have ignored those wards and entered, but there was no knowing what kind of surprises he had hidden in those wards. The blood wards in Harry's house were safe because people were always entering and exiting that place, but this place didn't have any visitors, so the old fool could have hidden a lot of nasty surprises in the blood wards. I used my metal sand to rip apart the house. Dumbles decided to take up the fight and was able to fire off a few spells before he was caught by the metal sand. The phoenix tried to help, but with the wards, it was helpless to do anything. Finally, a struggling Dumbles was brought in front of me wrapped in metal sand. "It's good to meet you again. Do you remember me?" I asked in a melancholic voice. Dumbledore's face was completely pale and he had a look of horror on his face. "Don't worry. I am sure you missed me." "Well, we can have a chat later," I said and knocked him out. I didn't want to kill him, at least not now. I was going to keep him in the dungeons on Castle Ravenclaw with his magic suppressed. I wanted to show him how I was going to kill Voldy and his goons, well, not Voldy personally. Harry would do that. After that, I would wipe out his memory of the incident and hand him to Amelia to receive justice. Well, it wasn't a matter of justice being upheld. I just wanted him dealt with legally because we had proof to deal with him legally. When you can do it legally, why would you need to dirty your own hands? With that thought I operated directly into the dungeons of Ravenclaw Castle. I threw him inside a cell and used my powers to shackle him in magic suppression chains, then I called Dixie to inform her about our new guest. After that I decided to take my leave. The flaming chicken was useless because it was still trapped in the wards and my castle was also flaming chicken proof, so I had no worries of the old fool escaping. Chapter 154, GOF, XXII, End Date with Fleur. Edited. POV Rio, Edgar. Alice, you need to sleep, I said in a desperate voice. Momo has been working on something and ignored to sleep for 3 days. I am really close. I am just missing something to stabilize it, Momo said in a frustrated voice. Yeah, she has been really frustrated that she is unable to finish whatever it is. It's not my fault that she had decided not to tell me. I could find out what she was working on if I tried, but that would only annoy Momo even more. Luna and Fleur just sat at the side without speaking anything. A month has passed since Rumi's birthday. Namiri also has her birthday in March, which we celebrated in our house in Hogsmeade. Fleur wasn't obviously invited to that because all of us knew very well what the party would entail. Obviously, the party only entailed carnal desires. Since Rumi's party, Fleur has started to spend her time with us. She has obviously become a part of our group. It wasn't anything surprising when she found out that I had a harem. After all, it was a piece of common knowledge in the Hogwarts rumor mill. I never openly kissed any girls, but everyone knew about my relationship with the girls. Anyone with a single brain cell could have figured it out. So, Fleur had the knowledge about our relationship beforehand, though her father and mother were obviously surprised. Her little sister wasn't so much, because she was spending her time with Harry Potter. She kept firing off in French. Harry has no way of getting out of it, so he could only listen to her and nod his head. Sirius saw it and kept laughing his ass off, and kept receiving death glares from Harry because of that. When Fleur found out that Momo was an enchanter, she decided to become her apprentice. The tournament can go and fuck itself. After all, enchanters aren't common and no one takes a free apprentice. Momo had already agreed to take Fleur under her wing when she found out that Fleur had friendless childhood. I also taught Fleur some spells from time to time because of the tournament. Fleur wasn't interested anymore because she knew she won't be winning the tournament and she already found a way to fulfill her dream, but I insisted that she train for the tournament because even if she won't try to win it, she could still die in third task. Alice, why don't you take a day off and take some rest? I think it is going to help you. You would be able to think more clearly. I sighed and started to speak. I too did this when I found some of my new power and kept practicing the whole night, but starting again with a fresh mind was always better. I sat down beside Momo and pulled her into a tight hug to calm her down. I guess I could use some sleep. Momo spoke in a low voice and kept hugging. It wasn't long before her breath evened. I checked her and she has finally fallen asleep. Seeing her fall asleep, I levitated her from the table and laid her on the bed. I kissed her forehead and gently tucked her in. She was wearing pajamas, so it wasn't necessary to get her changed. So, what are we doing now? Fleur asked me and kept looking outside from time to time. I am busy. I am going to look for Crumplehorn Snorkax, Luna said and got up and left the room, skipping, but not before giving me a kiss. I guess it is just you and me. Let's go to Hogsmeade. I will show you around, I said in an uncertain tone. Luna obviously did this so I would be spending time with Fleur. Namiri and Dora were both busy today with some Wisengamot emergency meeting, so I won't be spending time with them, fucking their brains out. I guess we can, Fleur said, getting up and following me out of the room. I fired a few spells and locked the room. Only someone from our group would be able to open the door now, except Fleur. She didn't know the spells to nullify the locks. It was a Hogsmeade weekend. Now that I have dealt with all of the loose ends, I was able to spend my time more leisurely. Yes, Baby Mort still needed to be dealt with, but I was getting regular reports from Ratman. Even he didn't know that he was giving me reports. And Dumbles was in my dungeon stuck inside a cell. His flaming chicken was trapped inside a box. After throwing Dumbles in the cell, I went back to his house the next day to deal with the phoenix still trapped in there. Even though it kept squeaking and trying to flame, I didn't relent and threw it inside the cage I have specifically prepared. After that was done, I threw the flaming chicken to the cell next to OL Twinkles where he could hear his bird squeaking. I could have used the ritual I have used to break Attila's connection from Tommy Boy, but honestly, I didn't like the bird that much. The flaming chicken was with the whiskered fool for so long and I don't know that what kind of effect it would have after I break the connection. I only did it with Attila because Attila's main purpose wasn't to follow Tommy. I took a chance and it worked. Fleur and I finally reached Hogsmeade. If it wasn't snowing we would have taken a walk, but walking in muddy snow is really annoying. Fleur got down from the carriage and shook her head in disappointment. Don't like it? I asked Fleur. In the original story she was a haughty girl who kept insulting everything while comparing it with Beau's batons. Though this Fleur wasn't anything like the story one, that doesn't mean that she hated the weather or something. It's the cold. I don't like cold, it kind of goes against our very nature, Fleur spoke while shivering. I guess I can understand that, she is a fire and air-based creature, she would obviously hate cold. I waved my hand and hit Fleur with a strong heating charm. Thank you, Fleur felt the warming sensation and thanked me with a smile on her face. She also scooted close to me. So, where can we spend some time? Fleur asked, looking around with some interest in her eyes. First let me show you around, I said in a casual tone. Monsieur Ravenclaw, is it a date? Fleur asked me in a teasing tone. It can be if you want, I replied in a similar tone. Two can obviously play the game. Then it's a date, Fleur said with a smile while nodding her head. She scooted even closer to me and grabbed my hand. I didn't do anything except smile at her. Fleur was really a good girl. We spend most of our time looking around the stores, checking out the stuff. We were finally hungry and decided to have some lunch. I wanted to take Fleur to a nice luxurious restaurant, but she didn't want that. So, I did the next best thing and took Fleur to Madame Rosmerta's and booked a private room. I never liked anyone staring at me and my date, and that was the case most of the time. In luxurious restaurants, it happened too, but it was manageable, but in common places like this it would have been annoying. What can I get you to? Madame Rosmerta asked us while showing us to the room. I gestured for Fleur to order first. I would like to have some fish and chips, without too much oil, of course, and the finest wine you have, Fleur said in a pure-blood princess voice. Madame Rosmerta nodded her head, taking the order. I don't know how costly her finest wine is going to be, but seriously it can't be something costlier than what Namiri drinks. I would like fish and chips too, but get me a butterbeer. I also gave my order. Madame Rosmerta happily noted it down and left the room to get our food and drinks. Even though I would have appreciated some nice and strong alcohol, my young body would get hurt because of that, and I always preferred beer for casual occasions. We chatted about some casual stuff until Madame Rosmerta brought the food and drinks. After she left, I cast privacy wards, so that no one would be able to eavesdrop in our chat. So what do you want to do? Fleur suddenly asked. What brought that up? I asked curiously. I didn't mind her question, it was just uncommon. Well, I know about the others. Alice would become a spellcrafter and enchanter, Roxanne would obviously become a duelist or hit wizard. Luna, well, she is Luna, she would probably take over Quibbler in the future, I guess, but I haven't figured out anything about you, Fleur said while sipping her wine. Honestly, I have never thought about that. I just want to live happily and freely with my girls. Marry them, have some children, stuff like that, I said while leaning back on my chair. That's good too, I guess, Fleur said while nodding her head. The rest of the meal passed normally. It was finally time for us to return. After paying our bill, we left the building. Fleur had to return to Bosbaton's carriage, so I decided to drop her off. It was a gentleman's duty after all. Fleur pulled me into a hot kiss before she entered the carriage. Her kiss was sloppy. It was clear that she didn't have any experience in kissing. This might very well be her first kiss. I would be looking forward to our next date, Fleur said, and gave me another kiss before entering her carriage. With a goofy smile on my face, I decided to return to my room. It was a nice date. Chapter 155, GOF, XEI, and Godfather and Godson. Edited. POV serious. I am worried. I am really worried about my godson. I don't know what, but I am quite sure that both Edgar and Amelia are hiding quite a lot from me regarding my godson. I fucked up in 1981 when the tragedy struck and I decided to chase after the traitor, but I don't want to fuck this up again. Both Amelia and Edgar are sure that Harry was entered in the tournament because of that snake face's machinations. Even I myself agree with that. So, after racking my brain a lot, I failed to come up with any plan regarding how to deal with this matter. So, I finally decided to suck it up and get myself a meeting with Edgar, outside Hogwarts. I was brought out of my musings by a knock on the door. I got up and opened the door to find Edgar along with the hotel staff. After showing the room, the hotel staff who brought Edgar here left after bowing. Edgar didn't say anything and entered the room. I was about to start firing off questions, but he stopped me by shushing me. Edgar pulled out his wand and cast a few spells, must be privacy wards and stuff. So serious. Why the sudden need to arrange a meeting like this? In a mundane hotel of all things? Edgar asked me, walking up to the balcony looking at the view. We were on the 20th floor, so the view was quite good. I needed to speak to you about something. Finally I gathered my wits and spoke to him. I don't know why, this conversation is making me feel really nervous. Please don't tell me that you have awoken certain special taste and your preferences changed. Amelia would be heartbroken, Edgar spoke in an innocent voice. I choked on my own spit hearing him. Doesn't he know who I am? I am Sirius Black, wet dream of witches, the most handsome marauder in Hogwarts. Witches would get wet after looking at my sleek black hair. I wanted to speak all these things to him, but because of some reason, I was unable to. I just kept staring at him like a fool while gaping like a fish. "It is not that, you bastard." I was finally able to say something, and this is what I said. "James would be ashamed of me. It is about Harry. I want to know, what are you planning to do with him?" I finally gathered all my thoughts and asked him, after all this was the reason I called him here. "Nothing at the moment. Currently, I don't have any leads on what No-Nose is planning," Edgar said nonchalantly. This angered me even more. There is no way he has no idea about what the snake face is planning. It's quite clear now that he simply doesn't want to tell me. I immediately whipped out my wand and pointed at him. I am really grateful to Edgar for saving me from that hellhole and saving Harry from that wretched place too, but it is clear that he is playing games now. I may not be the smartest wizard out there, but I am good enough to know that there is something going on. I can't take the risk now. I have lost James and Lily because of my stupidity. I allowed Harry to be tortured by those monsters. I don't know what Edgar is planning, but I will be damned if I allow any harm to befall on my godson again. I would do right by James and Lily. Tell me. I know you have plans for Harry. Don't make me do anything I would regret. You are my benefactor. Harry's too, but if you are a danger to Harry, I won't hold back. I threatened him, but it didn't seem like it worked. He is looking at me with amusement in his eyes. What are you going to do with that, serious? Fire a stunner at me. That is the best you could do after all, or are you going to curse me? Or are you going to try legilimency? Edgar spoke with amusement and mirth in his voice. Hearing his provocation, I almost shot a stunner at him. He is really good at pushing my buttons. He still thinks that this is a joke. Now that I think of it, I might have acted on my impulses again. I am pointing my wand at a student, not a simple, fourth-year Hogwarts student, but Magneto. Of course, he is amused to see me threatening him. Sirius, it is good that you understand that you acted on your impulses, again. No wonder the hat put you in the lion's den, but did you truly think that you could beat the plans out of me? I am disappointed in you, Sirius, Edgar said in a condescending tone. Even though I should be getting angrier. I didn't. Throughout this whole day, I finally decided to think. Now, I am in no position to jump into the situation like a typical Gryffindor. Damn it. I finally lowered my wand and looked at Edgar, who was still amused. So, you won't tell me what are your plans for my godson? I said in a defeated tone. There was no way I can force the plans out of him, because it's simple, I can't defeat him. I can't use politics with him. I have seen how he and Vicky play around with those fools in the Wisingamot. I never said I wouldn't tell you. I said I currently don't have any plans because there is no need to plan anything, at least not anymore. We are already in the endgame now, Edgar said with a huge grin on his face. His smile was quite gentle, but the words he spoke, I don't like it. It sent several chills down my spine. Tell me, Sirius, you have heard the prophecy, right? Amelia had shown you, right? Then tell me, is Harry ready to kill the Dark Lord? Edgar asked me in a mocking tone. I was about to protest that it wasn't Harry's job to do. Truthfully, I never held faith in divination, but I decided to think more clearly. Okay, if I think that the prophecy is in play and only Harry can kill Snakeface, then I am sure that Harry isn't ready to kill him. You see, that is the reason I decided not to involve you in any of the plans. I have told you long ago, train Harry, but what did you do? Play around. Who can use more non-lethal spells than the other, right? I am not saying that Harry needs to learn dark magic or something. I can kill you in hundreds of ways with only light spells, but Harry didn't have any dueling experience before he started to train with Dora. Edgar spoke while turning away from me. I just didn't want to put pressure on Harry. Damn it. Harry is a kid, he should have a childhood. Sirius, you don't have to worry. I will beat up Wankermort until he is unable to move. Harry will only have to kill the snake face, nothing more. Now, please, don't plan to run away. I could find Harry and you in just a day, Edgar said and walked out of the room. I really had to hold myself back from cursing on his back and running away with Harry, but running away. Isn't that what I did when I was in my 6th year? If I didn't run away, Reggie, my little brother won't have to join the Death Eaters. But, what about Harry? I think it would be best if I ask Harry what he wants to do. I am really being selfish just thinking about Harry. It's quite true that Snakeface believes in the prophecy and he would never stop looking for Harry. All the Horcruxes made by that monster are destroyed, and there is a chance that he will make more if he checks them and finds them destroyed. Now that I think of it, Harry wanted to train, but I always put it off, saying that he was still a kid. Edgar, he is a kid too. He is sacrificing a lot more and has done a lot to end the terror of Voldemort. That's it. I will ask Harry what he wants to do. He should make that decision on his own. If he chooses to fight, then I will stay, and if he wants to run away, then we would do that. I have no doubt that Edgar would find me and Harry if I decided to run, but I will still try. With that thought, I also left the room. After checking out, I walked into a dark alley and operated back to Hogsmeade. I sent a Patronus message to Harry asking him to meet me at Madame Rosmerda's. Harry arrived after half an hour wrapped around in James' invisibility cloak. I quickly took him to a room I have already booked. Getting him inside, I cast a few privacy spells from the time I was in the Aura Force. "Sirius, what's the matter?" Harry asked me in a worried tone. After contemplating for a few moments, I began to tell him everything I did today. He scolded me for picking up a fight with Edgar. Now that I think of it, it was really stupid. Stupid Gryffindor quirks. "So, what do you want to do?" "No pressure, whatever you decided I will help you," I said with a sincere tone. "Then, I will fight him. If Moldy Shorts comes back then he would never stop chasing after me. I have to live my whole life looking behind me, in case the Dark Tosser or Edgar finds me." "Let's go and talk to Edgar," Harry said with a determined voice. "I guess we are fighting then." Chapter 156, GOF, Ziv, and Before the Third Task. Edited. POV Rio, Edgar. It might seem to be heartless but what I did with Sirius was necessary. I only saved Sirius from Azkaban because it would have put a massive hole in Dumbledore's plans, and I didn't want to babysit a kid. It was a bonus that if I told Sirius about the prophecy then he would definitely train Harry. To kill someone dark magic is not needed so he could have still trained Harry to fight but he didn't. Knowing spells and fighting or dueling are very different things. You can know all the spells in the world but you could still be defeated by a 13-year-old with fighting or dueling experience. And this was Harry's problem. He knew a lot of spells but he had no idea how to use them in battle and when to use them. Fighting might be different than dueling but they still follow some common principles. In a fight, you use any means necessary to defeat your enemy, while in dueling, it's a competition or a fight with heavy rules implemented. When Dora started to train Harry after Sirius asked her, she had immediately noticed the problem Harry was having. He had no fucking experience. Dora immediately informed me regarding this and I immediately started paying attention to the duo even though it would seem that I didn't care. I quickly found out that Harry's lack of experience was because of Sirius. It was quite clear to me that even after I have told Sirius about the prophecy he had other ideas, so I had to play the bad guy to get Sirius in the line. It is obvious that even if he had trained Harry I wouldn't have told him my plans but I surely would have taken a different path than this one. A smile graced my face when I noticed Sirius and Harry enter the Ravenclaw common room. There was a chance that Harry would decide to run away but I was quite sure that he would decide to stay and fight. Sirius and Harry coming here gave me the answer I needed. "Harry. Sirius, it's good to see you. Since you both have decided to visit me yourself, I think you have made a decision." I asked the duo to which both Harry and Sirius nodded their heads. "Yes, but can we talk somewhere else, someplace with fewer people?" Harry spoke looking around the room. All the students in the common room were staring towards us. Can't a guy chat with some people in leisure? The whole school is filled with fucking gossipers. Room of Requirement was a private place and Rumi was already there training, so Harry and Sirius led me to the classroom where Harry trained with Dora. I quickly cast several privacy wards around the room before I allowed them to speak. "I will fight. I won't run away and hide," Harry said with clear determination in his voice. I like his confidence though if nothing else. "Then Harry, I will be training you from tomorrow. I hope you don't disappoint me," I said with a smile but both Harry and Sirius gulped in fear. "I am not that scary, right?" POV Rumi, Roxanne. I don't know what exactly happened between Harry, Sirius, and Rio but suddenly one day, Sirius and Harry agreed to be trained by Rio. When the tournament started both Harry and Sirius vehemently refused to learn anything dark. Now it's kind of ironic, Harry is getting trained by Rio. Even though I haven't seen a single training session. Rio must be teaching borderline illegal magic to Harry. One more week before the third task. Rio has told me what I needed to do. I have to grab the cup at the same time Harry does. I was slightly sad that I won't be the only winner but I didn't mind it too much because I was getting to fight afterward, and it wasn't a spar, it would be a fight to the death where a few of us will be facing a lot of them, the type of fight I like the most. It has been a long since I had a fight like this. Last time was when Rio took me to fight with Meta Liberation Army. Today all the champions were called by that moron Bagman to meet him in front of the Quidditch pitch. So, I decided to cut short on my training, at least until the meeting with the fool is over. I know that there is going to be a race kind of event for the third task of the event. It has always been like that since the Triwizard Tournament had started centuries ago. So, it was quite clear to me that they must have made a race course or obstacle course in the Quidditch pitch. They are fools if they have thought that someone won't notice the Notice Me Not charms placed around the pitch. Though they were quite powerful, but people with experience and power will definitely notice them. I finally left the Room of Requirement to meet with the other champions and the moron. I arrived in front of the pitch and I noticed that the Notice Me Not spells were still placed around the pitch and there was a mist covering the whole pitch. The mist was clearly magical. I can't understand these kinds of stupid theatrics. The mist would obviously be blown away when that moron Bagman reveals what they had done with the pitch. I was the first one to arrive there so I decided to wait. The second one to arrive after me was Cedric. I greeted the guy, he happily returned the greetings. Roxanne, are you ready for the task? The pretty boy asked me. Kind of, no one would be completely ready for something like this. When the last tournament happened, all the champions died in the third task. I trailed off with that. Cedric gulped down and nodded his head in understanding. I completely agree with you, Miss Roxanne. The next person to arrive was Rio's latest girlfriend. I wasn't close to Fleur like Momo and Luna were, but I liked her enough. I had no problem that she was my Rio's newest girlfriend. I have long decided that I was going to share Rio with other girls. One more girl won't be a problem. How are you, Fleur? How is your training going? I asked the girl. I am quite fine, and I have learned a lot from Alice in these months. Edgar shows me some spells from time to time, though I no longer have any interest in winning this tournament, but Edgar says that I still need to survive, Fleur said with a smile on her face. It is quite rare to see her smiling. When she first arrived here, I had never seen her smiling, at least not like this. Both of us were able to chat for a few more minutes before Harry arrived. Seeing that Fleur and I have started to chat about private matters, Cedric decided to stand away from us, quite a gentleman. Harry arrived and greeted us. I asked him how his training with Rio was going and he immediately grimaced. He is a demon. I am going to die if this goes on. Aren't both of you his girlfriends? You gotta save me from that demon, Harry said with fear evident in his voice. I am quite sure that Rio isn't pushing him too hard. He would die if he trains with me. It was secret now that Fleur was Rio's girlfriend too, like us. After all, the rumor mill in Hogwarts is quite fast, and after the second task, a lot of students have seen Rio and Fleur on dates. Sorry, Harry, but when Edgar sets his mind of achieving something, he achieves it. He is kind of stubborn like that, I said with pity clear in my voice. Sorry, Harry, please don't drag me into this. He might decide that I need some training too. Fleur also spoke with pity in her voice. No matter what we say, Rio isn't going to stop training Harry until Voldemort is taken care of in a kind of permanent way. Finally, the fool Bagman arrived, followed by Crumb, Katina, and Andre the Stupid. Bagman looked really proud of himself. Champions. This is going to be your third task, Bagman said dramatically and waved his wand towards the pitch, and the mist was finally cleared. A maze. Well, at least I would say that making us race inside a maze is kind of a good idea. As you might have already guessed, a maze, Bagman began to speak again. Of course, you fool. Our eyes aren't for decoration, we can clearly see what it is. The third task is going to be simple. In the middle of the maze, the goblet of fire is going to be kept. The champions have to reach the center of the maze. Whoever touches the cup first wins the tournament, Bagman said with a proud smile on his face. Of course, he or she will win the tournament, but not before they become unwilling participants for Voldemort's resurrection. But I didn't say it out loud, others didn't need to know. The champions will enter the maze in order of their scores. Roxanne Ravenclaw is first on the points table, she will be the first to enter the maze. Harry Potter will enter next, but after an interval of 5 minutes. Bagman continued on droning. The maze will be protected by magical beasts Mr. Hagrid had graciously provided us, Bagman said with a happy smile. This isn't good, the beasts Hagrid keeps aren't good. Good luck to you all, and with that Bagman left. I gave another look towards the maze, then I started to walk back towards the room of requirement. With this, the final preparations have started. Chapter 157, GOF, XXV, and third task, I. Edited. POV Rumi, Roxanne. It is a nice morning, I could already feel that I was going to have a nice fight tonight. The third task was scheduled to happen tonight. I didn't know what kind of beasts were going to be arranged for the task, but I think they might be quite dangerous. The more dangerous they are, the more fun it would be. And I shouldn't forget the Death Eaters I am going to fight afterward. I could already feel my blood boiling in excitement. Now, there is only one more thing to decide. Am I going to use magical means to fight the battle, or should I use my physical power? During the first task, I killed the Manticore with only magic, and this time I won't be having an audience. I guess I could use my physical power this time. It has been a long since I have fought someone with my fists. I don't know what kind of fool has organized the tasks, but after meeting Crouch SNR and Bagman, I don't think I have to look very far. I can understand the first task, a gladiator kind of fight with a magical beast inside an arena. The crowd could easily see the fight, which was the main point of having an audience. Now, let us talk about the second task. The crowd spends 1 fucking hour staring at the surface of the water. I don't know if magical people find that exciting, but I think it to be rather boring. How can be staring at the water surface have any kind of excitement? I don't know. Now, the third task, the crowd would be sitting quite far from the maze. I don't think that magical people have any kind of video camera which can show them live time feed. From what I have seen, they can only record, so the audience won't be able to watch the third task too. Clearly, I don't see why they are having an audience. After getting freshened, I left the room of requirement. I decided not to train today, after all, it won't be good if I spend all my energy before the third task. I arrived in the Great Hall, and the hall immediately got quiet. I honestly hate this, can't they mind their own business, like eating their food? I finally reached the Ravenclaw table, all the Ravenclaws kept greeting me and wishing me good luck. This was annoying too, but I politely thanked them too. I finally reached where Rio, Momo, Luna, and Fleur were sitting. All of them were watching me with amused expressions on their faces, even though it annoyed me. I still greeted them happily. Roxy, you have so many fans. Though I don't envy you in the slightest, Momo said, making fun of me. It was annoying, but I decided to give her a mature answer and poked my tongue towards her. Very mature, Roxy, very mature, indeed. Next was Luna. She wasn't even looking towards me. She had the dreamy look and she spoke in her usual dreamy tone. I decided not to give her an answer. The breakfast continued with similar bickering going on, not that I mind. It kind of makes me feel nice. After all, this only happens if you are with your family. After breakfast I decided to get to know Fleur better. After all, it was quite clear that she was going to be our sister in the near future. So, I decided to chat with Fleur, while Luna went away on her hunt for eccentric magical creatures while Momo and Rio went somewhere I don't know. Rio always has several plans, and all of his plans had plans. Rio had previously mentioned to me that we were in the endgame now, but I can guarantee that there must be several things still going on in the background. I have never asked him about these matters as I find them rather complicated. Momo also isn't privy to most details as she is always busy with her studies and research. Luna, well, she is Luna and Dora, there's nothing to say about that klutz. Don't get me wrong, she is a nice girl and I couldn't have asked for a better sister than her, but there is no denying that she is clumsy as hell. Who the fuck trips on a flat floor? I can understand that it happens because of her metamorphmagus abilities, but still, her balance is more than lacking. The only person who knows most of the plans is that depraved pervert. Seriously, I don't have a clue regarding how her brain works. Most of the time she only thinks about mounting Rio and reading porn. How the hell she plans all those devious plans to navigate through politics? I have no idea. Since the fight with Lord Knot, no one has dared to challenge us. Namiri had used the fact of Lord Knot's demise in such a way that no one in the Wisengamot dares to insult her. She is the youngest female minister of magic, and the first minister of magic who isn't pureblood. While God has made us purebloods, everyone except Amelia thinks that we are born from squiblines. After all, it is common knowledge that the Ravenclaw family was destroyed because of inbreeding. What are you thinking about? I was finally brought out of my thoughts by Fleur. Only now, I noticed that we have arrived in front of Black Lake. Nothing serious, I was thinking how far I have come since I was brought into the magical world, I said. It wasn't a lie, it was a truth with very important facts missing. She won't be knowing these facts until Rio tells her. I guess it's true. I have heard a lot from my parents about your family. My papa says he was really shocked to see that Vicky Ravenclaw was able to take her Wisengamot seat. He said that it wasn't rare to see an extinct pure bloodline to appear from Muggleborns, but they aren't allowed to take their seats because they know nothing. Most even leave the wizarding world without claiming their inheritance. Fleur said, that's true though. I have heard these from Momo, Rio, and Namiri. Vicky has always been devious. Vicky had found that she was the Ravenclaw heir even before she entered Hogwarts, but unlike the others, she didn't announce it. She was waiting for the right moment. When she was invited to Hogwarts, she started to learn about the customs and traditions of magical Britain, and she easily found loopholes, and the rest is history, I said in a dismissive manner. The truth is Rio was the one who made the plans, but Namiri made several modifications in those and they came out much better. But I have heard that she is kind of open-minded. Fleur spoke, trying not to be disrespectful. It was quite clear. Even before Namiri became the minister, no one openly disrespected her, especially after she single-handedly collapsed the economy of magical Britain and made a new empire out of it. The number of people who would dare to disrespect her decreased even more after Rio killed Lord Knot. You are putting it rather mildly. She is the most depraved, perverted woman to ever walk on the face of the earth. She openly accepts that she is a super pervert. Is there anything more to say? I said in a sarcastic tone. I thought my papa was exaggerating. He had met her once. It was after the second task, Fleur said. I don't think he was exaggerating, but you don't have to worry so much. No matter how she acts, she will only let one man touch her, that is Edgar. She loves Edgar deeply, I said while nodding my head. Yes, that's true. No matter how Namiri acts and behaves, she will never allow any other man to touch her except Edgar. Of course, she allows other men to kiss the back of her hand as it is the form of greeting. But you shouldn't underestimate her. She has a really devious mind which she keeps hidden, I said with a smile on my face. She might be annoying as hell, but I do care about her, and I would protect her if needed. The rest of the day passed quite normally. Luna joined me and Fleur during lunch. Rio and Momo were still missing, so I texted Rio. He said that he was busy dealing with some stuff. They were preparing something for tonight. Rio and Momo finally arrived in the evening in tow with Minister Vicky Ravenclaw aka Namiri and Nymphadora. Don't call me that. Tonks. Namiri and Dora came straight towards me and Luna. Fleur went to greet her family. The organizers of the tournament have decided to hold this event for the participants before the task starts. Dora cast a few privacy wards around us, so there won't be any eavesdroppers. Are you guys going to be there? I asked Namiri, who had a stoic pureblood princess look on her face. Don't be stupid. I am the Minister of Magic, I have to be here or people will be suspicious. I will be here, Dora will be here, even Rio and Momo are going to be here, Namiri started to say in a pureblood manner, but a grin started to appear on her face by the end of the sentence. What? Rio and Momo had said that they were going to be in the graveyard, and I was sure that Rio won't go back on his word. Then it clicked on my mind and my eyes grew wide. Looks like your battle maniac brain has caught up. Amelia was able to gather a few more time turners for tonight. After all, everyone is paying close attention to tonight, even the unspeakables are too busy to count all the time turners that have gone missing, Namiri said with a huge grin on her face. I guess, using this method will make sure that they are going to be here. After that, we sorted out the finer details of the plans. It was finally the time of the third task. Like me, all of the participants were standing in front of the maze. I looked towards Namiri, Dora, Rio, and Momo. All of them nodded their heads, telling me that the plan was a go. Luna won't be joining in the fight, but she knew about the plans from her visions. She nodded her head too. Bagman started the announcement, and with the first cannon blast, I bolted towards the entrance of the maze. Chapter 158, GOF, XXVI, and Third Task, 2. Edited. POV Rio, Edgar. After having breakfast with Luna, Fleur, and Rumi, I decided to deal with the finer details. I have a lot to do. Momo decided to accompany me. Have you researched the ritual I have asked you to? I asked Momo while walking back towards our room. Yep. I have researched the ritual completely, theoretically at least. There are 3 major ingredients like the name of the ritual mentions, Momo continued speaking. I gestured for her to stop for now. We finally reached the Ravenclaw dorms. Momo was greeted by some students. After a few minutes of pleasantries, we finally reached our room. I didn't need to cast privacy wards because my room was completely warded. I asked Momo to continue. As the name says, the ritual is based on the bone of the father. It will make the bones of the new body, flesh to the servant, that will give the flesh, and finally blood of the enemy. This will give blood to the body. Completing this ritual will get you a magical construct. It won't be a natural human body but a magical construct, Momo said while pulling out some notes from her robes. Now, if we mess with these 3 ingredients, then the ritual will take place but the magical construct would collapse before it becomes stable. You said that you want Voldy to summon his minions so that you can kill all of them, right? Momo asked me, to which I nodded my head. Then don't mess with the ingredients. If you do, then there is a very high chance that Voldy might come out as a squib or disabled, or he won't gain a body at all, Momo said while pacing around the room. This is bad. I had thought that messing with an ingredient would get my job done. Looks like I have to take on Voldy in his prime. Is there any other way? I asked. It's not like I was scared of full-powered Voldy, rather I was worried that he might get a lucky shot. Fortunately, there is. As I said, you can't mess with the ingredients, but there is another important part of the ritual, the wording. You can mess with the wording. Like bone of the father unknowingly given, you can't mess with this one. After all, he is getting the bone from his long-dead father. The flesh of a servant willingly given. Now, this you can mess with, if the servant gives his flesh unwillingly. Momo trailed off. I see, then I guess the blood of the enemy can also be messed with. Blood of the enemy forcefully taken. Now if the blood is given willingly, then it would act as a poison, but remember the blood must be from an enemy, Momo said in a proud tone. I can ask Harry to give the blood willingly, or else there is Pettigrew. I can mess with his mind and get the job done. So, what are we going to do now? Momo asked me, seeing that I was in deep thoughts. Well, I could always order Pettigrew to mess up the wording. Momo said that messing with the wording is enough to mess up the ritual, but before Voldy could be finally dealt with, there was one more thing that was needed to be taken care of, the Horcruxes. The diadem of Ravenclaw, Harry's scar, and the diary was gone, so that leaves the Gaunt Ring, which is also the Resurrection Stone, one of the 3 Deathly Hallows. I don't know if I would absorb this one too, but I didn't want to. The cup of Hegla Hufflepuff kept in Lestrange Vault, the locket of Salazar Slytherin, and the fucking snake. This was the right time to destroy them. If I destroyed them before, Voldy could have noticed if he had checked any one of them. Let's take care of the Horcruxes, send a Patronus to Sirius, ask him to meet us in Hogsmeade, I said, to which Momo nodded her head, and send a messenger Patronus to Sirius. Momo's Patronus was an owl, similar to her Animagus form. I needed Sirius's help to get the locket and the Hufflepuff's cup. After all, Creature had the locket while the cup was in Lestrange Vault. Sirius was Lord Black, and Bellatrix was from the Black family. Since the Lestrange family was extinct, Sirius could claim the Lestrange Vault. Both I and Momo quickly got ready and left the castle after claiming family business. Flitwick didn't say anything because we said that we would be back before the task. After some time we met with Sirius in the Hogsmeade, Just by looking at him it was clear that he was really worried about tonight. "So what are we doing?" Sirius asked me nervously. He looked much more cowed after I started to train Harry. He was quite scared to see someone with so much power. "We need to visit Black family home, in London." "There is something I need," I said. Sirius was immediately horrified and disgusted. "Are you kidding me? You want to go to Grimmauld Place?" Sirius whined. "I assure you that I am not kidding," I said. Sirius still needed confirmation and looked towards Momo, who just shrugged and nodded her head. Sirius's shoulders finally slumped and huffed in annoyance. "Fine, let's go. Don't complain later that I didn't try to stop you," Sirius said and extended his hand, but I grabbed his shoulder and Momo grabbed my hand. "I will be using my magic to pull Momo with me." I didn't know if Sirius had enough magic to side-along apparate with two people, but I didn't want to take the risk. With a loud crack, we arrived in front of a grim-looking house, manor. The Grimmauld Place was kind of in the middle ground of both. Sirius was about to open the door when with a pop an old-looking ancient house elf appeared. Creature really looked miserable, but I was kind of tight of time. "What does the filthy blood traitor want?" Creature nastily spoke. Sirius was about to blow a vein, but he stopped when I placed my hand on his shoulder. "You are Lord Black, order him to bring the locket Regulus gave him before he died," I said, and Creature immediately looked horrified. Sirius didn't know what I was talking about, but he did what I asked of him. He immediately ordered Creature formally as Lord Black. The house elf looked really reluctant, but he was bound to follow Lord Black's order. The elf popped away and after some time popped back carrying the Slytherin's locket. I asked Momo to check if this was genuine or not. Momo just needed to cast a single spell which gave her confirmation. I immediately threw the locket on the ground and used my favorite spell. Feigned fire. The locket was engulfed in the fire and a loud shriek was heard. I willed the fire to disappear and the locket didn't even leave behind any ash. Creature had tears in his eyes and thanked me profusely. Sirius was really confused, but I explained it to him, in a brief manner. "Where to next?" Sirius asked me. To which I didn't answer and I directly operad with him in front of Gringotts. Only after a second Momo also appeared by my side. I asked Sirius to claim the Lestrange vault. He knew his rights as Lord Black and got the whole thing processed in just 1 hour. In 10 more minutes, I had the cup in my possession. I didn't want to use Feigned Fire in Gringotts. It's not that I didn't have any confidence in controlling the spell, but I was worried about the goblin's reaction. With the cup, we appeared inside a forest. "Oh. I have heard about this place," Sirius said with disgust in his voice. "Oh, you know this place?" I asked Sirius in a curious tone. Honestly, I didn't expect Sirius to recognize the place. "Yes, this whole place was owned by Gaunts, a truly disgusting family," Sirius said while shuddering. "They were extinct even before you were born, so how did you know this place?" I asked. "Well, the Gaunts were used as an example among the dark families. We were taught what we shouldn't do using their example." Sirius spat out the words in disgust. "Well, I guess even the purebloods were disgusted by these freaks. If any magical people could be called freaks, then Gaunts were the one." We walked down the dirt road and finally arrived in front of a shack. It was barely standing. Its condition was very bad. "It's still standing just because of magic." I asked Momo and Sirius to wait outside, while I entered the shack and immediately used Rupture and blew apart most of the shack. After getting the Law of Thunder, my lighting or electric powers have risen up by leaps and bounds. The attack I just used, I didn't even put any effort into it. Finding the ring wasn't so hard as it was made of metal, and there wasn't anything in this house made of metal. A few traps sprang, but they were nothing my Aegis shield can't handle. As soon as I saw the ring, I felt something slam against my mental shields. It must be the compulsion charm placed on the ring. I didn't put any more thought into it and used Fiend Fire to get rid of the ring. The same kind of shriek was heard. I willed the fire to go out. I quickly checked the place and only found that a black stone was left behind. I grabbed the stone and walked out of the shack, or what was remaining of it. I banished the cup towards the shack and used Feigned Fire once again. Both the cup and shack were engulfed in the fire, and only after a few moments nothing was left. We heard the loud shriek again. It gave us the confirmation that the Horcrux was destroyed. We decided to return after that. There was nothing more left to do, except to deal with Voldy and his goons. After returning to Hogwarts, I received a message from Amelia telling me that she was able to get her hands on a few more time turners. Sirius was excited that he would be able to participate as well. The rest of the evening was boring. It was already night when Amelia finally arrived and handed us the time turners. She has already handed time turners to Namiri and Dora. Dora's job was quite simple: hide beside Harry under a cloak and get him away when the battle starts. I might have trained Harry, but that doesn't mean that he is going to become a super wizard or something. We finally arrived in the stands and Bagman started to blab all the nonsense. Rumi gave me a look to which I nodded. She must be asking about the plan. I watched her looking at everyone. The third task finally started. As soon as the cannon went off, Rumi dashed inside the maze. Chapter 159, GOF, XXVII, and third task, 3. Edited. POV Rumi, Roxanne. I entered the maze and was immediately confused. The reason for my confusion was, I was standing in front of a fork of paths. I didn't know which path to take. It is so confusing. Wish I had Rio's power, then I would be able to feel the cup and head in that direction. A/N. I don't remember if the Point Me charm worked or if it was used in the tournament. But in this story the Point Me charm doesn't work on the cup. Suddenly something clicked in my mind. I pulled out my wand and cast the Point Me charm towards the goblet. Sadly it didn't work, but I have already decided and took the path towards my right. After running for a few seconds, my senses blared loudly and I immediately jumped and saw vines run to the place where I was. TCH. I clicked my tongue and activated armament hockey on my legs. My legs were immediately covered by a glossy black material with a silver tint on it. I landed on the ground and those vines immediately grabbed my feet, but I wasn't even bothered by them. I continued running, tearing them off and crushing them beneath my feet. Devil's Snare. I think that's what they are called. It's kind of embarrassing, but I failed in herbology. It's more embarrassing because I lived in a forest and loved the wildlife, but magical trees aren't my cup of tea. After running for a minute, I arrived before another fork. Again, I was confused and didn't know which path to take. TCH. I clicked my tongue when I heard the cannon go off again, which means 5 minutes have passed since I have entered the maze. After me, Harry was supposed to enter. Harry has already entered the maze. Last time I took the path to my right, so, this time left it is. I decided and immediately dashed into the left path. Only after, running for a few seconds, I felt a presence in front of me. I got ready to fight and my hands were covered in armament hockey. After training for so many years I was finally able to cover my whole body, but I could feel that I still had a long way to go before I completely master it. I was excited just thinking about the beast I was going to face first, but I found something I didn't expect. I found a bloodied corpse of Rio. Its head turned towards me in a horrifying way. No human should be able to turn its head like that. You were weak, you were pathetic, that is why I died. The bloodied Rio started to speak in a slow manner. It was about to continue, but I slammed down my foot on the body's head. The corpse dispersed along with a loud screech. The ground beneath my feet cracked. I didn't pay any more attention and continued my path. Fucking boggart. At first, I was slightly taken aback. It is true, my fear is being weak and not being able to fight beside Rio, but I know that if there is anything in the world which Rio can't win against, then he would happily sacrifice himself to save us. Yes, I would be beside him, and I will also go down with him with a smile on my face. Another cannon went off, meaning another participant has entered the maze. Meeting another fork. I took the path to my right this time and it seems like I wasn't disappointed. I felt a presence in front of me and it was different than the boggart. It must be a magical beast. Looks like I was right and I found myself facing some kind of abomination. I don't even know what to call this thing. It's scorpion and a crab at the same time. Fuck it. I will call it an abomination. I was checking for its weak spot. I might be a battle maniac, but I won't fight an unknown creature with unknown abilities. Yes, it was really hard. I wanted to bash my fist into its body, but I held myself back. But the abomination didn't seem to have thoughts like me, as it spits fire out in my direction. Even though I didn't expect the abomination to spit out the fire out of its ass, I was still able to move away from the fire. Is that head or its ass? Until now, I was thinking that the abomination was looking away from me, but it was facing me all this time. Damn. How sad it is, having your face and ass looking exactly the same. I didn't waste any more time and dashed towards the beast. I put a lot of force behind my lunge and the ground caved slightly. The abomination has a really fast reaction speed, as it was somewhat able to match my speed and tried to hit me with its stinger, but it won't be fast enough. My fist met with its outer shell and the whole abomination was blown apart, painting the walls of the maze with its innards. Thankfully, my punch had a lot of force and everything was blown away from me. It smelt really bad. I was somehow able to hold my stomach's contents. I quickly moved away from that place and continued my navigation through the maze. I finally appeared in a clearing and I could feel my blood boiling. A strong presence was in front of me. Again, my instincts proved to be right as a huge lion with a woman's face showed up. A sphinx. A class XXXX magical beast. It was much weaker than a manticore, as a manticore is a class XXXXX magical beast, but there is a huge difference: their intelligence. Manticores are intelligent, of course, but when compared to a sphinx it doesn't hold a candle. Sphinxes were used by wizards and witches since ancient times to guard their treasure. To go ahead, you must answer the riddle. The sphinx to say, but I immediately cut it off. It was clear that she would give me a riddle and I had to answer it correctly if I wanted to go ahead. It was kind of similar to what we have in Ravenclaw dorm entrance, but I never bothered with them, so why should I bother now? Stop blabbing and fight me, I said, and covered my whole body with armament hockey. When fighting a class XXXX magical beast physically, I didn't want to take a chance. The sphinx wanted to protest, but it didn't even have that chance. I punched it right on its face. The Sphinx was bewildered as it skidded a few meters because of my punch. I understand that I didn't use my full power, but I expected a crack sound. No matter, if it is able to fight longer then it's much better. The Sphinx didn't hold back this time. As soon as it was able to get rid of the dizziness, it lunged towards me with its paws towards my head. Seeing that it has started to fight back, a huge grin appeared on my face. POV Harry. I was really nervous today, not because of the task but because of what was going to happen after the task. I received a message from Edgar before the task that I should willingly give my blood. I didn't know what it meant, but it must be something related to Voldemort's resurrection. Even though I knew that Rio and the others are going to be there, I couldn't stop myself from feeling nervous. I mean, what if Voldemort is able to run away? What if someone gets killed? Even though I had all these worries, I have decided to follow Edgar's plans. I have seen his girlfriends trust him blindly and he has saved me from hell before, so I decided to trust him. If this works, Voldemort will be killed in a permanent manner and I will be finally able to avenge my parents. I will be also free from the prophecy hanging over my head. I have thought this through, and even if I ran away now, I know that Voldemort would be back one day and I can't keep living while looking over my shoulder. I finally entered the maze and all these thoughts were put away for later contemplation, not that I had any more time. I quickly navigated through the maze and the first thing I faced was Voldemort. I was scared at first, then I remembered it must be a boggart. I have read about them and Tonks has also told me that there could be boggarts in the third task. I used the spell Ridiculous and the robes of Voldemort changed into a pink cardigan. After that, I banished the boggart and continued to run through the maze. Devil's Snare was quickly dealt with help of Incendio, but the next magical beast I found made me retreat. Blast ended Scrut. Hagrid was a nice guy and I became his friend in a short time, but his love of dangerous magical creatures isn't something I support. Hagrid might be the gentle giant, but this thing is not. After retreating from that path, I finally found another way, but what I found there scared me even more. The whole place was blown apart and several craters have formed on the ground. I saw a magical beast. A sphinx laying inside such a crater. It was battered and bloody, but it was still alive. I decided not to go near it and sneaked past it. It looked towards me but didn't do anything. It was better to say that it wasn't able to do anything. I ran past the place and what I found after that horrified me even more. Body parts of acromantulas were everywhere. I kept my wand pointed and ready. I was the second person to enter the maze. Roxanne was first. This must be her work. I honestly don't want to know how she was able to do all this. I finally arrived before the cup, but shouldn't Roxanne be here too? I felt a chill run down my spine, but I didn't know what to do. I don't know if Roxanne was supposed to be there with me or if her job was only to clear my path. Whatever it is, I decided to follow the plan and went to the cup. As soon as I grabbed the cup, I felt a familiar tug around my navel. It was like a portkey. With that, I suddenly appeared in a graveyard. I didn't say anything and got up. With my wand ready, I looked around but nothing much was visible. It was because of mist. I finally noticed the grave near to me. Thomas Riddle. I heard a twig snap and whipped my head in that direction, but I didn't get any time to react. A red spell hit me and I knew no more. My world turned completely black. Chapter 160, GOF, 18EI, and the final fight, I. Edited. POV Rumi, Roxanne. I have to say, this was one of my best fights after I arrived in this world, not that there were a lot of fights here. Only fucking politics. I looked at the beaten and bloody sphinx laying in a crater and honestly felt bad for it. I might have gone slightly overboard than I needed. Stay there and don't move. It was an awesome fight. Maybe we can have another fight someday. With that, I decided to leave the Sphinx, but I didn't notice the horrified look on the Sphinx's face when I said that we were going to fight someday later. I decided to continue my search for the cup. After all, I can't allow Harry to grab the cup on his own. An acromantula attacked me, but it met a swift end with a swift punch. With that, I continued my swift stroll through the maze. Some more acromantulas also decided to try their luck, but all of them met their predecessor's fate. Haha. I finally found the shiny cup. I decided to wait for Harry to grab the cup. I pulled out Rio's invisibility cloak from my robes and put it on and stood right beside the cup. I had to wait more than 5 minutes before Harry finally arrived with his wand drawn. He had a horrified look on his face. Oops. He must have seen the destruction I have left behind. At least, he is smart enough to have his wand in his hand. Harry walked up to the cup and looked around once again. Is he looking for me or is he worried that someone will attack him? Harry gulped and finally grabbed the cup. I followed his movement and grabbed the cup along with him at the same time. I felt a tug around my navel and found myself sprawled in a dark graveyard. I found Harry looking around with a horrified look on his face. Thankfully I was still covered inside the invisibility cloak after such a disgusting portkey journey. This was the worst portkey I have ever used. While Harry was looking around with fear on his face, I decided to get away from the place. POV Rio, Edgar. Momo, Namuri, Dora, Sirius, Amelia, and I gathered in the graveyard and we decided to take different positions. I gave them only one instruction, that they shouldn't give in to their impulse and attack before I give the signal. I asked Momo to make some gas masks, she happily made them and I handed them to everyone. Dora and I took 2 masks. Dora took one for herself and another for Harry, I took one for myself and another one for Rumi. Dora put on an invisibility cloak and hid near the grave of Thomas Riddle SNR while the others went to hide in different places. I was hiding with Namuri. I needed to instruct her. We didn't have to wait for too long as the ratman arrived in the graveyard with a bundle in his arms. A huge snake slithered behind them and it went to roam around the graveyard. I have already told everyone to leave the snake alone for now. The snake coiled itself not far from the place where Pettigrew started to prepare the cauldron and fire for the ritual. All of us patiently waited while Pettigrew prepared the cauldron and the potion inside it. More than an hour passed and the potion was finally ready. All this time we heard a shrill voice, too unnatural to be a human, was giving commands to Pettigrew. All of us have noticed that the voice was coming from the bundle Pettigrew was carrying. Suddenly all of us heard a crack and Harry sprawled on the ground along with the cup. I activated my heat vision and found that Rumi was here too and slightly nudged Namuri to grab Rumi. Namuri silently went away, my eyes immediately zeroed in the direction where Sirius was hiding. I have asked Momo to hide near him because of a specific reason. If Sirius acts up then Momo is going to stun him. Looks like my worries were on point. When Pettigrew fired off the stunning curse at Harry, Sirius was ready to jump out and all of us heard a thump sound. Pettigrew and Voldy immediately noticed the noise, and I started to curse Sirius's 7 generations. Check it. The small bundle hissed in Parseltongue and Nagini immediately went to complete her given task. Momo conjured a mongoose and snake and rolled out from the hiding place. I activated my heat vision and looked in that direction and found Momo silently moving away while levitating Sirius in the air. I was really angry at Sirius. Thankfully Momo was crafty enough to hide the red light of a stunning spell or this charade would be already over. Forgive me Harry, I heard a voice and saw Pettigrew whispering to Harry while restraining him with the statue over the grave of Thomas Riddle SNR. I turned my head back towards Momo and saw her flash step away with Sirius and only after a second, she returned empty-handed. I shouldn't have brought that fucker in the first place. I raged inside my mind. Jeopardizing the plan means putting my girlfriends in danger. I forcefully calmed myself down. Getting enraged won't help me now. I will deal with him later. I looked towards where Amelia was hiding and found that she stayed in her position. I wasn't able to see the expression on her face after all. I was using heat vision to see. Namuri finally arrived at my side with Rumi. Namuri was looking angry too. I pointed towards the place where Harry was being held. Pettigrew finally revived Harry and he immediately started to look around in bewilderment. As soon as his eyes landed on Pettigrew, Harry started to struggle to get free while glaring at the ratman. I don't think that this fucker is acting. He must have a lot of pent-up rage. Can't blame him. That rat fucker screwed his family. I decided to watch the scenes unfolding before me. Pettigrew dropped the bundle he was carrying in his arms in the cauldron. I am sorry Harry. I can't stop now, Pettigrew said in a guilty expression, and ripped apart the grave of Thomas Riddle SNR. Pettigrew levitated a bone from the grave while saying, "Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son," Pettigrew said and dropped the bone in the cauldron. Then Pettigrew pulled out a silver dagger and held it above his hand while shaking his head. Right at this moment, I send an impulse to him. He would say the words correctly but his intent is going to be different. After all, we all know that magic depends on intent. Flesh of the servant, willingly given, you will revive your master. Pettigrew stuttered the whole sentence and finally dropped the knife cutting off his hand while shaking his head. In his head he didn't do this willingly. His chopped off arm dropped into the cauldron while Pettigrew grabbed his stump and dropped on the ground while screaming like a pig. After a few minutes, Pettigrew finally gathered his wits and got up grabbing his stump, and went towards Harry. As soon as I get myself free, I will rip you apart with my bare hands, you bastard. You will finally get what's coming to you, you motherfucker. Harry continued to scream at Pettigrew. Pettigrew slightly cowered but he still had the dagger in his hand. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe, Pettigrew stuttered out and stabbed Harry in his arm. Suddenly realization flashed in Harry's eyes and his expression completely changed. Go on, take as much as you want, Harry said and Pettigrew looked completely horrified and didn't know what to do. He put away the dagger in his robes and pulled out a vial and still collected the blood. With that done, Pettigrew returned to the cauldron and poured the blood in the cauldron. The whole cauldron caught fire, the cauldron transformed into a baby and started to grow, until it became a complete adult and dropped on the ground. It was the same Voldy from the movie with his snaky skin color. A/N, the restriction of Voldy becomes slightly different due to the change of their intent. Robe me, no said and Pettigrew was somehow able to put the robe over Voldemort before collapsing on the ground. Since Snakeface was inside the cauldron he didn't notice that Harry gave the blood willingly and Pettigrew gave the arm unwillingly. Like in the movies. Snakeface called his followers and I gestured towards Namiri. Namiri opened up her whole top and started to release a colorless and odorless gas that was going to confuse everyone. I noticed that Namiri was completely topless and flashing her tits to me, damn it. I failed. After so many years, she was still an exhibitionist. Thankfully she was hidden and no one would be able to see her, except me. Namiri smirked and put her top back in place when she felt that it was enough. Voldy continued to gloat how he was able to touch Harry now and began to give a speech. Dora used this chance and decided to whisk away Harry with her. No one noticed Harry was being taken due to the gas. Voldy went on giving his speech about how he was going to take over Britain. I quickly cast anti-portkey and anti-apparition wards so that no one would be running away from here. None of them still has noticed that anything was wrong and Voldy was still busy giving his speech about his greatness. I signaled everyone that the plan was starting. I slowly went towards where Nagini was slithering. Goodbye, Snake, I said and cast Fiend Fire. Voldy finally felt something was wrong when he felt his Horcrux and familiar was being destroyed. No, Voldy howled in rage. Show yourself, coward. Voldy shouted and I put away my invisibility cloak and walked out of the darkness. Hello, Voldy, remember me? I was the one who burned you in Hogwarts, I said with a huge grin on my face. It was you. Voldy screamed and pointed his wand towards me. Avada Kedavra, Voldy cast the killing curse but the curse wasn't even close to me. Looks like you have to work on your aim, I said while Voldy and his Death Eaters had a horrified look on their face. Impossible, how did you survive the curse? Voldy asked enraged. Oh, did he and his cronies see that I survived the curse? Looks like Namiri's gas is working really well. Wouldn't you like to know, Snake Face? I asked in a teasing tone and a Death Eater dropped on the ground headless. I looked and saw that the girls started to rain down spells all over the place and I saw Rumi lunge towards a Death Eater and she punched him into oblivion. With that, the slaughter finally started. Chapter 161, GOF, Zix, and Final Fight, 2. Edited. POV Rio, Edgar. When the girls jumped into the fray, the whole pandemonium broke out. After all, this was the first time someone was using lethal attacks against them. They forgot about Voldy who was screaming orders at them. The Death Eaters were busy, trying to run away rather than listening to him. Rumi was slaughtering the Death Eaters left and right with her fists while the rest were shooting spells to kill except Momo. She was firing stunners. Now, I didn't want to give any quarter to Snake Face so I shot a lung shredder at him. His head immediately snapped in my direction, he hissed in anger and his wand snapped in my direction and started to fire spells. I didn't even bother to put up a defense because Voldy's aim was really messed up because of the confusion gas. Voldy was confused and decided to check his wand, then he checked his hand. Seeing nothing wrong, he shot some more spells towards me, all of them were sailing past me. Looks like you forgot how to use your wand, I said while rubbing my chin. Shut up you mudblood, Voldy screamed in rage. Sure, whatever makes you happy, I was trying to kill Voldy by making him angry, he spat out blood in anger but didn't die. Okay, looks like that is the maximum effect I can get. I didn't mind him calling me mudblood, after all, if I lose my mind on such an insult then I should give up on my plans. Voldy started to scream in pain, wait. I didn't even hit him. I thought he spat out blood because of my insult like the thing that happens in Chinese novels. But it seems that it wasn't the case. Voldy's whole body has started to crack, oh, it must be happening because of the ritual. I kept my eyes on him, waited for the girls to finish with the riffraffs. After another minute all the Death Eaters except Pettigrew were finally dealt with. Namiri killed all the stunned Death Eaters, so no one was left. I needed Pettigrew for later. Harry and Rumi needed a scapegoat, they were going to put the blame on Pettigrew for the kidnapping. I didn't think that you were going to kill them, I said to Namiri who walked up to me. They deserve nothing else, after all of them were bigoted fools. I have decided long ago that if I go to hell because of killing then so be it, but I will kill as many of them as I can. After what happened with Dora it became quite clear to me, this is a shitty world, Namiri said looking at Voldy who was rolling on the floor in pain. You didn't need to go to such lengths for me, Dora walked out of the darkness along with Harry. No, I needed to, Namiri said silently and waited for Amelia, Momo, and Rumi to arrive. Now, I needed another guest here, after all, without him vanquishing Voldy would be meaningless. Dixie. I called and the small elf popped beside us. I was the one who cast the wards so there was no problem for Dixie to enter the wards. Dixie, please bring our guest, I said to which the elf nodded and popped away. Only after a few seconds, Dixie popped back with Dumbles and once again popped away again. Hello, Dumbledore. I hope you liked my hospitality, I said crouching down in front of Dumbledore. Dumbledore saw my face for the first time and his eyes grew completely wide, this must have been the biggest shocker of his whole life. Amelia, Momo, and Rumi also arrived at the scene. Harry was really surprised to see Dumbledore in such a condition. Amelia and the girls already knew that I had captured the fool. Dumbles finally looked around to see everyone and he was horrified to see everyone's faces. The confusion gas had already lost its effect, so we have taken off the masks. I grabbed Dumbles by his hair and forcefully picked him up. Dumbledore grunted in pain, but I didn't let go. I showed him what we have done with the Death Eaters. How can you kill so many? All of them could be redeemed. Dumbledore decided to pull his grandfatherly act now. You are in this too, Amelia? Dumbledore asked Amelia in a very disappointed tone. Amelia didn't say anything, she just snorted in annoyance. Dumbles, stop fooling around. All of us know about your caring grandfatherly facade you used to get things done your way, I said while punching the old fool. I didn't use much power or he might have died. After all, I was keeping his magic suppressed. The reason I called you here was because the prophecy is going to be fulfilled tonight, I said, pointing towards Voldy, who was still on the floor, and then towards Harry, who had a confident face and he was gripping his wand tightly. Harry, my boy, what has happened to you? Don't listen to them, don't become like them, Dumbles said in a pleading tone. I was already reading his thoughts. He knew his game was over and he was spouting all of these as a last-ditch effort. Shut up, Dumbledore. Harry exclaimed. I have to do this, I need to do this or he will keep coming after me. The prophecy still hangs over my head and he is the one who killed my parents, Harry said with conviction and pointed his wand towards Voldy. A simple reducto or diffindo would do it, right? Harry turned his head towards me and asked. Harry. I beg you not to do this. This path will take you to the dark side. For the greater good, you must let him go, Dumbledore said. Did he really say that? Is his brain even working? I checked his thoughts and found his real reason for asking this. He wanted to buy time. It was clear to him that Voldy was dying, so if he dies on his own, the prophecy remains unfulfilled and Harry could still be sacrificed. Thankfully Harry didn't listen to his blabber and cast a reducto and blew off Voldy's head. Harry saw what he has done and spat at Voldy's dead body before walking away. I gestured to Dora to follow him. It was really anticlimactic, but who cares? After all, dealing with bad guys like this is much better than having a death battle with him. What have you done? Dumbledore said, looking in Harry's direction. Oh, don't worry. He just fulfilled the prophecy. Amelia, take this fool into custody. After all, death will be too light for him, I said to Amelia, and Dumbles immediately started to make plans. Oh, don't worry, Dumbles, I will use a spell that will make it impossible for you to tell anyone about the things that happened here tonight. Obviously, it's a dark spell, but Amelia won't be saying anything, I said and cast the spell on Dumbles. I read his thoughts. He felt all of his plans crumbling around him. Sure. Vicky, I will be needing your help to get his trial arranged as soon as we can. He was a high-priority criminal after all, Amelia said and strapped Dumbles with a portkey. I finally lowered the wards and Dumbles was immediately whisked away to the ministry cell. I revived Pettigrew and messed up with all his memories and stunned him again before he started to beg. Rumi grabbed Pettigrew and started to drag him with her and Harry was finally ready to go back. Rumi and Harry grabbed the cup and took Pettigrew back with them. Now, let's deal with the graveyard. I don't want to leave behind any proof, I said, to which Amelia and Namuri both nodded their heads. Amelia and Namuri decided to leave first, and Momo was going to return along with me. Amelia and Namuri operated out of the graveyard. Momo and I left the graveyard and I cast fiend fire over the whole graveyard. A leviathan of fire erupted from my hand and engulfed the whole area. I controlled the fiend fire so that it won't leave the premises of the graveyard. When I was satisfied the fire has burned everything, I willed the fire to go out. I was right, the graveyard was completely charred now, nothing was left behind, even the graves were burned out. Where did you put Sirius? Now that everything was finally over, I looked over to Momo and asked. I dropped him outside Hogsmeade and returned here, Momo said while extending her hand towards me. She must want to take me there. I grabbed her hand and she operated taking me with her. Both of us appeared right outside of Hogsmeade and found Sirius was still laying there. I revived him and Flash stepped along with Momo. I didn't want to stay and explain anything to that fool. He almost destroyed the plan. Now, I find myself feeling really stupid for taking him with me. Both Momo and I returned to Hogwarts and found that everything was already over. Fudge, even after losing his position, was blamed for the kidnapping because he allowed Pettigrew to escape and tried to sweep the matter under the rug. Pettigrew was taken into custody by Amelia and she publicly announced that Albus Dumbledore was also in her custody as of this evening. Rumi and Harry were awarded the cup along with 1,000 galleons. Sirius finally arrived and looked towards us with a complicated expression on his face. I didn't even bother to say anything to him. With that, the tournament was finally over and my mission in this world is over. Chapter 162, Epilogue HP World, R18. Edited. POV Rio, Edgar. It has been 10 years since the day I have helped Harry to kill Voldemort. I know, it is kind of pushing it when I say that I helped him. It was rather I presented Voldy on a silver platter to him. The next day, Albus Dumbledore was put on trial. He was once known as the greatest wizard since Merlin, the leader of the light. All of his titles were ripped away. After he was questioned under Veritaserum, he was called a monster, a demon on earth, and a lot more. Amelia and Nemuri held a public trial for him, where everyone would be able to attend. After all, they didn't want someone saying that he was framed. It was quite a chore because they had to arrange everything in a few hours. Even with such short notice, almost the whole population of magical Britain came to see the trial. The news about Harry and Rumi or Roxanne winning the Triwizard Tournament was completely buried, neither of them minded. Even the news of several pureblood lords was ignored. That is why everything was planned in this manner. Everyone ignored those poor sods, and technically Dumbles was the one who helped me bury the hatchet. Everyone called for execution through kiss because of the vile crimes Dumbledore has committed in the name of his greater good. But he was sentenced to a lifetime in Azkaban. Someone from Wisengamot said that it would be much better because death was going to be mercy. Everyone immediately agreed, and Albus Dumbledore, once a great wizard, leader of light, now known as monster or demon, was dragged away by Dementors to Azkaban. His flaming chicken was still inside the dungeons. I could release it now that the Azkaban is made phoenix-proof, but I still kept it here. After all, I don't need him flaming someone I care about into a volcano for revenge. Dumbledore took his last breath yesterday. No one knew of this, but Dumbles was supposed to die long ago if it wasn't for me. From his mind, I have found out the location of the Philosopher's Stone which he was using, and fed him the elixir of life from time to time so that he could continue living and wouldn't die too quickly. I have researched a lot on that stone and found out that it was made after sacrificing 100 virgins. Alchemy is based on the principle of equal exchange, and everyone knows that the Philosopher's Stone was made by the Flammels using alchemy. So, he must have used something in exchange so that the stone has those properties. Even if it was called the elixir of life, it just made your aging process extremely slow. The Flammels were able to live about 6 centuries because their aging process was slowed down. After they gave Dumbles the stone, they finally died. Like I have said, if I want to find something, then no one could stop me. I found the Flammels' property in all the research. The property has 2 graves. Their DNA and magic completely matched with the stone, so I guess they were the Flammels. Dumbledore was already old and his body was already falling apart because of the absence of magic. He would have died within a month inside Azkaban, but I forced him to stay alive with the elixir of life. A lot has changed since the day Voldemort was finally vanquished. Only a handful of people knew about that because it wasn't announced. Nemuri started to use all the political and economical power she had to push forward the magical world. The first thing she did was to lift up the ban from enchanting Muggle devices with magic. This change met some opposition, but it was soon ground into dust. Next, she locked down the whole ministry under strong wards so that no one could leave, and made the unspeakable swear an oath of loyalty to the ministry. After all, it was the only department that was completely autonomous. Even if the unspeakables aren't happy with this, they chose to swear an oath because they very well knew that they wouldn't be able to win against her in magical combat. After she got the unspeakables under her command, she decided to weed out all the ministry workers with pure-blooded ideology. She wanted to use Veritaserum to question everyone, but the head unspeakable and Amelia stopped her. They finally decided to use oaths, so their taking over would be much subtler. Even if it was subtle, a lot of wizards and witches protested, but it didn't bear any result. Nemuri's statement was clear: if you want to work in the ministry, then you must swear the oath. Since then the magical world has only developed. The remaining lords of pure-blood families who believed in the pure-blooded agenda tried to cause a riot, but it didn't work. As they were only few in numbers because most of them were killed in the graveyard. Those who tried were thrown into Azkaban with charges of treason against the ministry. After that incident, no one has tried. Within only 3 years, magical Britain had become technologically equal to the mundane world. Aurors have started to use both guns and wands. Discrimination due to blood status was completely abolished. Magical Britain was flourishing now, and a lot of backward magical societies were following our example. During our 7th year, Amelia finally retired from her position. After all, she has nothing more to do. During our 6th year, she married Sirius, who apparently has decided to settle down. Speaking of Sirius, we weren't on the best of terms. He and Harry left Britain permanently. After Amelia retired, she moved along with Susan to France. Susan left Hogwarts and started to attend Beauxbatons. It wasn't surprising when the news of Harry Potter getting married to Susan Bones came out. Enough about them, they chose their path in life. Now, let's talk more about Britain. Britain has become the most advanced magical community now. We were now a couple of centuries ahead of mundane society in the technological sector. Flying cars, teleportation panels, spaceships, and whatnot. We have also started a small farming project on Mars. Nemuri was finally able to modernize the fashion sense of magical people. Robes were now a thing of the past. Marriage contracts and love potions were completely banned, and anyone forcing their children to marry someone would be punished severely. Narcissa has become the role model for rich women. She was the first woman to get a harem of men in magical Britain. She started the trend and a few followed. It met with severe backlash, but they were only able to get a law that no woman would be able to force any men to join the harem. She has 3 children, 2 daughters, and a son now, and she has declared that the Malfoy family is going to be a female-dominant family. I could feel dear old Lucy and his ancestors rolling in his grave, if anything of him is buried in a grave. She threw out Draco from the family when he started to spout out bullshit. So, Draco Malfoy became Draco No-Name. He ended up in Azkaban when he tried to start the riot with other pureblood lords. Hermione became a ministry worker. She started working in the Department of Magical Creatures. She wanted to free the house elves, stupid bent. She was only successful to get some laws passed so that no one would be able to mistreat them. Namuri made a joint table and abolished the Wisengamot. She also made a law that would stop any laws that would be beneficial to either purebloods or muggleborns from passing, and this was different, because the Queen herself agreed with this, so it can't be changed. Hogwarts was also doing great. The numbers of students who attended Hogwarts have grown exponentially after we have included mundane courses too, and we also decreased the fees and brought back several old subjects like dueling, enchanting, dark arts, etc. Namuri also started mastery courses in Hogwarts, which seemed to be a true boon as students from all over the world came to learn. Apparently, Hogwarts was very famous around the world, but most avoided it because of lacking subjects. Now, enough about other stuff, let's talk about my girls. Dora retired from the Auror Corps 2 years ago. She was happily living with us. Luna lived in the Lovegood residence because she has taken over the Quibbler from her father. Now, it was one of the best-selling papers. Momo went ahead and became a spellcrafter and enchanted things from time to time. She was definitely one of the best enchanters, but she has more interest in spellcrafting. She was finally able to make her greatest hit. It was a spell to share the vision with a willing person. Rumi went on and became a duelist, while Fleur became a full-time enchanter. I still remember when Fleur finally decided to take the final step. She was the one with the greatest sex drive among the girls. I was brought out of my thoughts when a pair of arms snaked around me from behind. I could feel her naked body over mine. I turned around and was immediately pulled into a hot kiss. My hands roamed around her body and started to remember our first time. Flashback, it happened right after the 3rd task. After the press conference regarding the kidnapping and tournament was finally over, we were returning to our room when we met with Fleur. "Can we talk?" Fleur asked me nervously. I immediately became curious that she was nervous. "Yeah, sure." "Girls, wait for me in the room." I bid farewell to the girls and allowed Fleur to lead me where she wanted. She took me to an empty classroom and she was now wearing some robes. After entering, she cast a few locking charms and privacy charms. "So, what do you want to talk about?" I asked her, and she answered by opening her robes. My jaw immediately dropped on the floor when I saw she was only wearing a pair of underwear, if it could be called underwear. The underwear was just covering her nipples and snatch. She dropped the robes and seductively approached me. Well, I wasn't thinking much about talking. She smiled seductively and started to caress my crotch. I groaned in pleasure. She pushed me back on the table and started to kiss me hungrily and tore off my shirt. My hands found her breasts and I started to caress them lovingly. Breasts are gifts from heaven, so they should be treated with love. Fleur's hands continued to caress my chest. It felt like she was trying to engrave my chest into her memory. "Push me down. Have your way with me." Fleur stopped kissing and demanded. Well, who am I to deny my lady? I didn't even need to use my power and rolled around, pinning her beneath me. I tore off her bra and took her right nipple in my mouth while my other hand was worshipping her other boob. My member was really hard and Fleur kept on caressing it and stroking it through the pants. I backed away and pulled down my pants along with my boxers. Now, I was standing in all my glory. I dropped off my shirt and moved Fleur's extra small panties to expose her snatch. Her honeypot was dripping wet, her pussy was clean-shaven. Her aroma was really alluring, pulling me in. I was about to go down on her. She stopped me. "No need. Just take me. I have been ready for you for a long time," Fleur moaned, her hands still caressing my muscles. I wasn't sure, but I positioned my member in front of her wet and dripping snatch and slowly pushed in. She moaned loudly and crossed her legs behind me, pulling me in with her legs. I felt her hymen break, but she didn't seem much affected because of that. But I stopped when a yellow light erupted from her body. "Don't need to wait, fuck me silly already." Fleur moaned in a husky voice and I started to thrust into her. She grabbed my head and pulled me into her chest. I still wanted to ask her about the light. I continued thrusting into her and we both reached climax together. "What was that light?" I asked after we both reached climax. Fleur didn't want to stop and started to move on her own. "Don't stop. I am a Vila, I don't need rest after an orgasm," Fleur said, even though I was curious about that light. I decided that there were much more important things now. The light represented my bonding with you. I truly loved you, so I bonded with you for life. I thought she won't answer, but she did answer. We Vila are sexual creatures, we always crave sex after reaching maturity. I have reached my maturity this year, but I stayed a virgin for you. Vila can bond with only one man, and after they bond they can't love any other men. Fleur arched her back and came, her eyes rolled back. I was about to stop but she immediately returned to normal. Now, enough history lesson. Fuck me stupid, turn my legs into jelly, fuck me into oblivion, fuck me so hard that I would walk funny tomorrow, Fleur said between her moans. Since she is asking so nicely, I decided to do just that. More than 2 hours passed and we were still going on it. After coming for the 12th time, Fleur finally decided to take a break. I have really hit the jackpot. You are still hard, Fleur said, stroking my dick. Fleur was laying over my chest. Was your first time like you have imagined? I asked Fleur. I was caressing her back lovingly. Oh, it was. It was much more than anything I had imagined. I have always heard from other Vilas that they have to scratch their itch on their own after sex, they don't get satisfied with a single man. My mama is bonded with my father so she manages somehow, and bonded Vila can't do that, Fleur said while playing with my bits. Edgar, why don't we take this to your room? I think the others are still waiting for you, Fleur said. I guess, she has a point. You don't mind the others? I asked her, to which she chuckled. Of course, not. I like both men and women, but since I am bonded with you, only you and your women now. I just wanted my first time to be with you, Fleur said, getting up. Her underwear was completely gone so she picked up her robes and wrapped them around her body. I also repaired my shirt and got dressed as soon as possible. Both of us left the room and went towards the Ravenclaw dorms. I found the girls were waiting for me, they had already planned an all-night sex marathon. We didn't sleep until the sun was up. Flashback end. Fleur, we can't do it now, we are leaving this world today, I said, stopping Fleur. Fleur wasn't a depraved pervert like Namiri, but she has the biggest sex drive. She can compete with all the other girls on her own. I have told Dora and Fleur about our world travel and we also informed their parents. Both of their parents were quite nervous but they didn't stop their daughters. Luna already knew about world travel so she didn't need to be informed. I have tried to find out clues about our next world from her but she kept her lips sealed. She said that it was going to be a nice surprise for me. Luna's father didn't even need convincing, he happily agreed as Luna would be able to travel around and find new magical creatures. Can't we have a quickie? Fleur asked while pouting. Nope, we need to get ready now. I don't want to be late, this was just bullshit. I was simply excited about the next world. I didn't know which world I was going to next. I have no suggestions for God this time. I will still visit this world from time to time because this world was our money-making world now. We have made so much money that it wasn't even funny anymore. If I decide to take our money away from the market, then the whole global market would collapse. We own the complete tech industry in the mundane world and we also have a monopoly on the weapons manufacturing industry. We also own most of the businesses in magical Britain. I was taking a lot of gold biscuits with me to the next world. I have no idea where we were going to go next. After all, gold is valuable in all the worlds. Come on, let's wake up the girls, I said to Fleur, who was still pouting but she still nodded her head. I went to the bed and woke up the girls, all of them were excited to see a new world. They got up quickly and went to the bath. After taking a long and relaxing bath we finally left the bath. Nothing naughty happened today in the bath as everyone was excited to meet God and go to the new world. I have already asked God if I would be able to travel to Harry Potter world after I leave it or not. He said I could visit here freely. I asked him this when he told me that I have completed the mission. So, I didn't need to seal anything, after all this was my money world. After breakfast, I told the house elves that we would be going on a vacation. They were sad but didn't mind it. Luna wanted to take Attila with her but I told her that I didn't know what kind of world we were going to, so I could only bring her later. I tried to trick her with this to get any information regarding the new world but she kept her lips sealed. When we were finally ready to go, all 7 of us stood in an open space and I spoke, God, we are ready. As soon as I finished, a huge portal appeared in front of me. All of us walked together into the portal filled with excitement. This was our first step towards the new world. A/N, finally the HP arc is over. I am so glad, it was getting really boring. From tomorrow I will start writing about the new world. To be honest, the HP arc could have been better. Chapter 163, Bloodlines, True Origin and Missions. POV Rio, A/N, finally I am done with the extra names. All 7 of us appeared in a pitch-black place but we could still see each other. Momo, Rumi, Namiri, and I remembered this place but it was new for the girls, except Luna. She was looking with a dreamy look on her face. I don't know if she was able to see anything or not. Seeing that God didn't come to greet us, I decided to call him out like I did the last time. Hello, I called out. The girls gave me an odd look. Hey. Don't look at me like that, when you enter someone's house you should call them out. I understand your feelings, but this isn't my home, young man. God's voice boomed throughout the place, but it wasn't unpleasant to us. Hello, God. I am Luna Lovegood, nice to meet you. Luna happily introduced herself to God. Well, I guess Luna is still Luna. It's also nice to meet you, child, God said in a soothing voice, to which Luna happily nodded. Trust Luna to make friends with anyone. Well, I guess I should not waste any more time. I will give Itsuki Ryo all the necessary information regarding the next world, God said, and some information appeared in my mind. I slightly cursed, but it wasn't too bad. Honestly, I think this is going to be exciting. This time God gave me 2 missions. One was going to be quite hard while the other is necessary for survival, or one of my girls might turn to dust. Like hell, I would allow that to happen. Now, I have already decided what to give you this time. I hope all you can achieve your maximum potential, God said, and all of us were covered in white light. When the light finally faded, we found ourselves in the middle of a desert. Everyone looked around but said nothing, as all of them were still processing the information they received from God. I have already noticed some changes among the girls, as Namiri has gained fox ears and 9 tails that were swishing behind her. Momo has gained a certain kind of glow around her. Rumi has gained back her ears and tail too. Fleur's hair has gained orange streaks and orange marks have appeared around her eyes. Dora and Luna looked normal like they did before. Some time passed when Momo finally broke the silence. So what powers did you guys receive? God made me a solar elf. I can draw power from the sun and use it to nourish my body. Apparently, I have become an immortal. I won't age, but I can still be killed, Momo said and showed off her new pointy ears. Wow, pointy ears really suit her, and now that she mentioned immortality, she looked a lot younger now. So, because of the sun's power, her skin has gained a different kind of glow. She really looked like the elves from animes and mangas. I became a 9-tailed fox. I also gained immortality like Momo, but I could still be killed. Namiri smiled seductively, swaying her body. Her tails were constantly swishing behind her back. It looked really cute. I wasn't able to hold myself back and caressed her tail. Namiri moaned. You can play with them all you want, honey, Namiri said, licking her lips. Fleur and Dora were also playing with Namiri's tails while Luna was caressing Rumi's rabbit ears, and with her other hand, she was touching Momo's pointy ears. Rumi coughed and brought everyone down to earth. Namiri was annoyed as she felt really nice. God made me a lunar rabbit. I have also gained immortality similar to Momo and Namiri, Rumi said while her ears kept constantly twitching. I wanted to give in to my impulse and touch her ears, but I was able to stop myself. During our final year in the HP world, I have told Luna, Dora, and Fleur our real names. So, there was no need to hide it anymore. God gave me divinity. He made me the goddess of mimicry, Dora said with a proud smile and puffed out her chest. Wow, she received a divinity. The others girls also looked at her in awe except for Namiri, who clicked her tongue. The previous goddess must have been a klutz too, made it quite easy for God to choose, Namiri said in a mocking tone, and all of us immediately burst out laughing. All of you are meanies. Dora said cutely and pouted. I pulled her into my arms and gave her a passionate kiss. She immediately stopped pouting and gave Namiri a smug grin. God made me true Oracle of Gaia. Except my seer abilities, I don't have any special powers, but I became an immortal too like the others, Luna said with a happy smile on her face. Oh yes. I can also teleport from any place. Nothing can stop my teleportation ability, Luna added with an excited smile on her face. At least she can run away if needed. For a moment I was worried, as there are many people in this world who can ignore magic. You can still use magic, right? Dora asked her, looking worried. Oh, yes, of course. God also gave me the power to cast magic wandlessly, Luna said, and all the other girls chimed in agreement. It seems that God gave every one of them the power to cast magic without a wand. Apparently, they said that they forgot to tell me about this because of their excitement regarding their bloodline and immortality. God made a true phoenix because it matched with my racial traits. I gained true immortality, unlike others. I can be killed, but I will be reborn from my ashes, Fleur said, turning into her Vila form, but this time she was covered in orange flames. Even though her body was burning, her clothes remained intact. She turned back to her human form and the fire went off. After Fleur finished her explanation, all they turned their eyes in my direction. I didn't receive any new power. He unlocked my true bloodline. I am Leviathan of Destruction. Apparently, I died in some war which happened a millennium ago. The exact details are quite sketchy. I said. All the girls were completely shocked and they immediately jumped to give me a group hug. They started to caress me while saying soothing words to me. I don't mind the extra attention. Apparently, my powers came from Leviathan of Destruction, but he lost his entire being after he died, and then he merged with my human body when I died in my real world. I lost most of my memories too, but the memories related to fiction remained because the soul of Leviathan liked them. Our souls combined and we became a new being altogether. Our soul was way too strong to go through the natural reincarnation cycle, so we were stuck there. This caused an error in the system and God found out about me. Our being was still unstable, so he was unable to directly meet us. He allowed me to be born in the MHA world, and when my soul was finally stable enough, he contacted me and gave me the mission. God didn't tell me anything about my previous life, he just told me what I am and how I became like this. Honestly, I no longer care for my previous life. This is my life and I have decided to live it to the fullest. God was also honest and told me that he was the one who killed the Leviathan in the war. Honestly, I don't care. I am neither the Leviathan and neither the human who merged together to make me. I am Itsuki Ryo, the new Leviathan of destruction. So, I didn't have any ill feelings towards the god, I just wanted to live happily with the girls and have a family of my own someday. This is the reason I didn't tell the girls my full story. Someone might say that I still don't trust them, but that isn't the case. Truthfully, I don't care about anything that happened before the merging of souls, and I won't seek retribution for that. I have a happy life now filled with adventures, and that was enough for me. The girls finally separated from me when I told them I was fine, and they heard me laughing loudly. I told them that I might not remember my past, but I can still build a future together with them. So, what kind of world are we in? Is this some apocalyptic world? Momo asked me, looking around at the endless desert that was surrounding us. If I am not wrong, then, this is the Sahara Desert. This is a modern world. This world is filled with superhumans, superheroes, mutated humans, and stuff like that. This is a modern world with technology similar to what the mundanes had in our world. The year is 2002. There are several secret organizations that would like to capture us and use us. Some would happily experiment on us, I said to the girls, who slowly digested all the information I gave them. Luna was a different case, as she already knew all this. So, what are we going to do now? Namiri asked me, looking curious. First, we are going to need a base, then, we will start gathering information, I said, to which all the girls agreed. What is our mission in this world? Momo asked me, and everyone looked interested. First mission is to kill a certain mad titan before he kills off half of the universe, and second mission is to create a safe haven for all mutants, I said with a serious look on my face. The second mission is going to be quite complicated. One more thing, never trust men who are bald in this world. Always keep up your mental shields. There is an annoying baldy in a wheelchair. He doesn't understand the meaning of privacy and likes to poke around inside people's heads, I added with a serious tone in my voice, to which all the girls nodded. Now, we needed to get out of Africa and enter the States. Chapter 164, Reactions and New Home. When Rio and the girls appeared in the world, they caused a massive energy spike in the desert. Organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra that were growing inside S.H.I.E.L.D. noticed this phenomenon. As soon as they noticed the spike, they pointed the high-tech satellite towards the desert, but they didn't find anything. Even if they were using satellites, they were slow. After all, it was just 2002. Technology hasn't developed up to that point in this era. It would take at least 10 more years to reach that level. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, New York. So, what's the report? A bald man with an eye patch spoke to a man with a huge forehead. Nothing, sir. It's confirmed that the energy spike we detected has erupted from the desert, but there is nothing else, the man with the huge forehead answered the bald man. What kind of energy did the sensors detect? The bald man asked again. No idea, sir. The only thing we do know is that it is a type of energy that messes with electronic objects, the man with a huge forehead answered. Send Agent Barton and keep me posted, Coulson. The bald man with the eye patch ordered. This man was also known as Nick Fury, the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D. The man he was talking to is Agent Phil Coulson, who nodded his head after hearing the order and left the room. Nick was left in deep contemplation. He didn't like not knowing. Hydra didn't need to send any agents to gather any information, because what information S.H.I.E.L.D. gathered they could easily get their hands on. There were a lot of organizations that noticed this energy spike, but none of them were able to react in time. Xavier Mansion, New York. While the organizations were busy gathering information, one man named Charles Xavier was already on his way to his beloved machine. He has also noticed the energy spike. Even though he is strong, he isn't strong enough to notice everything going on around the world. He entered the room where Cerebro was kept. One man and a woman trailed behind him, seeing the urgency on his face. As soon as the machine powered up, Charles Xavier put on his helmet and connected with Cerebro. He immediately looked in the direction from where he has sensed the energy spike, but unfortunately, he didn't find anything. He found this rather worrying. After all, he wasn't the only one who noticed the energy spike. He checked the surroundings of the region and finally found something odd. It was some kind of interference. He didn't know if any mutants were responsible for this or not, but there was something out there that can mess with his beloved machine. Charles finally sighed in disappointment and took off the helmet, turning off his connection to Cerebro. Professor, what happened? The woman that was trailing him asked worriedly. The woman had tan skin and white hair. The woman's name was Aurora Monroe. She was also known as Storm. I have sensed a huge energy spike that appeared in the middle of the Sahara Desert, and I decided to check it out, Charles said with a sad smile on his face. What did you find, Professor? Is Magneto behind this? The men who came along with Charles and Aurora asked the question. The man was wearing odd-looking futuristic glasses over his eyes. The man's name was Scott Summers, also known as Cyclops. No, I found nothing. Some kind of interference is blocking Cerebro. It can be a mutant who can block my powers, Charles said, but this time he regained his usual smile back. Professor, we can take the jet and check it out, Scott said. Aurora also agreed, as it could be a mutant whose X gene awakened and caused the energy spike. He or she could be alone and scared. You can't, I wasn't the only one who noticed the energy spike. Several organizations related to the various countries are already on the way, Charles said, and left the room. Even though neither of them liked it, they agreed that they needed to stay hidden. Kamartaj, Nepal. A woman suddenly woke up during the night noticing something unnatural has happened. She waved her hand and the room lit up and the woman appeared in all her bald glory. She felt an energy spike from the deserts of Sahara. Until now, she has seen everything that has happened in this world. She has even seen her own death, but what happened today wasn't something she has seen. She tried to use the Eye of Agamotto to see what was happening and found herself completely shocked as she didn't find anything. It was like the Eye of Agamotto had completely stopped working, but she knew that it wasn't the case as the rest of the visions were still clear to her. This was quite interesting for her, as after many centuries, she has found something she didn't know about. But she didn't know what to do now. As she was the protector of Earth, she could check that place herself, but she could already see that several organizations making their way there. The sorcerers have remained hidden until now, and that is not going to change now. She decided to see what things are going to change. For the first time in several centuries, she decided to pay attention to the outside world. POV Rio. We finally arrived at Dakhla Airport, after we have prepared all of our fake documents and exchanged a gold biscuit to create a bank account and get a huge amount of cash. Was it necessary to use the Imperius? Dora scathingly asked Namuri. He was asking questions about where I got that thing from. What was I going to do? Namuri snarked. You could have confounded him, Dora tried to reason. Dora, she wiped his mind afterwards, so there is no need to get angry at her. Either she Imperiused him or he would have pressed the alarm, Momo said in a serious tone. Dora didn't like it, but she understood why Namuri did it. Dora, you don't need to worry about this small stuff. After all, he wasn't hurt. He just forgot that he bought a gold biscuit, I said in a nonchalant voice. I don't know what she understood, but she just pouted. So, New York, eh? Fleur asked, finally taking her seat, and Luna was looking outside the window like a small girl. I always wanted to visit the city that never sleeps, Luna said in an excited voice and kept looking outside. The plane took off quite soon. Even if I have seen New York in the HP world, I wanted to see it in the MCU and XCU world. Now that I think of it, did no one notice our arrival in this world? Ancient One was sure to notice our arrival, but she didn't show up. Is she watching us using her peeking stone? Damn that cheating woman, but I don't want to be her enemy. I don't want to end up trapped in the mirror dimension. I think I could escape that place if I use my law of lightning, but I don't want to check it out. Dora and Luna kept ordering stuff throughout the whole flight. Not that I cared, after all, I had all the money in the world, I could at least allow my girls to indulge in luxury. It took us about 8 hours to arrive in New York, the city that never sleeps. It didn't take us too long to check out from John F. Kennedy International Airport. I was constantly using magic to mess with the surveillance devices. I didn't want anyone connecting the dots. Even if we have magically created fake documents, there was still the fact that we didn't exist in this world until today. I selected New York as my base of operations due to one major reason. SHIELD HQ was in New York, Xavier Mansion was also in New York, there was also a Sanctum in New York, the Baxter Building was also in New York, so New York was going to be the center of trouble. We had to take 2 cabs as there were 7 of us. We asked the drivers to take us to the Plaza Hotel. We can arrange everything tomorrow, the girls were quite tired today. I booked a villa so that all of us can stay together. I turned on the TV after entering the room. I wanted to know what was going on around the world. Even if I had the memories, I didn't know everything going on in the background. Looks like I was right. I turned on the TV and found out several protests are going on. A new bill was going to be introduced by Senator Robert Kelly. From what I remember, the events of X-Men happened in the year 2003. So, I still have some time to arrange everything. I decided to pay my attention to General Thaddeus Ross for now, as he has started the biotech enhancement project since last year. Damn. I thank a clemency for keeping such details. Momo, can you make something that can help me hack into anything without getting noticed or caught? I suddenly asked Momo, who was playing pillow fight with Namuri and Dora. Now, with all these secret organizations around us, I need to keep an eye on them. Momo stopped and was immediately hit by a pillow on her face. She glared at Namuri, who was whistling while looking in another direction. Momo thought for a few moments before looking at me. I can, if Fleur helps me, then I can get the thing ready in a week. After all, from what you have told me, there are no communities in this world that have managed to combine magic and technology. If I use both of them together, I could get you what you want, Momo said while thinking. Hearing her, Fleur also nodded her head. Fleur might have been one of the best enchanters, but Momo was the one who taught her everything. I have a job for each of you, I said, and started to explain my plans to them. Chapter 165, Nox. POV Rio. It has already been a week since we have arrived in this world and all of us have been really busy. Momo and Fleur were busy making the hacking device. Luna was, well, Luna, other than pestering me from time to time to bring Attila here, she kept watching cartoons on the TV. I let her be, as she didn't have any job other than watching the future and warning us when needed. Namiri was busy exchanging gold biscuits for money. She has already mastered some of her powers. She was now able to cast illusions to change her appearance completely. It wasn't a true change like Dora's, it was just an illusion. Dora was helping her to look for properties. Dora might be a klutz, but she is good at these kinds of stuff. Rumi was lurking around fight clubs gathering information. Never underestimate those places, as they are a really good place to gather information. After all, those places are always known for their shadier business. Every morning Namiri cast an illusion on her to hide Rumi's ears and tail. When we came to New York we were using glamour charms, but Namiri's illusions were much simpler to use, so we preferred them. It would have been much easier and simpler if Luna had opened her mouth, but unfortunately for us, she asked us to do everything the hard way. Though I would agree that it was much better this way, but some additional information never hurt. We were still in the hotel as we still haven't found a property that was suitable for us. It was already noon and I was currently standing near the Xavier mansion, watching it from quite a distance. It was quite clear that Charles hasn't noticed me or he would have sent someone by now. This was one of the places I was most worried about. After all, he was an old fool and he had similar ideals like OL Twinkles. They are a recipe for trouble. I checked everything from the outside but didn't enter the mansion. With magic, I could have easily done so, but I had no hurry. After a few more minutes I operated away from the place. The next place I needed to check was Culver University, Willowdale, Virginia. After all, this was the place where Hulk was born and Bruce Banner became a fugitive. Arriving outside the university I cast a Notice Me Not charm on myself and entered the place. I know that it was way too soon for me to come here. After all, Bruce Banner only joins the Biotech Force Enhancement Project in 2005, but I wanted to see the university. I looked around the place throughout the day without anyone noticing me. Unfortunately, I didn't find either Bruce Banner or Betty Ross. I didn't know if they were already attending Culver University or not, so I decided to check the student list. Using Imperius, I got the information I needed. They were studying at this university, but they were out on a field trip today. Looks like I was unlucky. Sullenly I left the place and returned to my hotel room and found that Dora and Namiri were there. So, how was your day, honey? Want to release your basilisk in my chamber of secrets? Of course, trust Namiri to say something like this as soon as I arrive. I don't even want to imagine what goes on inside her dirty little mind. Don't you have any shame, pervert? Dora said, looking scandalized, but Dora, that was a really stupid question. Namiri just scoffed and threw a file at me. I grabbed the file and found out that Namiri had tackled Dora on the couch and started to tickle her mercilessly. I decided to leave them to their own devices and opened the file and saw a nice 10-story building. It belonged to a drug lord who was recently caught, and the building has been empty since then. Even if the building was right in the middle of the city and most of the floors would stay empty. Namiri had found an awesome building. The view would be really nice from the 10th floor. I felt both Namiri and Dora crawling in my direction, but I didn't say anything as I already knew what Namiri was planning. Her hands grabbed my crotch and started to caress my member. Dora fumbled with my pants and finally pulled out my semi-erect member in her mouth. The rest of the girls noticed what was happening and the rest was history. I was finally able to leave the bed before dinner. Fleur still wanted to continue the sex marathon. After promising her that I would take her during the night, she finally relented. The next day we arrived in front of the building. Namiri has already arranged everything. As soon as the transaction was done, the building would be ours. I wanted to cast Fidelius, but remembering its shortcomings I decided against it. I decided to make this damn building unplottable. We were going to use the same wards we have used in our private island back in HP World. So, how much is it? I asked Namiri. The thing is, because of the sex marathon yesterday I have forgotten to ask her about the price. $2 million for the whole property, and when I say whole, I mean the whole, Namiri said, showing us how huge the property truly was. I have to say this was kind of an unrealistic deal. Are you sure this whole place is only for $2 million? Momo asked with a complicated look on her face. Yes. As this place was owned by a drug lord and he had several enemies, and after he was caught this place remained unoccupied, Namiri said, showing Momo the file. Momo read the file and nodded her head. Now that we have decided to buy the building, Namiri called the real estate agent who was in charge of this property. The guy didn't take too long to arrive and he had started to look at the girls hungrily. I really wanted to bash the bastard's face in, but Luna stopped me, saying that if I kill him then it would be unlucky for our new house. I didn't want to, but I had to relent. All of us went to the back to complete the payment and agreement. Namiri was finally unable to hold back her anger and Imperius the fool to stop staring at the girls. I wanted to crucio the bastard so badly, but Luna kept stopping me all the time, saying that it would be bad. After getting Imperius, his speed increased by several folds and the document was finally signed. As soon as we got the ownership of the building, we returned to the building. Momo, can you cast the Fidelius so that everyone who knows about the building forgets about it? I asked Momo, who nodded her head. The girls decided to make me the secret keeper. Now, you would ask me why did I need to pay for the house when I could have cast the Fidelius and made everyone forget about it. It was necessary because now this was private property and very few people would snoop around private property. Then, it was a matter of digital documents. Fidelius can't destroy digital documents, and now that the building is owned by me, it is private property. The land is going to stay there but the house is going to disappear. As I own everything here, I can blow away the house and nobody would say anything, but if suddenly the house disappeared then people would definitely come snooping. The house disappeared as soon as Momo finished casting the Fidelius. All the girls looked at me with confused expressions. The caster forgets about the secret but he remembers who is the secret keeper. I told them the address and realization finally dawned on them. Namiri and I started to prepare the wards to make this whole building unplottable. The house was completely furnished so we didn't need to buy any new furniture. And if we needed some new furniture we could always buy something. The wards we were casting needed an immense amount of magical power to cast. So only the two of us could do it. Both I and Namiri were magically stronger than the others by a huge margin. The gap between us was so huge that it wasn't even funny anymore. Only, because of her insane amount of magical power, Namiri was able to grasp her illusion magic so quickly. It took us an hour to successfully cast the wards and now it was finally unplottable. No means can be used to find this house if we don't want it. It could be easily said that this house was now in another dimension. I don't know. Ancient One might be able to find this place, but I don't know for sure after we have erased the existence of this house from the world. So, what are we going to call this place? Dora asked curiously. I guess it needs some name as this is going to be our home in this world, right? Fleur spoke next. She was also interested in the name of the house. Nox. We will call it Nox, I said with a gentle smile on my face. The girls liked the name and nodded their heads in appreciation. Can we bring Attila, now? Luna suddenly chimed in, destroying the mood. Chapter 166, Gold and Date with Luna. Shield HQ, New York. So, you are telling me that we have no idea how all this gold appeared in New York? Fury said, seething in anger. No, sir. We have no idea. We have checked all the CCTV footage we had, but every time it was a different woman and we got no possible IDs for any of these women, Agent Coulson said in a helpless tone. He himself knew that this didn't look good, but there wasn't anything he could do. Have you asked the staff, the person who made the purchase? Fury asked again, trying to check all the corners. Yes sir, we did. None of them even remember making the purchase, all of them remember not a single thing. This time it was a redhead who answered Fury's question. This woman's name was Natasha Romanoff, aka Black Widow. So, you are telling me that 5 tons of gold appeared out of thin air? Fury almost shouted in anger, but the 3 agents in the room didn't even flinch. Fury rubbed his temples for a few seconds and released a defeated sigh. Agent Hill, did Agent Barton send his report? Fury looked towards Agent Maria Hill and asked. Yes, I think that there might be some connection between the energy spike in the Sahara Desert and the gold suddenly appearing in the market. Agent Barton was able to track down a shop where a gold biscuit was sold and the purchaser didn't remember a thing, Agent Hill said. Fury was immediately interested. Both Agent Coulson and Agent Romanoff were interested too. The same day, 7 flight seats were booked and nobody remembers them. It was a flight from Dakhla Airport to JFK. I think whoever caused the energy spike sold gold and got money, then he bought flight tickets and arrived in New York and continued to sell gold. Agent Hill completed her assessment. The other 3 in the room were completely surprised, but none of them could refute the logic behind Agent Hill's assessment. I think they will be trying to buy a property next so that they could set up a base of operations. Agent Hill finally concluded their assessment. Fury contemplated for a few moments before he finally came to a decision. Agent Coulson, you will cross-reference the faces of those women with any CCTV footage available in the city. Agent Romanoff, help Agent Hill to look for any viable properties or any properties that were bought recently. Fury barked out the orders and the agents were finally dismissed. Fury leaned back on his chair and had a severe look on his face. He was sure that he was going to catch that bastard. After all, no matter how well someone hides, they will leave a paper trail or digital records. But Fury didn't know that the person he was dreaming of capturing had been watching the whole meeting. POV Rio. Ah. Agent Hill, or Maria Hill, is really smart. She was able to connect the dots in such a short time. I wasn't overconfident that no one would ever connect the dots, but I didn't expect it to happen this soon. After all, we left a nice trail behind us, making us easy to track. Even if nobody remembers us, the digital records are still there and I don't have the energy to deal with all the physical records. I finally lowered the lid of the laptop. The laptop didn't look anything special at all, but it was the hacking device Momo and Fleur had made me. I used this thing to enter a lot of places and secret government sites like NSA, CIA, SHIELD, MI6, and whatnot. I already have all the names of HYDRA agents that are integrated into SHIELD. I also checked on General Thaddeus Ross and found that he hasn't made much progress in his project. He made most of the progress because of Bruce Banner and Betty Ross, and since they have not joined the project, it is in a stalemate. Now that I have my eyes inside all these government organizations, I need an eye inside Xavier Mansion too. They have CCTV cameras, but I need to watch them more closely. It was because of the Phoenix Force God sent me in the original timeline, so X-Men The Last Stand happens in the year 2006. This was the year when Jean Grey went nuts and she was finally killed by Logan. So, I have 4 years to fix the shit that old Baldy messed up with. I don't know if it's too late or not, but I can still try, I guess. Should I go myself or send someone else? This time the risk is too high. I can't risk my girls getting disintegrated, so I have to go by myself, I guess. Since this is still the original timeline, that means it's completely the fault of Charles that Jean goes nuts. Boom. I was brought out of my thoughts when I heard a loud noise from the backyard. The backyard was made using strong expansion charms. I arrived at the backyard and found Luna playing fetch with Attila. Fuck it all. That is not a puppy, Luna, she is a giant huge basilisk. The girls who were in the building also arrived. They were also slack-jawed after they saw what Luna was doing. We didn't say anything and allowed Luna to do whatever she wanted. When she finally stopped playing with Attila, I decided to spend some time with Luna. The other girls had work to do, so they left. Luna, let's go on a date. I asked Luna, who happily nodded her head. I know it was kind of sudden, but with all the stuff that has been going on, I was really busy. After Momo and Fleur made the laptop, I had to keep an eye on the organizations. Then, I had to modify the house to accommodate Attila. I had to install huge pipes by the stairs so that Attila could easily move around the house. So, can I decide, or have you already decided where to take me? Luna asked with a happy smile on her face. I haven't decided. Do you have any place in mind? I asked Luna. She nodded her head like a woodpecker. Slow down, girl, your head might fall off. I always wanted to visit an aquarium. Can we go there? Luna asked me, making puppy dog eyes. She didn't need to use the puppy dog eyes no jutsu. I would have still taken her with me. I nodded my head with a smile. Luna became happy and immediately pulled me into a kiss. She went towards her room while skipping to get dressed, and I went downstairs towards the garage and decided to wait for Luna. Looks like I have to delay my plans for some time. Luna took half an hour to get ready. She would have spent more if she wasn't so excited to visit the aquarium. I decided to take my car today. In the HP world, I didn't get myself a car and used either Namiri's or Momo's car. But in this world, a car was much more necessary, as apparition or portkey is not known by anyone in this world. It was a brand new car. Fleur designed the car and Momo helped her make the parts for the car. They immediately decided to take on this project when they heard that I wanted to buy a car. So, I ended up with a car that was going to come out in the future. It was a Dodge Challenger 2015. Or it would have been in the year 2015. Image here. So, I took Luna with me to the aquarium. She spent the whole day jumping around looking at all kinds of sea creatures. I could easily feel the happiness oozing out of her. People were looking at us oddly, not that I cared, only Luna's happiness mattered, so I cast a strong notice me not charm on us and enjoyed the whole day. Rio, thanks for today, Luna said with a gentle smile on her face. We were now walking back towards the parking lot and Luna was hugging my arm between her breasts. After receiving immortality from God, she looked 21 or 22 now, and she will stay like this forever. Anything for you, love, I said, pulling her even closer to me. Then let's have sex in the air while flying, Luna declared, and jumped on me and hung on my body like a koala. Her statement made one of my old dreams surface again. I have thought about this long ago in the MHA world, A/N, I don't remember the exact chapter, but it is there. Okay, let's go. This was one of my biggest fetishes, so I didn't want to waste time. I would die if Luna suddenly changes her mind. Luna happily smiled and put her lips on mine. I grabbed Luna's ass and took flight in my max speed. Even though the clothes were a real bother, now we can't throw them away in midair. But sex was more important for now, so we just took out our bits and got on with it. An hour later we finally landed near my car. Luna's panties and bra were sticking out of my pockets. Both of our clothes were completely messed up. Both Luna and I had goofy grins on our faces. We drove back to Knox after a happy day filled with complete fun. Chapter 167, Infiltration, I. POV Rio. Can you tell me why we are in this strip club? If you want I can show you all my moves, honey. No need to watch these riffraffs, Namiri said looking at the topless stripper dancing in front of us. You can show me all your moves later and I would love to closely inspect them, I said with a grin on my face. This made Namiri lick her lips seductively. Can you two perverts tell me then why the hell am I here? Dora said with an annoyed look. This was the first time Dora has entered a strip club and she was immediately annoyed. Dora huffed in irritation and picked up a glass and started to drink. A middle-aged woman walked out of the VIP area and my eyes were immediately focused on her. Both Namiri and Dora noticed this and watched the woman. Who is she? Are you interested in her? Dora asked with a bewildered look on her face. No, you dumbass. Didn't you read the file Rio gave you, but I would have never thought that she was a woman of culture, Namiri retorted looking intently towards the woman. Well, I got kind of bored with that, Dora said meekly and looked away. How did you know that she was going to be here? It wasn't on the file, Namiri asked me looking slightly confused. I tracked her phone, I said simply to which both Namiri and Dora hummed in understanding. The woman left the strip club and the three of us silently followed her to the parking lot. As soon as she opened her car door she was hit by a stunning spell fired by me. We quickly entered the car and Namiri imperiously the woman. Dora revived the woman and without saying anything she started the car and drove towards her home. The woman stopped in front of a two-story house. From her file, we already knew this was her house. I gathered all her information from SHIELD archives. Melissa Woods, age 36, head of the SHIELD recruitment division was also a HYDRA sleeper agent, well she wasn't a sleeper agent as she actively helped Hydra to recruit new blood into their ranks. But Melissa Woods was just her false identity, her true name was Anna Vasili. Namiri ordered the woman to enter the house and sit on the nearest chair and do nothing else. After entering her house, the three of us checked everything in her house and dug up everything she had. But my interest was something else. I wanted to implant Dora within SHIELD and this woman can easily do that. We found a list of names inside her safe, we asked her what it was and she told us that it was the list of viable candidates for Hydra recruitment. I didn't need Dora to be a Hydra recruitment. I wanted her to be normal a SHIELD recruitment. I copied down the names and put it back where it was. Like Namiri had said, this woman was a philosopher and had her own philosophical ways. We found that she had a room filled up with tied-up men. I closed the room even before I could register anything. Then, I started to modify Anna's memories of tonight but not before I entered Dora's name in her SHIELD recruitment list. Dora glared at me angrily when I wanted to put her name as Nymphadora. Seeing her glare I decided to go with Dora Tonks. This made her smile happily. After altering the memories of Anna, all three of us left her house. I have already checked her house for surveillance devices but there weren't any so I wasn't worried about leaving digital proof. After returning to Nox I decided to edit the profile I had made for Dora. After all, her name was Nymphadora in SHIELD database and her IDs were with the name of Dora. After I completed the edit, I showed a picture to Dora. It was a picture of a blonde woman with black streaks in her hair. This is going to be your face when you are in SHIELD, I said to Dora who shrugged and changed into the woman of the photograph. So, what do I have to do there? Dora asked. Whatever you want but I want you in a position where you will be able to gather information from me, I said and Dora nodded her head in understanding. She had her interview with Melissa Woods the day after tomorrow. I had to work a lot to prepare for Dora's background. Namiri would have been much better than Dora but Namiri needed to stay here and start our business. Dora might have some knowledge about business and politics but she can't be compared to Namiri. Namiri had never explored her talents when she was in the MHA world. Namiri was already working on several shell companies to buy shares and businesses of various companies. When Dora was still an Auror she had learned everything she can about guns. She found them cool. She has also learned martial arts after new training programs for the Aurors were introduced. Dora might look like a happy girl who is also a klutz but she is really dangerous. Next, I need someone in the Brotherhood. I know the perfect candidate for this, Rumi. She has already made her name in the underground fight clubs. Rumi was already approached by a toad-looking guy but Rumi feigned ignorance and scoffed him away. Since then she was being watched by a woman. Rumi was sure that she was a mutant too but didn't say anything since the woman hadn't approached Rumi. I wanted Fleur to do this but she was busy working with Momo inventing who knows what. Both of them are kind of scientist-brained. I have told Rumi to wait and watch for now. I am quite sure that the woman is Mystique and she would definitely approach Rumi in the near future. While Rumi was going to join the Brotherhood, I was going to join the X-Men. I have 1 year before the events of the X-Men movie and about 2 more years to get an isolated place that is going to be safe for mutants. Because the more time I waste the more mutants are going to be experimented on and killed. I don't care about the mutants but I will give them a chance for the sake of the mission. I am sure that some would happily take the chance and join me and what better place to get mutants other than Xavier Mansion. So, now, how I do join the X-Men. I can't just walk in and ask them to let me join, this would raise several questions. It would be much better if they came looking for me. Now, how am I going to do this? I am not a true mutant, so I don't think he would find me using Cerebro, but I could use lightning to make them think that I am. But, I need to do more research. After all, the law of lightning is not my mutation but my innate ability. Or, I could go to a remote town or village and use my lightning powers. I know that old fool keeps listening to humans who speak about mutants and stuff, and I am quite sure that if I show my lightning then everyone will immediately think of me as a mutant with everything going on in the news. Mutant protests are going strong right now. I don't know what I should do, so I decided to ask Luna. Luna seemed to think for a few seconds, then spoke to me. You don't have to do anything special. One of your bloodline powers is stopping others from finding you. You just need to let them find you, and they will come looking for you, Luna said and turned back towards the TV. Attila was also there watching cartoons with Luna. She was poking out her head from the pipe. Even though this scene was truly absurd, I decided to call this situation just Luna things and decided to forget this. I decided to put the plan into motion tomorrow. I trust both Dora and Rumi, so I don't need to worry about them. Namiri can easily manage everything here. Momo and Fleur will also help Namiri if needed. S.H.I.E.L.D. has already checked our property after Agent Hill had pointed them in the right direction. After they found that the whole land was empty, they left. The next day I took my bike and decided to head towards a small town. I am not going to try whatever Luna told me inside Knox. I arrived in New Platz and entered a bar. Everyone turned towards me but didn't bother when they saw someone young like me. After all, I used a glamour to make me look around 18 years old. After receiving my bloodline like the girls, I looked around 21 or 22, and I am going to stay like that. I sat at the bar and asked for some water. The barman stared at me for a few seconds, then handed me a glass of water. After drinking the water, I decided to order some food. I have already started wanting to be found. I didn't know if it was going to work or not. After finishing my meal, I paid the bill and left after asking the barman about the nearest motel. I arrived in front of the motel and sat on my bike enjoying the weather. That is when a car stopped in front of me. Charles sent Aurora and Jean to find me. Looks interesting. Both of them stepped out of the car and approached me. Hello, I am Jean Grey, the redhead introduced herself to me. I am Aurora Monroe, the white-haired woman introduced herself. I was completely slack-jawed. No way someone would introduce themselves to a stranger like this. So, I gave them the best American reply I could think of at this moment. Yeah, good for you, I said and continued to stare at them. Chapter 168, Infiltration, 2. POV Rio. I kept staring at them. After hearing my reply, both of them didn't know what to say. Jean decided to continue the talk, so she spoke up after a few moments. We are from the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. Jean began to say, but I decided to cut her off. After all, I had to act my part as a guy who knew nothing about mutant schools and stuff. Yeah, sure, but I don't have anything to donate. Is that why you wanted to talk with me? I said with a straight face. I saw Jean's face contorted like she swallowed a lemon. Aurora looked amused watching our conversation. No, we are not here for donations, Jean said, but didn't know how to continue the conversation. She must be having a hard time because she is unable to read my mind. Well, then I am too old to attend schools. I began to say, but Aurora cut me off. Even though she was amused, she looked like she wanted to get it over with. Do you believe in mutants? Aurora asked me. I had to make myself flinch on purpose. Both of them noticed this and a small smile appeared on their face. My attitude completely changed and I acted like I am trying to feign ignorance. I don't know what you are talking about, I said and got off my bike. Listen, we didn't mean to scare you. I understand that all the changes you are experiencing are new for you, but we can help you. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters is a place we have built for mutant youngsters. We teach young kids how to control their powers, Jean said in a hurry when she saw me getting on my bike. You are saying that you can help me control my powers so that I don't accidentally hurt someone? I asked in a low tone. It was almost a whisper. Both Jean and Aurora looked at me sadly, thinking that I have really hurt someone close to me with my powers. Well, that is what I wanted them to believe. How do I know that you are not lying? Before either of them could say anything, I asked them in a serious tone. You can come with us and see for yourself, and if you feel like you want to leave, then you can leave anytime you want, Aurora said with a reassuring smile. This was just so wrong on so many levels, but I had to join the X-Men, so I nodded my head. They asked me to follow them on my bike while they decided to drive back to Westchester, New York. By the time we arrived at the Xavier mansion, it was already dark and I was really hungry. I parked my bike in the garage and a dude with a permanent scowl on his face and the oddest-looking glasses decided to make an appearance. I had to hold myself back from punching the fool right on his face. I wanted to see if I could still read his mind when he was wearing those glasses. It looks like I can, but I had to concentrate harder. I had to resist cringing after I read his thoughts. This bastard thought he owned Jean and he already hated me because Jean was given the responsibility to bring me here. How the fuck do Charles and Jean deal with this fucker? Jean must have read his mind one time or other. How does she feel about this fool with all these thoughts going on inside his mind? I could feel him and sitting just outside the garage. It must be Charles. Ah. You are finally back, Scott said and approached Jean, but I easily noticed that Jean didn't hold any excitement as Scott did. Scott completely ignored Aurora and started to ask Jean about her well-being like she was a kid. How does she deal with such an obsessive guy? I whispered to Aurora, who just chuckled in reply but didn't say anything. So, you are the new guy, Scott said, looking towards me. It was quite clear that he was checking me out. His current thoughts were how much of a risk I was to his and Jean's relationship. Sorry, but I don't like guys, I said with a straight face. Scott was completely bewildered and Aurora and Jean burst out laughing. What the hell are you saying? Scott growled. Well, I saw you checking me out. Honestly, I have no problem if you like men or young boys. We can still be friends, but you must know that I am completely straight, I said. I had to hold myself back from laughing out loud. Scott clenched his fists tightly in anger. I am surprised that he didn't throw a punch at me. I could still feel someone outside the garage, so Charles has decided to wait and come to my rescue. Aurora and Jean were still laughing. Scott noticed that Jean was also laughing and his anger rose to a new level. His hand went towards his glasses when suddenly he was unable to move his hand. So, the fucker wanted to attack me. Well. I would have killed him if he had attacked me. Fuck the mission. Scott. How dare you? Jean exclaimed in anger. She was the one who used her power to stop Scott. Good girl, you saved him, for now. Scott didn't say anything and just clicked his tongue. Aurora also stopped laughing and she was also glaring at Scott now. Professor will know of this. Aurora said. She was about to continue her rant but a baldy in a wheelchair interrupted her. So, he finally decided to show up. I already know about it, Scott. I am really disappointed in you. We are going to have a chat later, Charles said, shaking his head. Is this the disappointing grandfatherly act Dumbles used to pull? Looks kind of similar to me. Charles's eyes finally turned over in my direction. I felt several probes on my mental shields but none of them worked. A look of confusion flashed over Charles's face but it was just for an instant. Hello, my name is Charles Xavier. I run the school for gifted youngsters, Charles said, approaching me. After introducing himself he extended his hand towards me. My name is Itsuki Ryo, nice to make your acquaintance, I said, accepting his hand. A Japanese? Jean asked in a surprised expression. Yes, born and grew up in Japan. I moved to New York recently, I said with a smile on my face. No offense but you don't look like a Japanese, Scott said scathingly. Even though I wanted to kill the bastard so badly. I stopped myself. I will get many chances later. You aren't the first person to say that but it is what it is. Mr. Xavier, I heard you could help me learn how to control my powers. I asked Charles, who just nodded his head with a smile on his face. Why don't we go inside? This isn't a nice place to talk about important topics, Charles said and turned around. Ah yes, do you have any food? I am really hungry. Unable to hold my hunger I blurted out. Honestly, I didn't care if this was rude or not. You brought me here, you should at least feed me. Ah, yes, of course, the baldy said and continued to lead me. Aurora and Jean were walking by his side while Scott was trailing behind him. I was also trailing behind while looking around at the mansion. Color me impressed, this mansion is quite impressive. We arrived in the kitchen and they offered me some microwave food but I was happy with it. Baldy and Scott left us in the kitchen. Baldy said he had something important to discuss with Scott. I was hungry but I didn't lose my mind, so before eating up I subtly checked for any added drugs with magic and found nothing. Aurora and Jean also joined me as they were hungry too. So, what's your name, Itsuki or Ryo? Forgive me, I don't know a lot about Japanese culture, Aurora asked me while eating. Japanese names are backwards but you can call me Ryo, I said and continued to eat my food. So, Ryo, what is your power? Jean asked me. Thankfully Scott wasn't here. Baldy took Scott with him for a chat or he would have gone spare after seeing Jean talking with me. I can control and manipulate lightning, I said and showed them lightning dancing around my hand. Both Aurora and Jean were taken aback by my powers. Aurora was the one who was most surprised. Aurora can control and manipulate lightning too, Jean gasped in surprise and said. My eyes immediately turned towards Aurora. Well, my powers aren't exactly like yours. I can create storms and control them. That is why I am called Storm, Aurora said, looking intently at my lightning. Oh, so Jean, what is your power? I looked towards Jean and asked. Telekinesis, I can control things from afar, fly, read people's minds. Before Jean could finish I cut her off. Are you reading my mind now? I asked, looking defensive. After all, when someone says that they can read people's minds, this is the natural reaction. No, for whatever reason I am unable to read your mind. There is a barrier protecting your mind, Jean said while looking at me intently. I just nodded my head. Your lightning powers might be creating those barriers in some way, Jean shrugged and continued to eat her food. We spent the rest of the meal chatting about normal stuff. After my meal was over, Aurora showed me my room. She said that I could attend classes from tomorrow with the other kids. I reminded her that I have already finished school. She said I need to attend only when they are teaching about powers. I agreed and she left the room. Before anything, I checked the room for any kind of surveillance device. After confirming that the room was clean, I pulled out my phone and texted my girls about my successful infiltration. After chatting with them for some time, I went to sleep, but not before planning how to annoy Scott so he would attack me. If he attacks me first, then I can always retaliate. Chapter 169, Human Nature. Xavier Mansion, New York. In a meeting room, 4 people have gathered for an urgent meeting. So, what do you think about this young man? Charles asked, looking towards Aurora and Jean. After all, they were the ones who have spent the most time with Itsuki Ryo. Sarcastic, funny, he has a weird sense of humor, but I don't think there is any problem with him, Aurora said, and Jean also agreed with her. Have you been able to read his mind, Jean? Charles asked Jean. No, Professor, I feel that his mind is being some kind of barrier, Jean said, and Charles looked contemplative. How can that be? You said he has lightning powers, right? Scott spoke up for the first time. Yes, Aurora answered his question. I am also facing the same problem, Charles said, but both Jean and Aurora looked put off because of his facial expression. But I don't think that would be a problem, right? Aurora asked, looking slightly peeved. No, of course not, Charles said with his grandfatherly smile back on his face. But inside he was still worried. He didn't know if this Itsuki Ryo was a government spy or not. He was worried about the safety of his students. This was the reason he liked to read minds. Without reading someone's mind, he can't trust them. So, he decided to watch Itsuki Ryo closely for now. After that, they didn't have anything more to discuss. Scott tried to talk with Jean, but she scoffed and walked away. Aurora and Charles also left the room, but Charles once again reminded Scott to control his anger. POV Ryo. For the first time in several years, I woke up without my girls in my bed. Last night I was unable to sleep properly. I opened my backpack and took out fresh clothes to wear. After finishing my morning rituals, I left the room and went towards the kitchen. Last night, Aurora had told me that I could use the ingredients in the fridge and cook for myself if needed. They didn't have any cooks in the mansion. I arrived in the kitchen and checked the fridge and found only eggs and bacon. Well, fried egg and bacon will be enough for breakfast. It was still early, so I didn't know if I would be bothered by any kids or not. Thankfully, I was able to have my breakfast in complete peace. But I wasn't lucky enough to leave the kitchen before the kids arrived. It was Bobby Drake aka Iceman, John Allardyce aka Pyro, Kitty Pride aka Shadowcat, and an Asian-looking girl. I didn't exactly remember her name. Well, she wasn't an important character. Hello, are you new here? Bobby asked me. Of course, you moron, I am new here. If I wasn't new here, then you would have seen me before. Ugh, teenagers, what more can I expect from them? Yes, I arrived here yesterday, I said and introduced myself to them. Bobby was like any other teenager. John was a delinquent, Kitty was a shy girl, and the Asian girl was named Jubilee, was an outgoing girl. Looks like you have made new acquaintances, Aurora spoke to me from the door. Yeah, nice kids, I said with a smile. I didn't know what more to say. But you kind of look older to attend classes, Bobby said with a confused look. I have already finished school, so I won't be attending classes along with you guys, I said to them. I told Aurora that I needed to buy some new clothes. She told me that the classes for powers don't start until the evening, so I was free to do whatever I wanted throughout the day. I thanked her and went to the garage. I found Scott was working on a car. An evil grin appeared on my face. So, did you find a young boy to confess your love? I asked Scott in a mocking tone. Scott's face was red in anger and he was so close to snapping. But, unluckily, Jean had a really bad timing. The fool was saved by Jean. If I had said anything more, he would have definitely attacked me. I stopped when I felt Jean coming towards the garage. I put on my helmet and got on my bike when Jean finally walked into the garage and found Scott looking in my direction with an enraged look on his face. Jean scolded Scott, which made him even angrier. Unfortunately, I had to leave and I wasn't able to stay and watch the whole drama. I found a mall and after buying some new clothes I sat down in a cafe and started to chat with the girls. Dora had to leave in the morning for her interview, so I wasn't able to chat with her. After having a nice steak for lunch, I decided to return to Xavier Mansion. I know for sure that Charles was keeping an eye on me. That is why I didn't teleport to Knox. They had a nice garden in Xavier Mansion, so after arriving at the mansion I spent the whole afternoon lazing around in the grass under the shade of a tree. I miss my girls. I was suddenly brought out my thoughts when I received a text from Dora saying that she was selected but she needed to attend 1 year of mandatory training before she could join active service. Thankfully Charles was teaching a class now so he wasn't watching me. I congratulated Dora. She was annoyed that I wasn't able to congratulate her personally but she understood that I was undercover and didn't mind it much. I checked the time and saw that it was almost time for my classes so I quickly got up and left. I didn't know the classroom was so I went to Aurora's office. I sensed that she was still inside. Her door was open but she was busy with some paperwork so I knocked on the door. "Oh, you are already here. Let me finish these then I will lead you to the class," Aurora said gesturing towards the papers on her table. "Oh yes sure, take your time," I said to her and decided to wait. I didn't need to learn anything about my powers from them but I needed to play the act. After a few minutes, she was finally done and led me to a door. It needed a code to open the door. Aurora led me underground inside a huge room. I saw that the other kids were already waiting there along with Jean. It must be that special scenario creation room that they showed in the later movies but now it doesn't look that advanced. All the kids and Jean were dressed in their X-Men costumes. I felt melancholic remembering my own armor I used during my hero days and as Dark Lord Magneto. Aurora left me with them to get changed. "So, do you like this place?" Jean asked me. "I do. I have to say I am quite impressed with the mansion and everything." "So, is this where you teach mutants to control their powers?" I asked her looking around the room. I know it was a pretty stupid question after all Aurora brought me here but I had to act like an 18-year-old. "Yes, this is a special training room built for only that specific purpose," Jean said with a smile on her face. The other kids gathered around me and started to ask questions about my school and Japan. Apparently, they found out that I was born and grew up in Japan and they were quite interested to know about that. After some time, Scott and Charles arrived too. They said that they were going to have a group battle but I was going to just watch them for today. They wanted me to notice how the others use their powers in a non-lethal way. I didn't mind this at all. After all, if they made me participate in the fight then I would have to purposefully lose control of my power. Quite complicated. I was happy to sit on the sidelines if my cover wasn't blown. Throughout the whole fight, I closely watched Jean and Aurora. I watched Jean because she was one of my main objectives for coming here. I wanted to see if the seals placed by the old fool have already started to break or not. In the X2 movie, she had started to lose control, but she didn't show any of those signs now. She might be hiding them well. I used legilimency and found she wasn't. She was currently immersed in the fight. I was watching Aurora because of her powers. I know that our powers are different but I could get some kind of inspiration from her powers and I did get some inspiration. I can rain thunders from the sky like Aurora was doing. I could feel that I would be able to do it but I definitely needed to train to do that. "So, did you learn something?" Charles asked me in a grandfatherly tone. "Yes. I noticed how they are holding themselves back and all of them avoid any kind of confrontation that could lead to a lethal injury." I spoke while they were still fighting. "Yes, but they just don't hold back here. They always need to hold back so that they don't hurt someone by accident," Charles said looking quite proud of the kids and the adults. "That is what I am trying to achieve. I want to show everyone that mutants and humans can live in peace," Charles said with a smile and started to pay attention to the fight. "If you honestly believe that then you are the biggest fool in the whole world. Humans always fear the unknown and mutants are currently the unknown to them. This is in human nature, their basic instincts and you can't change either of them. And those who do know about mutants would either try to control them, weaponize them, or learn their secrets by experimenting on them. Humans would never stop doing it and they do it because they can't think of themselves being inferior. One more example of this is witch hunts in HP World. The people from church knew that witches and wizards are just normal humans with magic but they can't withstand the thought that they were inferior and made up the god's agenda to burn down witches and wizards." Chapter 170, Worries and Challenge. Kamartaj, Nepal. A bald woman was sitting leisurely with her eyes closed. She was munching on a bag of potato chips and took a sip of her tea from time to time. Even though she looked really relaxed, she wasn't. In fact, she was quite close to panicking and she hasn't panicked for several centuries. Before yesterday she was unable to see the person who is responsible for the energy surge. She tried but she wasn't able to see anything successfully. It was like something was completely blocking her powers. But something changed when she was finally able to see a strange young man. She was just able to watch what he was doing currently. She wasn't able to see either his future or his past. But this wasn't the reason for her worries. The reason for her worries was this young man wasn't a human. She snorted in irritation. This man might look like a human but he wasn't. She could feel the power of destruction seeping out of him. She has seen many beings throughout her extremely long life but she had never seen someone who had this kind of chaotic energy. A/N, Ancient One has met a lot of dimensional gods and whatnot but she didn't meet someone who was able to control a concept. This bothered her. She was also sure that this being has arrived from a different dimension because there was no way she would have missed him. But there was very little she could now since the being was already here. She needed to approach the being, there was no denying this. She didn't want to have this being as her enemy. Since this being has shown up in this world and he remained here, this means he had some kind of objective. Most of the time such objectives could never be good, but this being confused her. She has been watching the being since yesterday and it really confused her to see that the being was mingling with mutants. Now, there was definitely some ulterior motive behind his actions, but the motive escaped her reason. So, she decided to pay him a visit. It was quite risky on her part, but as the Sorcerer Supreme, it was her duty. She calmly waited for him to arrive in his room, that is when she would make her entrance. So, she patiently waited while munching on potato chips and sipping her tea. Mace, New York. Natasha Romanoff, currently known as Juliet Asher, waiting to make a business deal with a new rising company. Natasha was really good at what she did, but her current job was giving her an intense headache. Even after a month of investigation, they didn't get any results. They had several leads and they were sure that all these incidents were related to the same people, but she or even her organization were unable to get a single name. Getting a name was quite far-fetched, they didn't have a face to recognize their targets. This was a huge blow to their reputation. She looked around and saw the people partying hard with the intense music going on. She herself had a cocktail in her hands. According to her, this was quite an odd place to sign a business contract. About 70% of S.H.I.E.L.D. resources were invested in this group, but they still couldn't find a damn clue. This was the biggest lead they had got in 5 days. They found out that someone unknown was buying shares from the biggest companies, but the problem was that they didn't have any face to match behind those purchases. Gold was still being sold in the market like water and they were risking inflation now. Whoever was doing this didn't care about their country's economy. Her boss was sure that this was a work of a huge terrorist organization. She herself agreed with that, because how can you get your hands on so much gold? So, when they found that they were trying to buy a whole company, Natasha was selected to go undercover so that she could make the deal and apprehend the person who arrives. After using some blackmail material, they were able to get her in, and now here she was waiting for the buyer to arrive. She watched as a classy woman in an expensive suit enter the bar. She was carrying a small purse along with her. For whatever reason, she felt that this woman was their target. Possible suspect, Natasha whispered and received a command telling her that they were on it. Natasha kept her eyes on the woman. The woman gave her a glance and smirked. The woman was wearing blue specs and had unusual spiky black hair. Don't misunderstand, she was looking stunning and men were stealing glances at her. Natasha called it unique. The woman didn't approach and went to the bar and ordered a drink. After getting her drink, the woman calmly approached the table where Natasha was sitting. Target confirmed, Natasha whispered in her mic, and she was told that agents are on standby for the grab. The woman arrived in front of the table. For the act, Natasha welcomed her to sit. The woman took the seat and licked her lips. Natasha didn't like it. She was getting really dangerous vibes from the woman. She felt like she was a rabbit waiting to be devoured by a hungry lioness. The woman smirked and licked her lips again. She didn't know why, but Natasha felt that her non-existent innocence was in real danger now. It's nice to meet Miss Asher. Thanks for meeting me so urgently. You see, this is quite urgent for me, the woman said with a huge grin on her face. Natasha wasn't sure, but she knew that something wasn't right. Excuse me, but I didn't get your name, Natasha said, trying to find out the woman's name. Natasha also noticed that the agents in the room were already approaching them. Wouldn't you like to know that, Miss Romanoff? The woman asked in a teasing tone, and Natasha was shocked and surprised, but she was in this profession for several years. Even if she was shocked, she didn't freeze up and reached for her gun, but she suddenly stopped. She felt a sudden rush of relief wash up on her body immediately relaxed, and she didn't know why, but she felt that she must do everything in her power to fulfill this woman's dream. This woman who was sitting in front of her was her mistress, and she wanted to make her mistress happy. But there was a small part of her screaming her to stop, telling her that something was wrong with her, but she didn't care about that. The only thing that mattered to her was her mistress's happiness, and she would do anything for it. She immediately remembered agents were coming here to capture her mistress. Her head shot around and looked towards the agents. All of them have joined the dancing crowd. This showed how strong her mistress was. A smile appeared on her face and turned back towards her mistress, who was smiling at her. Now, why don't you give me those company bonds? The woman asked Natasha, and she happily obliged. Natasha felt she was over the moon. Her mistress has given her an order, even if it was small. Natasha opened her bag and handed the bonds to the woman, who was nodding her head. The money will be transferred to the company account, the woman said. Natasha wanted to scream that her mistress didn't need to pay anything, but her mistress didn't order her to speak up, so she remained silent. She just nodded her head happily like a kid on a sugar rush. The voice inside Natasha's mind was still screaming at her, telling her what was really happening, but she didn't care. Her mistress got up from her chair. Natasha decided to help and follow her mistress. She tried to get up but found that she was unable to move. Her mistress placed a hand on her cheek and caressed it lovingly. This is when Natasha returned to her normal self, and she was disgusted at herself. She tried again, but her body was still frozen. She looked towards the woman, who was gently smiling at her. Challenge accepted. S.H.I.E.L.D., funny name. But this isn't enough, Natasha, you people have to try harder. I will expect a better challenge next time, don't disappoint me, Natasha. I have high hopes for you, the woman said while caressing Natasha's cheek and left the room while waving her hand. She heard the screaming orders from her earpiece but she was still unable to move and the agents were still dancing. Natasha was scared for the first time. She was disgusted because of how she felt and how she referred to that woman as mistress, but she was scared too. The woman was able to control her just like that. What kind of power was that? And it was clear that the woman was amused and was mocking them. Natasha gasped and found that she was finally able to move and the rest of the agents also gained back their ability to move on their own. A voice growled in her earpiece giving her an order. Yes, sir, that was the only thing Natasha was able to say. She knew that this was going to be a long night. POV Rio. Ha. I finally returned to my room after I was completely bored. Today I found something about myself when I saw the others fighting. I wanted to fight too and just watching the fight bored me. I closed my door and immediately shot a bolt of lightning behind me when I felt a presence appear behind me. I saw that it was a bald person who made a yellow shield and deflected the lightning bolt. Damn. I attacked the Ancient One, the most dangerous baldy currently on Earth. Hello, forgive me for surprising you, the woman said in a neutral tone. She didn't look angry that I attacked her. That's good, I guess. Chapter 171, Reasons and Chat with Ancient One, I. SHIELD Headquarters, New York. Agent Romanoff, what exactly happened out there? Fury asked in an indifferent tone. Even though he was currently looking completely neutral, he was really angry. Natasha didn't know what to do. Her position in SHIELD was never good. She knew very well that she didn't hold any actual value to them. She knew that they were just using her skill sets and the moment she became useless they were going to put a bullet in her head. A/N, Natasha has joined SHIELD only 4 years ago. Clint Barton was sent by Nick Fury to kill Natasha Romanoff in 1998 but Barton was able to persuade Natasha to join SHIELD instead. But the higher-ups along with Nick doesn't trust her enough. Yes, this might make it slightly AU but this scenario is quite possible if you think about it. So, she decided to tell the truth. After all, she gained nothing from hiding anything. But she would never accept that she thought that the woman was her mistress. Yes, she was taking that secret to her grave. Even though she was really angry at the woman, but she was also curious about the method the woman used. Natasha wasn't loyal to SHIELD but had no other choice. After all, she was only alive because she was working for them. Natasha was definitely loyal to her friend Clint Barton who gave her a chance to join SHIELD, but that won't mean much if SHIELD deemed her useless. So, Natasha did what she could and told everything that happened in the bar. Fury's face contorted in displeasure. It was quite clear to Natasha that she was being blamed for this mess as all the other agents have been dismissed. Fury was really displeased hearing the report because they didn't get a single thing after investing so many resources. So, you are saying that the woman could make any of my men her personal flying monkeys on a whim? Fury asked Natasha with worry clear on his face. Yes, I don't know what she did, but as soon as I reached for my gun it happened, Natasha said, making her point. Sir, she also knew my name and about SHIELD, Natasha continued. She just wanted to lessen the blame as much as she could. Fury didn't look happy at all. Well, Fury was never happy obviously. Coulson, did we find the account from which the money was sent? After thinking for a few seconds Fury spoke to Agent Coulson. No, sir. All of our experts are banging their heads. They are saying that they have never seen anything like this. Even when they were waiting for the transaction to start they weren't able to track down the account from where the money was coming from, Coulson said and showed Fury the report. Agent Romanoff, you are dismissed. Fury dismissed Natasha who left the room. While this was happening in the SHIELD HQ, the main culprit behind this was happily making her next plans. She was using the laptop made by Momo and Fleur to watch the whole meeting and she has to say she was quite impressed with this Natasha Romanoff. After the meeting in the pub, she had dug deep into Natasha's files and found that SHIELD didn't trust her at all. She pitied the woman but didn't have any personal feelings for the woman. POV Namuri. I snorted in amusement when I saw what Fury and his pet Coulson were chatting about. They were planning to remove Romanoff from the case and they have decided to put someone named Barton on it. I pulled up his files and saw everything I needed to see. As long as they're human it won't be a problem for me to deal with them. I chuckled when I heard how they are planning to seal up the companies I have bought. According to them, I have bought 2 companies in New York and they are going to close it down. They are really naive if they think it was all I have done. Those companies were just distractions while I bought more shares from the bigger companies. Now, they can close all the small companies they want but they won't be able to close the larger companies or industries from where most of my money was coming from. These fools call themselves the best spying organization when I am playing them like fools. I am purposefully leaving trails so that they think that I am doing these things in New York, but the truth was I was using the shell companies to buy shares in companies throughout the whole country. I know someone was going to notice this but it was going to be too late for them. Muhahaha. I laughed out loud thinking about my evil plans. But a pillow was slammed into my face. Shut up, you pervert. Dora screamed and hit me with another pillow. Tonks, how many times do I have to tell you that I am a super pervert? Whatever I was making plans, your clumsy brain won't understand, I deadpanned. So, what kind of evil plans were you making? Dora asked, looking curious. Just how to collapse this country's economy, I said with a straight face. Dora looked at me skeptically. Why are you doing that? But this time it was Momo who asked me the question. Before I could answer, Luna chimed in from the side. It must be done. It would be much easier for Rio to make a safe haven for mutants like this, Luna said, and went back to watching cartoons. Well, there was that. I knew that to complete Rio's mission, we would need a huge place, but there were several problems with that. If Rio wanted, he could have bought a small island for the starters, but it wouldn't have worked like that. After all, most of the countries are trying to get rid of the mutants, but there are some who are willing to experiment on them to find all their secrets. So, if we got all the mutants in a single place, then we would become easy targets, I said with a sad smile on my face. After Rio left me this, I said, showing them the laptop. I dived into research, and what I found disgusted me. All of you think that the witch hunts were bad. Then you haven't seen what they have done with the mutants, I said in a solemn tone. You must be joking, right? Fleur asked me. I hope I was, but all these governments are just trying to gain control over these mutants so that they can weaponize them, I said, and the girls looked really sad. So, you are trying to destroy this country's economy so that they would be unable to go after the place we built for the mutants? Momo asked. Yes, that was the plan. We already know that you can't raise wars with empty pockets, I said with a smile, remembering my time in the HP world. But then, we would need to collapse the economy of all the strong countries, Fleur said. I already have a plan for that. This world runs on a very delicate balance, and if one link of this balance breaks, then the whole system would collapse, I said with an evil grin on my face. Then, show us. We will also help you. After all, we can't allow the depraved pervert to do all the hard work, Rumi spoke up for the first time in the entire conversation. Even though she called me a depraved pervert, I didn't mind, because I was pervert and proud. A huge grin appeared on my face because I am so lucky to have sisters like them. Xavier Mansion, New York. While the girls were making their plans for world domination, Rio was having his meeting with Ancient One. After Ancient One greeted Rio, he didn't know what to do or how to start the conversation. After all, he had attacked the Ancient One. It was the same case with Ancient One. She had expected some kind of attack. Any normal human or mutant would have a hole in their body because of the lightning bolt, but she hadn't thought anything beyond a greeting. She was also nervous. She knew that this being in front of her was way stronger than her, and she has no confidence to imprison him in the mirror dimension. Who are you? While Ancient One was busy with her thoughts, he decided to ask the million-dollar question. Even though he knew who she was, he couldn't just blurt it out. Rio had no idea what Ancient One was thinking, so he decided to take a risk and use legitimacy, but he didn't know if she had any kind of mental barriers or not, so he decided to only read the surface emotions for now and found that it worked. He found that Ancient One was quite worried about him. She also feared him. This confused Rio, but he wouldn't waste a chance like this. I am known as the Ancient One. I am the Sorcerer Supreme. I protect Earth from the threats of different realms. Ancient One introduced herself, but Rio decided to ask the most important question in this situation. Why are you bald? Rio asked. He always wanted to know the reason. It wasn't his fault. Chapter 172, Chat with Ancient One, 2, and True Power. POV Rio. I kept staring at Ancient One, who looked completely dumbfounded because of my question. Her thoughts were completely blank for a few moments before her thoughts returned to shock and bewildered. Well, after living for several centuries, I found that managing hair was a complete bother, and having no hair makes my head feel light, Ancient One answered with a smile on her face. Oh. This was the only thing that came out of my mouth. I had never expected that she would become bald for such a measly reason. I had thought that some kind of universal secret might be hidden behind the reason, but apparently, that wasn't the case. Why don't we sit down and have a chat? Ancient One said, and a tea table appeared between us. Ancient One sat down cross-legged. I could see that she has gotten over most of her fear and she was just worried now. I don't think this is a nice place to have a chat. After all, we are in an old fool's house whose hobby is peeking inside people's minds, I said to Ancient One, who just waved her hand in dismissal. Don't worry about that fool. He won't be able to see anything happening in this room, Ancient One said. I looked at her for a few seconds before sitting down in front of her. So, what do you want to talk about? I asked her, seriously grabbing the teacup she gave me. She is a nice host even though she is the one visiting me. She didn't have any thoughts of deceit, so the tea should be clean, but I won't take any chance and check it as soon as I can. I wanted to know, why are you here? As the Sorcerer Supreme, it is my duty to protect the Earth from different realms and different dimensions, Ancient One said with a polite nod. My reason is quite easy to understand, while at the same time it's quite complicated, I said while looking at her intently. I don't know how she is going to react. Please try me, Ancient One said with a gentle smile on her face. I thought for a few moments when I finally decided to speak up. I have come here to make a safe haven for the mutants, I said in a neutral tone and waited to see how Ancient One was going to react. I have to say, I am quite surprised that you have such a simple aim. After all, you are a very powerful being. I would have never thought that someone like you would ever care about mortals, Ancient One said with obvious surprise in her voice. I didn't react when she called me a very powerful being. It must have been because God has unlocked my true bloodline, but I don't know shit about it. I was continuously using legilimency on Ancient One when a phrase struck me. She thought I had the power of destruction. Even though I was surprised, I didn't show any reaction visibly. If she thinks I have that power, then I must have that power. I will need to train as soon as I can and get that power. With my pirated version of Zenkai boost, it won't be too hard for me. That means I need to use the time turner. I don't know how long it was going to take, but I think I can master the power. At least I should try, and it would be an OP ability to have. I would be like Beerus, destroying anything I find annoying. But humans won't like you doing that, Ancient One said with a neutral tone. Now, her smile was gone, but it was clear she didn't figure out that I was reading her mind or I wasn't able to use the power of destruction. Of course, they won't like that because they won't be able to hunt them down or experiment on them, I said with a small edge in my voice. Ancient One kept staring at me for a few seconds. I stared back at her. She wanted to see my resolve. After a few seconds, Ancient One finally released a sigh and spoke up. It looks like that you are truly determined. I wouldn't stop you as I haven't interfered in this matter until now, so I wouldn't be doing anything now, Ancient One said in a lost tone. Of course, I would have been angry too if she had decided to interfere now. Can I request something from you? Ancient One asked, looking slightly hopeful. What kind of request did she have? Please don't ask me to deal with Dormammu or something. Yes, I might deal with him in the future if I can master my power of destruction, and I would do it only if Ancient One becomes my friend or something. This whole universe is going to face a very dangerous enemy. The enemy would be so strong that humanity will win only once out of 4 million chances, and they would only win after making heavy sacrifices. If you decide to fight, then we might have a new kind of future, a better future, Ancient One said in a solemn voice. Damn, she is talking about Thanos. Well, I already have plans to deal with that fucker. Do I tell her the truth or just tell her that I will consider? From what I feel, you are quite strong, won't you be there? I asked the Ancient One, who looked at me with a smile on her face. I would be gone by then. No mortal can escape death, Ancient One said in a cryptic manner. She didn't need to elaborate. She has already seen her death after all. I will do what I can, I said. This made Ancient One give an appreciative nod. Then, I will be leaving. I live in Kamartaj, Nepal. Our doors will be always open for you, Ancient One said, getting up. The table and teacups disappeared. I nodded my head to her invitation and she opened a portal and left. As soon as Ancient One left, I released a huge sigh. That was way more pressure than I like. I slowly laid down on my bed and started to think about the power of destruction. Meditating always helps. Ancient One doesn't have tact. Now, I would be unable to sleep. I threw up my legs and sat on my bed cross-legged and started to meditate. I know that I won't be able to master the power of destruction in just one night, but I could at least confirm if I have that power or not. I don't know how much time passed, but I was finally able to feel an abyss of power. The energy felt like it could destroy anything. I was standing right in front of the black abyss filled with this power. I looked around and found that I wasn't standing in front of the ocean, I was standing over it. Anywhere I looked I could only see this energy. I could feel it, this power was calling to me, my whole being was craving to touch the energy this place was filled with. Can I even hold this power, or would I disintegrate into nothingness? But something told me that I must do it. It was the right thing to do. It was like my soul was calling to this energy, my soul. Yes, the Leviathan soul is telling me to grab the power. Since the Leviathan is a part of me now, I must be fine, this is my energy too. So, I dived into the ocean and my whole body tingled in happiness. I felt like I found something that belonged to me. It was like my missing part. The energy started to get absorbed by my body and I finally felt myself at peace. Knox, New York. Did Rio contact any one of you? It has been 2 days, Momo said with clear worry in her voice. All the girls were worried except Luna, who was really happy for whatever reason it was. Luna was laying over Attila's head and she was gently caressing it. You don't have to worry about him. He finally achieved his true power and he is currently absorbing his power and his body is getting used to it. He will contact us back in 4 days, Luna said with a dreamy look on her face and continued to pat Attila. All the girls intently listened to what Luna was saying. After all, only she could give them any information. They knew that Luna has never been wrong, so they decided to trust her. Attila, do you want ice cream? Luna asked the giant basilisk, who happily nodded her head. Then let's go have some ice cream, Luna declared, and both Attila and Luna left after that. Even though the girls were dumbfounded, they didn't say anything. POV Rio. I finally opened my eyes and I was assaulted by bright light. My eyes pained and some machine started to beep. What the hell is that annoying noise? I could smell some kind of spirit you can only smell in hospitals. My eyes and ears finally settled down and took the view around me. I heard footsteps coming towards my direction and saw a frantic Jean enter the room. I got up and I immediately felt the difference in my body. It was really different. I felt I could destroy a mountain with my fist. I could feel that I have lost all the vulnerabilities I had. You need to calm down. Do you remember me? Jean approached in front of me and asked in a gentle voice. What happened to me? My voice was slightly hoarse, my throat was really dry. Can you get me some water? I asked Jean, who nodded and immediately poured a glass of water and handed me. I drank the whole glass in an instant. We don't know what happened, but you suddenly went into a coma. We weren't able to treat you because your lightning was interfering with all the machines, Jean said, sitting down in front of me. Coma? When? I asked her in a confused tone. It has been a week you were out, Jean said, and my mind blanked. Fuck it, I have been in a coma for a week. I guess I should go back into a coma by myself, or the girls would send me back into a coma. A/N. MC didn't master the power of destruction, he just absorbed all the latent power in the Leviathan's soul and made it his own. Chapter 173, Brotherhood and Returning Home. POV Rumi. It has been 4 days since we have lost contact with Rio. Yeah, I know that he is not at any kind of risk, but it doesn't mean that I am not worried about him. Ha! I released a huge sigh as I stared towards the arena. I wasn't in a mood to fight today. I pressed my hands together and kept staring towards the arena. I didn't want to be here today, but because of Rio's mission, I had to be here. I noticed that the woman was here today and she was keeping her eyes on me. Rio thinks that she goes by the name Mystique, and I don't doubt him. The woman must have finally reached the limit of her patience because I felt her approach me. I didn't need to look up to know that it was the woman, my battle senses were quite sharp enough. What can I help you with? I asked, my eyes still fixed on the arena. You are quite an interesting woman, Rumi Usagiyama, the woman started, to which I just snorted. I have heard. So, what do you want? I asked the woman in a scathing manner, but the woman didn't mind. You know, we should stick together. After all, there is strength in numbers, the woman said with a smile on her face. Why the hell should I stick with you? I don't even know you, I said in an annoyed tone. Do you think that humans would support you? They don't like something unnatural like us. The woman said. I have to say that this woman is much smarter than that toad guy. She hasn't mentioned anything about being a mutant, but it is clear what she wants to say. I might not be cunning like Namiri, but I can work with simple manipulations like this. You aren't trying to get me into some cult or something, right? I asked, looking at her with an incredulous stare. Don't play me for a fool. How long do you think you would be able to hide the fact that you are a mutant? The woman asked me. For the first time she lost her smile. I don't know what you are talking about. I asked her in a defensive tone. You don't need to be guarded, I'm trying to help you. With everything going on all around, do you think you will be able to hide the fact that you are a mutant? The woman asked me. I decided to keep my silence. They will make something that will be able to locate all of us. What do you think humans will do when they capture us? The woman continued when she saw that I didn't speak. So, you are saying we should fight? I asked her in a small voice. The woman's smile returned. Of course, we might be few in numbers, but we have decided to take the fight to them, the woman said. I acted like I was thinking about what I was going to do. So, how do I sign up? After a minute passed, I finally asked her. You being one of us is enough to sign up, the woman said. The woman asked me to follow her and I did. After a long boat ride, we arrived on some kind of island. It was some kind of a base. After entering the base, the woman changed into a blue-skinned naked woman. Looks like Momo and Namiri aren't the only exhibitionists in this world. My name is Mystique, the blue-skinned naked woman said. We met with 3 guys, one of them was the toad guy, another was a tall man who looked like a beast, and the last one was a geezer in red robes and a helmet. He called himself Magneto and he had powers to control metal. Somewhat like Rio, but he wasn't strong enough to be compared with Rio. After all, Rio could destroy a small city with a single move. I still shudder when I remember the first time I saw him using that move. Apparently, the geezer with Rio's power was the leader of this group and they called themselves the Brotherhood of Mutants. They told me about Charles Xavier, who has his own group called X-Men, who were passive fools and they were still supporting humans. Personally, I call them fools. I can do nothing about them, at least, not yet. This is how I joined the Brotherhood of Mutants. The days passed just like that. POV Rio. How are you feeling? Jean asked me. The machines were useless because of my lightning powers. I am quite fine now, though I won't deny a nice meal, I said to Jean, who nodded her head. It has been 2 hours since I have woken up, but I was unable to contact the girls because Jean has forbidden me from leaving my bed and I have to go to my room so that I can get my phone. After a few minutes Jean returned with a plate of food. I wanted a juicy steak, but Jean denied, saying that so much oil won't do me any good. I was happily eating my food when I remembered that Jean was still here. I was confused. Shouldn't Scott be already here? Where is your boyfriend? I asked Jean, and her face immediately darkened. He is not my boyfriend, Jean said in a dark tone before returning to her usual demeanor. It is kind of easy to perceive with how he is around you, I said with a smile and continued to eat my food. Please stop talking about that bastard. This is the only place I can get a break from him, and I don't want to spend my time away from that asshole talking about him, Jean said in a disgusted tone. Wow, there is a lot of hate there. I don't know what happened in the movies, but this Jean Grey doesn't like Scott Summers at all. This world is slightly different than the original, and there is still the matter of other factors like the inclusion of MCU and Fantastic Four. So, can it also change the timeline? Quite possible, if I think about this. I slowly ate my food and laid back in my bed. I found that when I was out, Charles or Jean has tried to enter my mind, but they weren't successful. Well, if they had succeeded, then I would have pitted them. After all, I was never able to check the dungeon defense I have built inside my mind. I think I will let Charles have a go at it. Who knows, maybe he will succeed. Ha! Who am I even kidding? After another hour, Jean finally left, but she didn't look too happy. I swear I heard something about ripping Scott into shreds if he dares to persist about the date. When Jean left, I decided to check if anything was still watching me or not. I found that Xavier was busy with training, so he wasn't using his mental abilities to watch over me from a distance. Jean was the same. If the kids were training, that means it was already evening. I quickly teleported into my room and found my stuff was untouched. I pulled out my phone from the bag and grimaced when I saw the missed calls and texts from the girls. Without waiting for another second, I texted them, and I started to receive angry replies along with curses and finally text saying that they were glad that I was okay. The last text was about how I should be a man and take my punishment like a man. Even though I grimaced, I know that I deserved it. I told them that I will visit them as soon as possible. After that, I kept the phone in my bag and operated back in the infirmary bed. The training session was still going on, so the others were still there. After half an hour, the training session finally ended. I noticed that now my sensing power has grown really strong. Before I absorbed the Leviathan's power, I was only able to sense if they were kids or adults, but now I can clearly recognize a person. I didn't notice this change when I operated in my room. I was too busy trying to think of excuses so the girls would let me off easily. That is how I found that the others were in the training room. After the training ended, Jean and Aurora visited me together. After some time, Charles arrived with Scott in tow. They asked me some questions, normal questions asked to any patients after their recovery. Jean handed me a light dinner and left along with the others. Scott was glaring at me because I was being taken care of by Jean. After finishing my dinner, I kept a close eye on Charles. As soon as he fell asleep, I operated in my room and took off my hospital gown. I wasn't wearing anything underneath, not surprising. I wore some clothes and took my time Turner and operated into Knox. The girls were still up, but before I could greet them, I was tackled by them, which ended up as a group hug. Thank God, you are safe, Momo said, smothering me with kisses. Please don't do that again. Rumi was next. She had her face buried in my chest and she was hugging me really tightly. If I hadn't absorbed the power, then she would have definitely sent me to meet God. We were worried to death. Next was Namiri, who said, rubbing her face on my chest while hugging me tightly. I could feel her fox ears rubbing on my chin. Tell us before doing something like this again, Dora said with a small voice. She was hugging me from behind. Better yet, don't do something like this. Fleur scolded me with a caring tone. Well, I trusted you, but this is fun, so I joined in, Luna said in a happy voice. It almost brought me to tears seeing the girls like this. I am sorry that I worried you girls. It won't happen again, I said with a smile on my face. The girls kept hugging me tightly and got up after a few minutes of cuddling on the floor. Now, be a man and take your punishment, 5 girls chorused while cracking their knuckles. Wait, we can talk this out, I said with a wry smile on my face, but I was really scared inside seeing their evil grins on their faces. Oh, this is going to be so much fun, Luna chimed in and looked at me with pity in her eyes. Chapter 174, F***CK Me Sideways. POV Rio. Last night was kind of a roller coaster for me. First, the girls tackled me to the ground and kept hugging me. It was a really emotional moment for all of us. Then they beat me up. Luna watched my plight from the side while giggling. Then the girls threw me into bed and had their wicked ways with me. Any head of a family has to make some sacrifices to make their family happy. Since my family was big, I had to make a big sacrifice, but do I regret it? No. Sometimes sex like this is quite fun too. I slept like a log surrounded by my girls tangled into a mess. For me, it was just 2 days I was away from them, but for the girls, it has been 9 days. I woke up early in the morning and I had to work really hard to extract myself from the heap of female bodies. I didn't want to disturb them, so I allowed them to sleep. I took out the time turner I had brought and used it to return 5 hours back in time. I didn't bother to check anything and directly went to the special training room we have built in the house. It would block any kind of energy from leaking outside. I don't know if it could stop my power of destruction, but let's see what happens. I entered the training room but didn't know how to start training. I knew that I had the power inside me and I just needed to channel the power outside. After using this method for 5 hours, I was only able to find out that it was the correct method. But it was way too hard to control the power of destruction. If I let it out from my body in an uncontrolled manner, then everything around me would be completely destroyed along with the planet. If I needed to do that, it would be way too easy, but what I wanted to do was to destroy one specific object and leave everything else unscathed. Doing that was too hard. Well, whatever, I have never shied away from training, so I have no problem training myself. When the time was finally over, I returned to my normal self and then went to take shower. I got dressed and told the girls that I needed to go. The girls were still in bed, and even though I wanted to join them badly, I couldn't. I apparat back into my room and took off my clothes and wore the hospital gown. I returned everything I had used in my room to their previous state and apparat back to my bed in the infirmary. Jean arrived after some time and ran some checks asking me if I felt everything was normal or not. Even though she said that it was quite surprising to see someone who was in a coma for a week to get healthy so quickly, she relented and discharged me. I was quite happy with that. I didn't meet with Scott today as he had to go somewhere early in the morning, lucky for him. I wanted to tease him so badly. I have already missed a week's worth of time. So, I spent the whole day laying in the garden under the tree's shade. I received the report from the girls, telling me what they were up to. I was really proud of Namuri when I heard what she was doing. Momo and Fleur were working on some kind of barrier that could defend against nuclear strikes. They thought they needed it because someone might decide to launch a nuke towards the safe haven I would build. Rumi was in the Brotherhood. She told me they were currently researching some kind of machine that could forcefully mutate normal humans. Well, looks like the world is still following the same timeline. Dora had started her training too. Dora said she could get some more experience if she continues training, but her lack of balance is still there, unfortunately. Even though everything was going well, I asked Momo and Fleur to prepare EMP warheads that would be strong enough to send a city like New York back to the Stone Age. They happily accepted the project. They decided to put off the barrier project for now, as according to them, building an EMP warhead is going to be way easier if they use raw magic. After all, magic is highly destructive towards technology. Time skipped 5 months. 5 months passed just like that. Nothing major happened in these months. Well, at least nothing major for me. Namuri has become the highest priority target, the most wanted criminal in the whole world, but to their shame, no one has ever seen her true face. She is given the codename Fox because of her calling card. After 2 weeks passed since she told everyone about her initial plan, she started to leave a message. Fox was here to taunt S.H.I.E.L.D., but it kind of stuck with her. S.H.I.E.L.D. only knew about her minor crimes like buying some of the minor and major import and export companies, but in truth she owned every single import-export company in the US. She used any means possible: imperious, blackmail, bribery. After she gained control over the US, she moved her claws towards South America. Because she already has a massive amount of resources this time, she didn't need to use blackmail or bribery. According to her, those were time-wasting methods. She imperioused anyone she wanted to buy something from. It took her only 2 weeks to own every import and export company there. Then she moved towards Britain. She sneaked into the Buckingham Palace and imperioused the Queen. I have to say, she has guts. She did this just because she could. She didn't ask the Queen to do anything. She then went and bought all the import and export companies, and this time she even bought the weapons manufacturing company. She liked the fact that we monopolized weapons manufacturing in the HP world. Then she went to the Eastern countries. She took control over all the import and export companies in the Eastern countries, except Russia. Russia was damn huge, and buying off the companies there was kind of complicated. In other countries, she didn't need to do a lot, as she just imperioused the owner and he sold her the company deeds. But in Russia, all import and export companies were owned by the government. So, she needed to sneak into Kremlin, but even after that, the process would be complicated. She decided to leave them alone. After all, they needed to import from other countries and the export companies of other countries were owned by her. Instead, she decided to take care of their oil reserve. She had an insane plan to create a portal and empty all their reserve and collect it somewhere else. Momo and Fleur told her that it could be done, so she decided to do just that and left Russia alone for now. She decided to do similar things with Middle Eastern countries too. As their main source of income was selling oil to other countries, and they bought water from other countries. So, Namuri decided to destroy their oil export and water import methods. She left alone those countries too, for now at least. Speaking of Fleur and Momo, they were able to make EMP warheads strong enough to destroy the whole of New York in just 3 weeks. They could make way stronger ones too, but then they would need either me or Namuri because of our insane amount of raw magical power. After that, they got busy with their barrier project and portal project, later given to them by Namuri. Rumi was constantly reporting to me about the progress Magneto has made with his mutant-making machine. They had found a method to turn normal humans into mutants, but as of now, they haven't found a way to implement the method. Dora's training was going well too. She has become a top trainee of her batch and had already been noticed by Maria Hill and Clint Barton. Nowadays Natasha wasn't in the high graces of S.H.I.E.L.D. Well, she never was, but after her several failures to track Namiri they started to send her on the missions where the least information was available. Well, it was quite clear that S.H.I.E.L.D. higher-ups have decided to get rid of her. And Luna was Luna. She spends most of her time watching cartoons with Attila or playing with Attila. Well, I also don't want her to get into these kinds of messes. She was way too angelic to do any of that. Now, enough about others. I haven't made much progress with my power of destruction until today. Today I was finally able to destroy a specific stone between a lot of them. I could do it since last month, but now I could do it more easily. The Leviathan soul was telling me that it was going to become easier. Like I would be able to destroy anything without any effort and use any energy when I master this power. Well, that's all of the good, but Scott's lucky star was still shining brightly on him. Even after 5 months of taunts, he didn't attack me. Quite disappointing. In fact, he seemed to get much better at controlling his anger. This is bad. Well, I still have 1 more year to push him off the edge. Charles still didn't trust me completely, but I have started to train with the others and showed them that I was progressing in a positive direction, but all of it changed today. 2 major things happened today. One, I gained more control over my power of destruction, and the other thing I saw on TV. Senator Robert Kelly introduces the mutant registration bill. This is all I needed to hear, and I knew that the timeline has changed. This is way too soon, more like 1.5 years too soon. Only one thing came out of my mouth after the grand revelation. Fuck me sideways. Even though I was loud enough for the kids to hear along with the others, none of them bothered to chastise me. Chapter 175, Leaving the Xavier Mansion. Edited. POV Rio. After hearing the announcement, chaos broke out in the Xavier Mansion. Yes, the bill was just introduced and there was a chance that the bill won't pass, but everyone knew better. Charles still looked optimistic, believing in humans. He trusted that the bill won't pass. The bill only said that all the mutants must come forward and register their power, but only naive fools would believe that. Mutants would be coerced to join the army so their powers could be weaponized. The bill was going to be debated in 2 weeks. According to Rumi, Magneto hasn't even started building the mutant-making machine, so there was very little chance that he would be able to complete it. So, there is a chance that Magneto would try to assassinate Senator Robert Kelly and use Mystique to impersonate him. Now, calling him Magneto while I call myself Magneto too is going to be slightly confusing. Should I beat him up and ask him to change his name, or should I change my name? After all, now I have a variety of powers, and magnetokinesis isn't my only power. I have also received the power of destruction. Now that I know that the timeline is changing, I need to check everything and start my preparations before shit hits the fan. I quickly went to the garden while Charles called an emergency meeting. After making sure that Charles wasn't watching me, I texted Momo and Fleur asking them about the progress of barrier they were making. They said that they still weren't able to make it strong enough to withstand a nuke, but it can withstand everything else. Well, it was good and all, but it wasn't enough, but it was still impressive. The next person I needed to text was Luna. She would be the only one who could tell me about the changing future. Luna, can you tell me about the changes in the future? I asked Luna. Can't tell you. The future might change towards the bad direction, Luna replied. Well, I guess she is right. I might know about the timeline, but it could change like it is happening right now, but knowing the future might change it because of some action of mine and it could turn out bad. Can't you give me a little sneak peek? I asked Luna. I waited nervously for a few seconds for Luna's text. She must be thinking what she could tell me. Another person is going to use this chance to his advantage. I can't tell you anymore or the future will be really bad. Something will happen, and that needs to happen so that the humans make a big move against mutants. Luna sent me a cryptic message. What the hell? So, something will happen that will cause humans to act out against mutants. Well shit. And Luna thinks it must happen. Then it must be a pivotal point for the new timeline. Thank you, whatever that means. I thanked Luna. Don't worry, you will be able to figure it out, but you would be able to use it to your advantage. Luna sent me another cryptic message, but this time it was slightly clear. So, I will be able to figure out who this other man is and what needs to happen in the future. Well, fuck this shit. Why can't everything happen like it did in the original timeline? Well, obviously, because I changed it. In the original timeline, there wasn't any Namiri who was happily buying off every import-export company throughout the world. Then, I texted Namiri asking where she was and what she was doing. I immediately received her reply. She was currently in Dubai. She was now setting up the expansion trunks inside the oil reserves. She had learned enchanting when she was determined to make those bangles to protect us from any kind of mind-altering spell and potions, so she could make expansion trunks on her own. She wanted to steal all of their oil to break their backbone. Human civilization would collapse without oil. I told her what was happening here with the Mutant Registration Act. She said that it was good that she was done with all the purchases. She now only needed to return to Russia and place expansion trunks in their oil reserves too. After that, she could start placing teleportation seals on the goods stored in her companies around the world. It was going to take another year if she had to do it by herself, even if she uses magic. The process would become much faster if she could get some help. So, I decided to get her house elves. This would get her a lot of additional hands. So, I decided to make a trip to HP World and get Namiri as many house elves as I could buy. 1 year wasn't a long time, but the problem was what Luna told me. Luna said that something will happen in the near future that will make humans act against mutants, and it needed to happen. I can very well see how I can use this chance to my advantage. After all, if mutants feel unsafe because of humans, they will jump at any chance of getting a safe haven for themselves. Even the naive mutants would do so. But now, where the hell am I going to build the safe haven? Should I take over this country or some other country? Let's think about the probable place. The most probable place would be a completely different planet. I could use the data from the HP world and colonize Mars, but that would need time, something I don't have. So, I have to use someplace else. Taking over an island would be easiest, but, fucking hell. Why don't I take over Genosha? I only need to beat up Magneto and his cronies and I will get a huge-ass island for the safe haven project. But, this is manipulation through and through. Should I do it? But if I do this, the mutants would be able to live in peace away from stupid human interference. Fuck this. Why the hell I am thinking about how they are going to feel. It's not like they are going to know that I allowed this to happen. After all, I am doing this for the greater good. As soon as that came out of my mouth, I looked down. I released a relieved sigh. Thank God I didn't grow a fucking beard, but I should be careful and not throw around the greater good. Now that I have finished chatting with the girls, I have decided to think about this other person Luna mentioned about. Now, it could have been Magneto, but from what I have heard from Rumi, his machine is non-existent. So, he could use Mystique to assassinate the senator and then impersonate him. But, I don't think that this could cause humans to act against mutants. It could only happen if the assassination of Senator Kelly is revealed to be done by mutants. I don't think Magneto would allow that to happen. After all, he might be evil, but he isn't brain dead. He also knows that no matter what, he can't defeat all the humans. So, one point is clear: if the humans are going to act against mutants, that could only happen if the assassination comes to the light, but if that's the case, someone else could assassinate Senator Robert Kelly and frame the mutants. Yes, it won't be hard to do that. Now, who could use this method to his advantage? Suddenly a name clicked in my mind. William Stryker. He was the only dude who would use this method to destroy all the mutants. After all, he was the one who decided to use Nightcrawler to assassinate the president so he could use the incident to persuade the president so he could get president's approval to attack the school. But that time he got the information from Eric, who was imprisoned in his plastic and glass prison. So, how did he get the information this time? Of course, yes, his son Jason Stryker also attended Xavier's school for gifted youngsters but didn't stay here. So, William Stryker got the information from his son. So, he is either going to assassinate Senator Robert Kelly and his family, or he is going to do something similar and again use Nightcrawler to assassinate the president, and if the assassination fails as it happens in the movies, then Stryker gets carte blanche from the president and he is free to deal with mutants as he wants. With the assassination of Senator Kelly and an assassination attempt on the president, the people will be crying for the blood of mutants. Most people don't even care now, but if a mutant attacks the president, then they will cry out for blood. So, what now? What am I going to do now? Should I stay here and continue to play games, or should I leave? I can't ask Namiri to come here, she is busy with her pet project of stealing fuel. Fleur and Momo are busy with the barrier. I might have to give up on the plans for Rumi and call her back, but the information is important too. Rumi will also help me with the fight against Magneto, not that I need it. Now, Dora should stay where she is. S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't going anywhere even if I finish up making the safe haven for mutants. So, that only leaves Luna and I. If I ask Luna, would surely help me. But it would be too much for Luna. I guess I had to leave and get everything ready. With that decided, I went back to my room and started to pack everything. After getting everything packed, I decided to say goodbye to Aurora and Jean, for now. I tuned my senses and found them in Jean's office. I went towards Jean's office and knocked on the door. Yes, come in, I heard Jean's voice from inside. I pushed open the door and found both Aurora and Jean were still watching the news. Seeing me with my backpack, they already got the idea. Even they looked slightly sad, they still had smiles on their faces. So, you are leaving? Jean asked me. Yes, I need to go and take care of something. Especially with everything going on out there, I said, looking towards the TV. Both Aurora and Jean nodded their heads sadly. We will miss you here, Aurora said with a smile on her face. His food is going to be missed, Jean said while nodding her head. In these 5 months, I have become friends with Jean and Aurora. We aren't that close, but we were close enough that they started to ask me to make their food. One day, I don't know why I decided to make their food. They really liked it and kept demanding that I make food. I agreed to do it sometimes and they were happy with it. This is the only reason that I came to tell them that I was leaving, or I would have left without saying anything. Don't worry, I think we are going to meet again, and I think it will be quite soon, I said with a smile on my face. Then, I hope that you will decide to stay here again, Aurora said. I guess, well, I will be going now, I said, and left the room while waving at them. After reaching the garage, I put on my helmet and rode out of the mansion gates, riding towards my home Knox. Chapter 176, Moving On with the Plans. I, edited. SHIELD Headquarters, New York. Agent Romanoff, good work on your last mission, Agent Hill spoke to Natasha Romanoff with a stoic look on her face. Thank you, ma'am, Natasha said in common courtesy. Director Fury is waiting for you, Agent Hill said, and left Natasha to her own musing. Natasha released a long sigh. Things aren't going very well in her life. She knew when her new life as a SHIELD agent started to go downhill. She knew that her life has been worse. Her life started with the Red Room and now she had ended up in SHIELD. Yes, she would happily agree that her life in SHIELD hasn't been sunshine and rainbows, but it wasn't bad like it is now. She knew very well why this was happening. It was happening because of a fox. The higher-ups of SHIELD were never happy with her joining SHIELD. They wanted her dead, but Agent Barton went out of his way and gave the infamous Black Widow a new chance at life as a SHIELD agent. But she knew very well that her position wasn't like any other agent. Other agents would be able to retire, but she won't be able to do that. She either works for them or she dies. Director Fury and the higher-ups have never trusted her. Who would trust a Russian-trained spy who was so good in spying? But they were good until she messed up in the Fox job, where she happily handed the company deeds to Fox and was unable to get any single clue about Fox's identity. Now, she knew that she was going to be crucified even if there were others. Are you going to hurt your own trained workers, or would you try to put all the blame on some outsider who came to work in your agency? Natasha knew that it wasn't something personal, but they had to do it. The higher-ups and Director Fury wanted to put the blame on someone, and she had a nice X mark on her at that moment. Since then her life has become quite hard. She had been sent on the hardest missions. She was sent 14 more times after Fox in these 5 months, and she failed all 14 times spectacularly. She was the only agent in the whole world who was graced by Fox's presence every time she was sent after Fox. Apparently, Fox found it funny that Fox would walk and have a chat with her and then leave. But Director Fury and SHIELD higher-ups didn't find it funny. They thought Agent Romanoff might have some prior connection to Fox before she joined SHIELD. After all, why would someone like Fox bother with Natasha? Natasha knew that she should blame Fox for her misery, but she knew very well that there were only her boss and higher-ups to blame. So, they started to send her on the hardest missions with low information. She has completed them even if they were the hardest missions of her life. After all, being a SHIELD agent has its perks. But she wasn't happy at this moment. She knew she was about to get another outrageous mission that might get her killed. She arrived in front of Fury's office and knocked on the door. She didn't know what kind of mission it is going to be this time. Until now, they haven't sent her on any suicide mission. That meant she still had some value in SHIELD, but it could change at any moment. Enter, she heard Director Fury's voice from the inside. She pushed open the door and entered the room. They exchanged the usual pleasantries and Director Fury finally told her about her new assignment. Take a look, Director Fury said and handed Natasha a file with classified written on it. Natasha looked through the file and found it was about mutants. Personally, she didn't have any feelings about mutants and she didn't have any problem with them coexisting with other humans, but the information she found in the file were not known by anyone. She read information about what SHIELD has learned from Trask Industries. Trask Industries were working together with SHIELD and Camp X-Ray to experiment on mutants. Not much was written there, but the mission was from a request from Trask Industries. The mission was about protecting a senator named Robert Kelly and why she needed to protect him. Natasha wasn't a naive fool. She knew that this file was marked as classified because this file would prove that SHIELD was taking missions from private companies. That also meant that this was going to be a black op. She along with some other SHIELD agents are going to be sent to protect the Senator Robert Kelly, and if this mission fails then she will be crucified along with the other agents. They would be on their own after that. This wasn't her first black op mission where if she was caught she was going to be left on her own, but this time the chance of failure was very high. She had read about the bill this senator has proposed, and there was a very high chance that some mutant might try to assassinate the senator, and with the odd abilities a mutant can have they were already at a disadvantage. She was pretty sure that the other agents that are going to be sent along with her are going to be problem agents. Well, I guess that's all. Being an agent I have learned to read between lines. From the file you have already understood that this mission is going to be a black op, right? Fury asked, looking at me sharply. Yes, sir, I said in a confident tone, even if I was fed up on the inside. Senator Kelly must be protected until the bill is passed. This is very important. Fox might very well be a mutant. If this bill passes then we would be able to use these sensors to locate all the mutants, Fury said in a grave voice. Well, like I have any option here. If I fail this mission then I will be crucified by SHIELD. Take 4 days off before reporting for the mission, Fury said and dismissed me. At least he thought that I should get some rest. I was slightly worried that he was going to send me right off. POV Rio. I arrived at Knox in the evening. The girls were quite happy to see that I was back. In the past 5 months, we were not able to spend time together. Namuri and Rumi were not in Knox. Rumi was with the Brotherhood while Namuri was in Dubai stealing fuel. Since Namuri has taken a liking to the hacking laptop, Momo had decided to make another one for me. Momo, Fleur, Luna, and Dora were just resting now, so they decided to join me in bed to cuddle. They saw that I needed to do something, so they agreed that the sex marathon will happen after dinner. I mused how they communicated with just their eyes. I picked up the laptop and started to dive into every possible government organizations to learn about their secrets. This was still 2002, so a lot of stuff were still kept in physical archives, especially the confidential files. I wasn't looking for those secret files. I was looking for the locations of missile silos and nuclear submarines. I wasn't disappointed and started to note down the locations. It would need some time, but it is possible to infect their systems with a virus. It won't be hard to make such a virus with this laptop. This laptop could beat any supercomputers in this world. After all, huge feats could be easily achieved if someone is able to merge magic with technology. I know that I could upload the virus from any location and crash their computer systems, but there was still a chance that they would be able to destroy the virus, so I decided to personally pay a visit to each of these silos and make the missiles and warheads impotent. They could be launched, but there won't be any firepower. I wanted to make the islands unplottable, but it seems like I have to use barriers for now. From what I have seen in the movies during the Dark Phoenix, the island is huge, and if we are going to make a hidden and protected country, then we will need to include a lot of sea area too. It was going to be very hard to make such a huge area unplottable, and it would take time. So, I will use the barriers to protect the place and slowly prepare the unplottable wards. We could easily make a country specific for mutants, with all the mutants out there. I know that there will be a lot of fools who would try to stay behind because they will believe in humans, naive fools. Even though Namuri owns all the import-export companies, I don't think that will be enough for all the countries to bow their heads. I must also take away all their money. Then, why don't I cause a fire sale, Die Hard 4.0, on a global scale? I know that there are fools who would try to stop it, but why the hell would I care? In this world there is no need to downplay anything from the shadows. With this laptop, making a fire sale won't be too hard. Yes, to do it globally is going to be hard, but not impossible. I could force all the countries to allow the willing mutants to leave the country. Tomorrow I am gonna go back to the HP world and buy all the house elves I can. They will help Namuri with the theft of fuel and placing teleportation seals in all her companies. Looks like all the plans are prepared for now. Let's see what happens. Chapter 177, Moving on with the plans, 2. Edited. POV Rio. Why is it so hot? Luna asked me while pouting. Because we are in the middle of a desert at noon, I said in a dry tone. Luna just pouted cutely and took off her top. She was wearing a pink bra underneath. I didn't mind her taking off her top because we were the only ones here. The reason why the two of us were here was because we were looking for the entrance of the missile silo underneath us. It has been 5 days since I have returned to the Knox from the Xavier mansion. I was able to buy 139 house elves and handed every one of them to Namuri. Namuri was slightly freaked out to see so many hyperactive house elves. They were like that since I have told them that Lady Ravenclaw was going to be their mistress. Namuri said that with this many house elves she would be able to finish all the arrangements in just a few more days. She just needed to make the teleportation seals and the house elves would place them. With her bond with them, they could easily find all of her properties. The properties don't need to be magical for that to work because the contracts Namuri has been using were magical. Luna and I have been busy making all the nuclear warheads in the states impotent. It took us 5 days to visit all the missile silos and nuclear submarines and make them impotent. It was quite a tiring job, but it was quite fine. I was using this country's own systems to locate all the facilities. The process might seem slow, but only a few countries own nuclear warheads. After this we will be visiting Russia. This facility was the last in the US which wasn't tampered with by me and Luna. I found it. Luna chimed in from the side. She spoke pointing towards a huge hatch. It was slightly buried in the sand. It was quite clear that she used her seer abilities to locate it because there was no way she could have known. Even I didn't know where the hatch was with my metal sensing abilities. Good girl, I said and gave her a few head pats. Those made her really happy and she beamed happily. I used my metal sensing powers and disabled all the sensors. It was another thing I was able to do after I absorbed Leviathan's power. I could only do it for minor stuff like these, turn on and off a light or electrical appliances, stuff like that. I am not able to control a computer from a distance with my powers. After disabling the sensors, we both donned invisibility cloaks and opened the hatch. We slipped inside without making any noise. Most of the silos were unmanned. This was also unmanned. Wow, this is huge! Luna exclaimed with awe in her voice. She gestured with her hands towards the huge rockets. You know the drill. Look for the nuclear warheads and disable them. Leave the rest like it is, I said to Luna. I was also looking towards the missiles. I cast the spell to detect radiation. This was way quicker than looking up at them one by one. I found this spell in Japan back in the HP world. The Japanese wizards and witches crafted this spell after the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombing so they could detect the radiation. We soon found the warheads. There were 5 nuclear warheads stored here. Both me and Luna were done in about 30 minutes and we were already ready to leave. We silently exited through the hatch and after closing the hatch I reactivated the sensors. Can we go back to Nox to pick up the cold clothes? You know it is really cold in Russia, Luna said with a serious look on her face. But her serious look also looked very cute. The thing is that I haven't told Luna where we were going next and she already knew. Well, who cares, she can see the freaking future. Both Luna and I operated back to Nox and took all the winter clothes we needed. The others were confused when they saw us taking the winter clothes but didn't say anything. After that, I checked where we were going first. Since we haven't visited the place before this we decided to take a flight. I grabbed Luna by her waist and took flight. Only after a few seconds we were already above the clouds. POV Natasha. I am really getting the feeling that this is going to be my last mission. Since I was in the red room I have started to trust my instincts and they have never been wrong. I don't think that they would be wrong now for the first time. Senator Kelly has already been attacked by 2 mutants and it has only been 5 days. 9 days more and we have already lost 3 men. The first attack was done by some guy who was able to make waves of air. We lost 2 men that day. The guy was taken to Camp X-Ray in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. We were only able to catch him because of the prototype mutant sensor made by Trask Industries. The other guy was some dude who was able to spit fire. This dude came way too close to my liking. I guess these sensors are still a prototype for a reason. He was able to spit fire on Senator Kelly when he was about to get out of his car but the agent nearest to him decided to sacrifice his life and jumped in front of the fire and gave his life. This incident happened only a few hours ago. He was also arrested and sent to Guantanamo Bay. I don't like this. These both attacks were completely amateur. Others might not be able to feel it but I could once I saw the reports. It was almost like someone was checking the security around Senator Kelly. POV Rumi. Today, Magneto has sent another guy named Shane to attack Senator Kelly. The guy was able to spit fire. This was the second attack orchestrated by Magneto. The first attack was done by a guy named Dwayne. He had the ability to make waves of air. He was also caught and sent to Camp X-Ray, but we saved him and killed the people who were escorting him. So, what do you think? Mystique asked me looking in the direction of Senator Kelly. Both Mystique and I saw the whole incident from a nearby roof. We were sent by Magneto to see what kind of protection Senator Kelly had. Magneto's aim was to assassinate Senator Kelly while Mystique would impersonate him. I am the newest member of the Brotherhood, and this is way too much trust you are showing in me, I said giving Mystique a side glance. Mystique laughed after hearing me. Your senses are the sharpest in our group, even sharper than that beast Sabretooth. We saw you fight with those guards escorting Dwayne, Mystique said with a smile on her face. They have some kind of sensor. The sensor isn't perfect, that is why Shane was able to get so close to the senator, but most of them are good fighters, but that redhead is going to be the most trouble, I said pointing towards a sexy redhead among the guards. The woman was named Natasha Romanoff. I have seen her file on Namuri's laptop. Yes, she kind of looks like trouble to me too, but she doesn't seem to be well liked by the others, Mystique said pointing towards the other guards who were talking to each other but they didn't invite Natasha. Poor girl. So, how do you think we should approach Kelly? Mystique asked me. The best way to approach him is going to be inside his office. He has a sensor on his person too, but we could still get close enough to him, but we would need to wait. The guards are always near him, so if you try to impersonate him now then they will definitely find out, I said watching the whole formation intently. I guess you are right, let's go and inform Magneto, Mystique said, and with that, both of us left. I gave another look in Natasha's direction. POV Namuri. Fuck this shit. Why the fuck is this happening to me? While I stay and work in this place the others are able to enjoy Rio's manhood. This is so unfair. If anyone should enjoy his manhood then it should be me. After all, I am the super pervert. Damn, I need to do better than that. Well, who cares, only the hyperactive little guys are here. I still get freaked out seeing how excited they are to work. This place is so damn hot, but after I empty all their fuel reserves, I will give them a big fuck you and leave this goddamn place. I can't wait to be boned by Rio again, my pussy tingled in excitement. I was only wearing a pair of bikini bottoms and was completely topless. The house elves didn't care because they weren't interested in humans, like will you be interested to see a naked cow? The concept is just like that, and I was currently in the middle of nowhere. I have cast a Fidelius around me. After all, I can't have humans to see the house elves who are popping around now and then and that we are stealing their fuel diligently. I can't allow my glorious body to be seen by others. Only Rio and the others girls can see my glorious body. I had to make a cut behind the bikini bottom for my tails. My tails were happily swishing behind me while I was watching over the progress. My job, while simple, was magic consuming. I had to enchant the trunks. The little guys would come and take them to the oil fields, fill them up and bring them back after shrinking. I had set up my camp at some distance from the oil pumps. Quite an easy job but tiring. I pulled out another beer bottle from the crate and took a swig after I used my teeth to open the bottle. The fangs helped me a lot. I don't know why, but I have started to like shiny things, and don't know why, but I feel like I must have them. I released a frustrated sigh and continued to watch over the work. Looks like I need to scratch the itch during the next break. Chapter 178, On the Way to Genosha. Edited. POV Rio. It was the 12th day since the announcement of the Mutant Registration Act was proposed by Senator Robert Kelly, and we finally finished dealing with all the nuclear weapons in eastern countries. After arriving in Russia, we found out that we were not going fast enough, so we started to use time turners, but it still took us a lot of time. Namiri was also in Russia, but Luna and I were so busy that we were unable to meet her. So, we decided to meet Namiri in Madagascar. The news about Senator Kelly being attacked was reported in the news. It was a piece of international news at this moment. A lot of governments hated mutants and wanted to get rid of them, while some wanted to experiment on them to gain their power, but all of them needed a common thing to move forward with their plans. They needed their citizens to turn against the mutant population in their country. So, all of them were fanning the flames of mutant attacks on Senator Kelly to show all the mutants in a bad light. This was currently the hottest topic around the world, and the whole world was patiently waiting for the bill to pass. Everyone knew that the Mutant Registration Act might be the first bill against the mutants, but it definitely won't be the last. Tomorrow is going to be the most important day. After all, if Stryker wanted to act, then he would assassinate the senator tomorrow to get the best effect. I felt really bad for Natasha, as she was going to fail this mission. Stryker had already brainwashed Nightcrawler for the assassination. Too bad, S.H.I.E.L.D. is going to lose one of their best agent. I guess more changes are happening than I had expected, and these worlds mixing together is also influencing the events. After all, in the original MCU, there was no Senator Kelly, so no matter if Natasha wasn't trusted by the higher-ups, she didn't receive this mission. This mission was doomed to fail when General Stryker decided to enter himself in the fray. Well, their loss. I have heard that Namiri was paying close attention to Natasha. I will ask Namiri to get Natasha after S.H.I.E.L.D. abandons her. North Korea was the last country we had to deal with. After that, we decided to pay a visit to Genosha. Namiri was also interested to see the country we were going to make. We have decided to meet in Madagascar. Namiri was already in Madagascar. She had arranged everything there, so we had to travel via flight, and Namiri was going to pick us from Fianarantsoa Airport. Both Luna and I arrived at Pyongyang International Airport. Getting the tickets wasn't hard. Some liberal use of memory charms and Imperious Curse, and we were set. The flight was extremely long. It took us about 15 hours to reach Madagascar, but the flight was quite comfortable. I wasn't into saving money, so we took the first class. Finding Namiri among the crowd wasn't too hard. She was wearing too much bling. She was too hard to ignore. Just one look and you would notice that the woman was rich and with everything capital. The was new. I have never seen her wearing so much gold. She almost looks like a thug with all that bling. At least she looks good with those chains and rings. Did she join the Russian mafia while she was there? As soon as she saw me, she approached me and pulled me into a hungry kiss. She already started tugging on my clothes. Honey, I can't wait, please put it in, Namiri moaned between the kiss. Namiri, we are still at the airport. Why don't we head back to our hotel? I asked Namiri when I pulled back from the kiss. She didn't look too happy, but she knew that I was right, so she agreed. Can we have some ice cream on our way back? Luna asked with a sweet smile on her face. Namiri grinned hearing her request. Of course, dear, Namiri said with a caring smile. Namiri might be a depraved pervert, but she really cares about her sisters. Namiri took us to the parking lot, where she had parked her Rolls-Royce. I was kind of expecting it to be of gold, but thankfully it wasn't, but it was still way too shiny for my liking. I was a matte black kind of guy. I gave Namiri a stare. I didn't know she liked gold or shiny things this much. She never bothered with galleons back in the HP world. Those were literally gold coins. The shiniest Rolls-Royce in the whole world. I had to pay extra for the custom paint job. Do you like it? Namiri asked us, pointing towards the car. There is nothing to not like, but since when did you start liking gold and shiny things? I asked Namiri. She had never shown any interest in jewelry until now. But now, she was wearing 5 gold chains and all of them were dangling out of her shirt. She was wearing a women's business suit with pants. She was wearing gold rings on all of her fingers. She had also gotten her nose pierced and was wearing a golden nose ring. It was quite common in India. She has also gotten a labret. Unsurprisingly, it was also gold. Namiri just looked at herself and shrugged. She also wearing 2 gold bangles along with a gold wristwatch on her wrists. Damn. This is way too shiny. Dunno. I have started to like shiny things and I want them, Namiri said and shrugged again. It's not that I mind her wearing so much gold, and I will never stop any of the other girls if they decide to follow Namiri's footsteps, but I was surprised by the sudden change. It is because of her bloodline, she would like anything shiny. The others are also affected, but everyone is affected in a different way, Luna chimed in while skipping. Changes like? I asked in a curious tone. Namiri was also interested. Momo has started to crave knowledge, she has always been like that, so you didn't notice. Fleur has started to eat fiery food, the hotter there the better, and I am speaking about both spice and temperature. Rumi would start to seek out trouble and battles. Dora is the only one who will change very slowly, and her change will be very different. She will start to hear prayers, Luna explained with a serious look on her face. I guess, the changes are quite understandable. But I thought dragons like shiny things. Namiri asked, showing all her jewelry. Foxes like shiny things too, they are generally a curious species, Luna said while wagging her finger. Luna is the one who knows the most about animals and magical beasts, and if she says that foxes like shiny things, then they definitely do. Namiri just nodded her head and unlocked the car. A/N, for those who don't know, foxes like shiny things, especially young foxes, and Namiri is currently a young fox. You can search it on Google. Namiri took the driving seat while Luna took the shotgun. She was excited to see Madagascar. This was only 2002, so there wasn't much to see except the forests, but there were some small towns down the road, and Luna was definitely interested in the forests. Everyone was staring towards Namiri's car. She was the first one to get a car that was so shiny, others will definitely follow the trend. Namiri finally released the illusion around her and her tails and ears appeared. She had also pierced both of her ears in 3 places. Obviously to wear gold earrings. On our way back we stopped in front of an ice cream shop. I found that even after all these years I still loved ice cream. After that went straight to our hotel. Namiri has booked a hotel by the coast, so that it won't be a bother for us to leave tomorrow. Namiri must really love the car because she put a strong illusion on the car along with strong notice me not charms so that everyone would ignore her shiny and luxurious ride. Namiri has also reapplied the illusions around her so that no one is able to see her tails and ears. Namiri had booked a whole floor for herself. The hotel staff and manager obviously agreed because she was using memory charms on them. I never cared what she did because I will always support my girls. If one of them decides to become a dark lady, I would obviously support her. I have been working on the runes you have told me about, Namiri said, showing us some pieces of paper. Just slap them on the ground and they will activate, Namiri continued. These were the surveillance interference runes I had asked her to make. Putting these runes around Genosha Island will make it impossible for the governments to put surveillance there. After the barriers are put up we won't need these, but it will take us some time to put on the barriers. Then we also have to work on those unplottable wards, they are going to be a real bother. I don't know how long will it take us to make such a huge island unplottable, but Namiri thinks that it would take us about a month. Only setting up the wards and the barriers won't do, we also need to make houses, but we could do it slowly after the mutants start to arrive. Now, I needed to prepare for the fire sale. We can be slightly late, it won't be a problem since, with the laptop, I will be able to find all the mutants. Rumi is currently on the Genosha Island, expect a party there after we arrive, I said looking towards the ocean. I have heard that someone is there with magnetic power like yours, but he is way weaker than you, Namiri said and hugged me from behind. She was already naked. Luna saw this and started giggling. I turned around and took a look at Namiri. Her navel was also pierced now, unsurprisingly it was also gold. I did all of the piercings myself. After all, I can't just walk into a store and ask him to pierce my ears. So, what do you think? You don't mind, right? Like what you see? Namiri said, wiggling her body seductively. Oh, yes. I definitely like what I see and I have no problems with your piercing. You have been beautiful since the beginning, I said. I wasn't able to answer Namiri's previous statement, but there are more important things now. I pulled Namiri into my arms. Luna had also stripped, but she didn't join us. She decided to take a dive in the jacuzzi. She had never tried that before. The ocean here was really beautiful, blue water and you can look through it. The cold and soothing wind from the ocean was blowing inside the room. I carried Namiri to the bed and laid her down. After that, both of us delved into carnal pleasure. We were soon joined by Luna too. This is how our reunion ended. Chapter 179, Natasha's Plight. Kelly Residence, New York. It was early morning and the streets were completely empty. The streets were completely silent except for the sound of footsteps coming from the Kelly residence. The guards stationed there were doing their usual rounds. All of them knew that tonight was the most important night, and if there was going to be an attack, then it is going to be tonight. The guards were using their usual routine, but from their body language, it was quite clear that all of them were tense. Some guards were taking a nap. After all, they were all humans, and no matter what, humans can't go on without any sleep. Natasha Romanoff was also taking a nap. She was up for the whole night and just half an hour ago she decided to get some sleep. Suddenly a deep blue mist appeared behind one of the gate guards and the guard fell down with a slit throat, blood flowing down profusely. The guard tried to stop the bleeding, but he was unable to stop the blood flow. The guard next to him was horrified. He didn't need a sensor to tell him that the attacker was a mutant. His hand shot towards the alarm, but he was too shy. The blue mist flashed by his side and a blue man with marks all over his body grabbed his hand and stabbed the guard in the neck, successfully silencing him. The second guard also died choking on his own blood without making a noise. The blue guy's facial expression didn't change. With a stoic look on his face, the guy ripped apart the telephone line and disabled the automatic alarm system. 2 more people arrived in front of the gate, 1 woman and 1 man. Both of them nodded to the blue man and entered the house premises. The man activated his power and the whole house was enveloped inside a sound bubble. The woman turned towards the blue guy while silver claws came out of her fingertips. "You remember the orders, right? Make it as messy as possible," the woman asked the blue guy who pulled out 2 silver daggers from his jacket. "Yes," the blue-skinned man said and disappeared with a thump. The woman smiled evilly and walked towards the house. She didn't even take a few steps when she got to her first target. Soon, screams were heard all around the house along with gunshots, but the screams and deaths continued. After a few minutes, the whole compound became completely silent. All the guards outside the house were now dead, only the guards who were inside the house were alive. One of them was Natasha Romanoff. When the first scream was heard, Natasha's eyes shot open and before anything, she pulled a gun from under her pillow. She always slept like this with a gun under her pillow. She was still dressed like any other usual guard. She didn't have the luxury to change before sleep because she knew that she has to get up soon. Natasha approached the door and sounds of gunshots and screams were still heard from the outside. She cursed inside her mind and slowly opened the door to check her corners first. Seeing no one there, she decided to leave the room and take a look at the assailants. Natasha went to a nearby window and peeked outside the house. She saw a woman slashing down 2 men with her finger claws. The woman didn't even bother when she was shot. Natasha cursed again inside her mind. Thankfully the house was completely dark. She knew where the phone was, so she dashed in that direction. She picked up the phone and cursed again. Of course, they would have taken out communications. She heard a scream from the back of the house. Did that woman already reach there? That's way too fast, or there is another assailant. Natasha decided to take a look. It's not like they will allow Natasha to walk out of the house if she asks them. If she got some information, then she would be able to at least put up a fight even though her chances were quite low. Natasha herself knew that. Natasha didn't want to die. She arrived in the kitchen and saw a woman, a fellow agent, twitching on the floor. The woman's neck was broken. Natasha's senses flared and she ducked. The next second, she felt a dagger pass above her head. Natasha saw a blue guy with markings all over his body was responsible for the attack. Natasha pointed her gun in the guy's direction, but before she could pull the trigger, the guy disappeared in blue mist with a thump. She heard another thump and jumped sideways while rotating her body. The dagger grazed by her stomach. Natasha winced in pain, but she didn't have any time to see the wound. This time she decided to take a shot, but she wasn't lucky. As soon as the gun was pointed in the guy's direction, the guy disappeared. She was only a second late, but, in a fight, a second could matter a lot. Natasha heard another thump from her right side. She reacted as fast as could and jumped away, but she wasn't fast enough. A silver dagger dug into her right thigh. Natasha was a strong woman, but even she was unable to bear the pain and screamed out loud. Arg! Natasha screamed because the dagger tore through the muscles of her right thigh. Natasha had already lost her balance, but before she could do anything about it, her stomach was pierced with another silver dagger. Both daggers were pulled out of her body. Natasha knew that this was it, slowly laid herself down on the floor. The blue guy has already gone away. Natasha felt her body was getting cold, but this wasn't the first time she was stabbed. She placed both of her hands on her wound to stop the bleeding. She heard more screams coming from the house. One of them was a kid's scream. Even though she felt bad, she knew that she was already dead. If she tried, she would be able to get out of this place, but to what end? She would be hunted down by S.H.I.E.L.D. Her whole life flashed through her eyes. She grimaced, remembering about her childhood, the Red Room, her disgusting missions, S.H.I.E.L.D., and finally Fox. She didn't know what to think about that. A small smile appeared on her face. Natasha lay in a pool of her own blood. She felt her body turning colder by each second. She could already hear sirens coming from afar. She thought someone finally informed the police, but she again grimaced when she knew that they were too late. She looked outside the window. The sun was finally rising. Another smile appeared on her face. Her attention was brought out when she heard a faint pop beside her. She thought that the mutants might have returned to finish the job. She was too tired to look at them. Now, we can't have this. Natasha heard a melodious voice of a woman. She already knew who this voice belonged to. Fox. Natasha said in a low tone. She didn't have much power left in her body. A/N. Namiri's voice has always been the same. In all her disguises, one thing was common: her voice. But it is 2002, phones are something luxury, and voice recognition is not something you can get everywhere. I am flattered that you recognize me. Now drink this up like a good girl, Fox said and shoved a liquid down Natasha's throat. Natasha choked on the disgusting taste. She wanted to curse the bloody woman, but Natasha's body started to feel good already. Looks kind of deep, wow. I am so proud of you, woman. The penetration was deep, you took it like a pro, Fox said in an odd tone. It took Natasha a second to understand the meaning. Natasha almost spat out blood in anger. She opened her mouth to curse this perverted woman, but another liquid was shoved down her throat. Natasha almost vomited because of the taste. Good, good, still so full of energy, let's get out of here. After you get healed you can get penetrated all you want, Fox said and picked Natasha up from the floor. Natasha screamed in pain. Her wounds were still open. Fox pulled Natasha's arm over her shoulder to support her. The next second both disappeared without a sound. Only after a few seconds after the two women's disappearance the police stormed into the property, guns blazing. POV Namiri, a few minutes ago. I suddenly felt a ping in my mind and my eyes shot open. I found my head laying on Rio's chest. I also found that I was drooling, but that wasn't important right now. I concentrated on the ping in my mind and found that it was coming from Natasha Romanoff. Her life sign was fading. That could mean only one thing, Natasha was dying. Now, I can't have that. I pulled myself out of the bed and waved my hand and pulled a cover over the naked bodies of Rio and Luna. I licked my lips when I saw Rio was still inside Luna, hee. I miss this feeling so much, getting boned by him. Meh. I can fantasize later, more important things to do now. I noticed cum dripping down my legs from my snatch. One Scour Jiffy spell took care of that. I pulled out a trunk and took 4 vials with me. 2 rejuvenating potions, 1 blood replenishing potion, and 1 dire life potion. The last potion slows down deaths by a few minutes. I waved my hand and was immediately dressed. Magic always has its perks. After that, I disappeared from the room and appeared in New York right above the dying body of Natasha. Now, we can't have this, I said with a smirk on my face and kneeled down by her side. Fox? She asked in a weak voice. Looks like she remembers my voice. Lovely girl. I am flattered that you recognize me. Now drink this up like a good girl, I said and opened the vial of dire life potion and shoved it down her throat. This would keep her alive long enough so I could treat her. Looks kind of deep, wow. I am so proud of you, woman. The penetration was deep, you took it like a pro. I decided to check her wound while opening the vial of a blood replenishing potion. I wasn't able to hold myself back from making that perverted comment. It kind of seemed appropriate at this moment. Natasha opened her mouth and I shoved the potion down her throat. Natasha seemed to choke for a few seconds before becoming normal. Good, good, still so full of energy, let's get out of here. After you get healed you can get penetrated all you want. I made another comment about deep penetration and pulled up Natasha's body from the floor. Her wounds were still open so she screamed in pain. I won't be able to apparate with her, or she might die because of her wounds. So, I decided to use flash step. I flash stepped with her several times before both of us finally arrived in our room. I noticed Natasha stared towards the bed where Luna and Rio were still sleeping. He is my honey and she is my sister wife, I said with a smile. Natasha looked at me with an awkward look on her face. I finally dispelled the illusion around me. I didn't even notice when I put up the illusion. Must have become my subconscious action. Natasha's eyes grew wide, her eyes were staring towards my ears and tails, her eyes were going up and down. I forcefully laid down Natasha on the couch so that I could treat her. Now, sleep and let me treat you, after that you can get penetrated again. I made another penetration joke. Natasha looked like she wanted to protest but I knocked her out. I ripped open the shirt she was wearing. I whistled when I saw her sexy body. Yes, she would definitely make a nice sister. Looks like my investment wasn't a complete loss. With that I started to treat her stomach wound. Chapter 180, Aftermath and Boat Ride. A/N, for those who don't know what fire sale is. I have previously mentioned fire sale from Die Hard 4.0 to avoid misunderstanding, but still, I will explain. A fire sale is an all-out cyber warfare attack that performs a 3-stage systematic attack on a nation's computer infrastructure. Hackers called it fire sale because everything must go. There are 3 stages of a fire sale. Stage 1, shutting down all transportation systems, such as traffic lights, railroad lines, subway systems, and airport systems. Stage 2, disable the financial systems, including Wall Street, banks, and financial records. Stage 3, turning off public utility systems, such as electricity, gas lines, telecommunications, and satellite systems. POV Natasha. I opened my eyes and saw that I was in some kind of hotel room. My memory seemed to be quite fuzzy. What the hell happened? I felt really weak. I checked my pillow and found my gun missing. Yeah, something is definitely wrong. I tried to sit up but a groan came out of my mouth unwillingly. It fucking hurts. I was waiting for you to wake up. Hello, my name is Luna Lovegood. A chirpy blonde woman came into my view and introduced herself. I saw the girl and memory started to flash through my mind. Another groan escaped my mouth when I finally remembered what happened. My hands instinctively went towards my stomach to check my wound. What I found surprised me completely. This must be a dream. I just found a scar mark where I was stabbed and nothing more. How many days I have been out? Oh, don't worry, Namiri healed you. She was quite diligent, the girl who has introduced herself as Luna said to me. Namiri? Does she mean Fox? Is that her name? I remember Luna too, she was sleeping along with that man. Do you mean Fox? How long was I out? My usual skills kicked in. Luna seemed kind of friendly and innocent, so I decided to get as much as information I can before Fox or that man comes in. Yes, her real name is Namiri though, and you have been out for about 3 hours, Luna said with a dreamy look on her face. I started to check the room. I wanted to see if there was something in the room that I could use for my escape, but I froze when she told me that I was only out for 3 hours. That is not possible. Don't need to look so surprised, magic is capable of wonderful things. And someone like Namiri could easily heal you. After all, you were just stabbed. Luna spoke with a huge smile on her face. Did she just say magic? Like real-life magic? Not like the card tricks on the streets. I wanted to scoff at Luna, but I still remembered how Namiri's ears and tails appeared as soon as we arrived in the room. Where am I? I asked Luna, who just smiled at me while looking outside. We are currently in Madagascar. I didn't expect Luna to answer with her facial expression, but she did answer me. I lay in the room and looked around, still looking for something I could use, but I don't think that I will be able to run with my weak body. And where would I go after getting away from here? SHIELD will hunt me down with all their might. After all, I was on a black op and we failed the mission. It is not like anyone else would be alive. I am only alive because Namiri or Fox saved me. And if I hurt Luna, Fox will hunt me down, but this time it will be for vengeance. I almost died once and I would do anything to not feel like that again. My eyes shot towards the door as soon as I heard the door open. Fox or Namiri walked in along with the men I saw on the bed with Luna. Oh, look who is awake. Namiri spoke in an excited voice. We have rested enough, and I don't think the president would feel merciful for any longer, the men said in a dry tone. The men didn't feel like anything dangerous. I felt more danger from Namiri though, and what the hell is he saying about the president? Yeah, dude can only wank now to relieve his stress, Namiri said in a sullen voice. What? I unwillingly exclaimed. Namiri, you should have more tact. Only his wife died, he could marry again, then he won't need to wank on his own. Luna decided to give them her thoughts on the matter. Namiri looked thoughtful for a few moments when she nodded her head. Yeah, you are right, it is not like he can't marry again, Namiri said while nodding her head. Will someone tell me what is happening? I screamed, but I shouldn't have. I winced in pain. Oh, here, check the news, Luna said and handed me a screen. It was a tablet. I have never seen anything like this. How the hell this thing works? Natasha, pay attention. I berated myself. I have more important things to do now. My eyes almost fell out when I saw the news. Is this real? Senator Kelly along with his family was hanged on the streets with "mutant and proud" carved on all of their chests. This is disgusting. This kind of thing doesn't happen in the States. The citizens will cry for blood. But at this point in time, this wasn't the most important news. The First Lady was killed in an assassination attempt on the president. The president was fine, but he hasn't made any statement. This is not something that should have happened. Are mutants this stupid? Now, there is no saving them. They will be prosecuted just because they are mutants. With one swoop they have succeeded to anger the whole nation, and it's never good to anger a whole nation. POV Rio. I kept my eye on Natasha while she was watching the news on Luna's tablet. Well, I expected something like this, but I didn't think that they will kill the First Lady. Nightcrawler was able to get away. Meh, how the hell he was caught by Stryker was a mystery. Must have been stupid ideals. I prepared the table since we needed to head out and we have got someone injured with us, so I decided to bring food from the outside. Natasha looked completely horrified after watching the news. Natasha finally finished watching and handed the tablet to Luna, robotically. Luna accepted the tablet with a smile on her face. Come on, join us for breakfast. You are going to need it, I said to Natasha, who was brought out of her thoughts when she heard me. Namiri and Luna cheered and Luna sat down to eat food. Natasha didn't know what to do, but Namiri helped her to get up. Natasha worriedly eyed the food and sat down beside Namiri. I didn't say anything to her. The three of us started to eat. Natasha looked at us for a few seconds before she started to eat too. What do you want from me? Natasha asked, looking towards Namiri. Namiri just grinned. I was just interested in you, so I saved you. Namiri shrugged and continued eating. Natasha looked completely bewildered. Just like that? Natasha asked in a surprised tone. Honestly, it was a whim. I was interested in you when we met for the first time, so I kept an eye on you. Namiri again shrugged. I don't like this. Too much grease, Luna said while eating her steak. I will make pancakes for you later, I said with a smile. Luna nodded her head happily. And I want pudding too, Luna added, to which I just nodded my head with a smile. The meal continued in silence until Natasha broke it again. Are all of you mutants or magicians? Natasha asked. Even without using legilimency, I knew that she was trying to get as much as information she could. None of us are mutants, Namiri said, and all of us were finally done with our food. Luna waved her hand and all the packages disappeared. Namiri handed Natasha another potion. Natasha grimaced but still drank it. After that, Natasha didn't need Namiri's help to move around. She went to the couch and asked Luna for a tablet. Luna happily handed her the tablet and Natasha continued to watch the news. Namiri started to pack the runes inscribed papers in her trunks along with all the stuff she had brought along with her. Luna was happily watching the sea waves. I also helped Namiri with her packing. We finally left the room and Natasha silently followed us. She had many chances to run but she didn't, which means she has given up hope on the others. We finally arrived in the garage where Namiri kept her car, which was way too shiny for my liking. What am I going to do with my baby? Namiri whined. She even gave a name to that car. Slap a teleportation seal on it and transport it to Nox, I said, and without saying anything Namiri disappeared with a pop. Only after a few seconds, she returned with a paper in her hands and she gently put it on her shiny car. It would be really an injustice to call it simply a car. It must be called the shiny car. Namiri's shiny car disappeared in a flash. The four of us left the hotel and started to walk towards the port. Namiri led us towards a boat. Surprisingly, this wasn't shiny. It looked normal for any speed boats in 2002. This isn't shiny? I asked Namiri in an awkward tone. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough time to visit a boat paint shop, Namiri declared proudly, and all of us boarded the ship. Luna decided that she was going to be the captain of the ship and the rest of us allowed her. I gave her the coordinates. Sit tight. Captain Luna is going to take you on a ride. Luna declared with a victory sign and started the boat. Luna, you also took him on a ride yesterday, Namiri said with a perverted grin on her face. Oh, right. Rio, do you want to have a ride during a boat ride? Luna asked in an innocent tone. I was almost tempted to take her up on her offer but I held myself back. I will ride both Luna and Namiri during a ride, but that will happen later. Are they always like this? Natasha asked me, looking towards the duo who were having sexual banter. Yes, sometimes it's worse too, I said with a gentle smile on my face. So, what is going to happen to me? Natasha asked. She is just like I have expected. It is quite clear that she doesn't trust us even after Namiri saved her life. Personally, I have no problem if she trusts us or not. As long as she doesn't try to hurt my family, I will allow her to stay with us. You have two options. First, you leave us. Trust me, I won't stop you. If you have decided to run before boarding the ship, then I would have allowed you. You can also jump into the water, but I won't recommend it. Second, you stay with us. I will give you protection. Even shield won't reach you, but if you try to hurt my family, then your death is going to be very painful and slow, I said in a neutral voice. Natasha heard me and nodded her head in understanding. Finally, Genosha came into our view, but isn't this way bigger than what I saw in the movies? Chapter 181, Leviathan vs. Magneto, kind of. Magneto's base, Genosha Island. Magneto had his base set up in the Genosha Island. How he acquired this island no one knew, but none of them cared. After all, they got a stable residence for themselves. Usually, the atmosphere in the base was quite calm, but today was not one of those days. None of the residents looked happy at this moment. All of them have heard and seen the news, and none of them were stupid enough to not know what was going to happen now. The Brotherhood of Mutants has grown in size in these past months, but what happened today early in the morning didn't bode well for any of them. Rumi was the only one who looked carefree. She was even slightly happy that she was going to reunite with Rio today. She had received his message that he was on the way towards the island. She knew that Magneto won't allow him to take over the island, but she knew what Rio could do when he really wanted something, and now, Rio really wanted this island. She wasn't even bothered to see the brutality or the savageness of the murders, especially when the motto was Brotherhood was being used. Magneto knew that none of the mutants from Brotherhood were responsible for this, unless one of them had the ability to teleport. Even if he knew that none of the Brotherhood was responsible, he felt really miserable. He knew what could this incident lead to. This incident is definitely going to ignite the war between humans and mutants. He might be a mutant supremacist, but he knew his limits. He knew he can't win against all of the human population, at least not now. Their best chance was when he has killed Sebastian Shaw. But everyone knew how that turned out. When they were attacked, that bitch of a CIA agent didn't act, but as soon as he decided to return the favor, she attacked and crippled his dear friend. Eric and Charles might have different philosophies, but they had one thing in common: they wanted the best for the mutants. We might have a problem. Everyone was brought out of their contemplation when Mystique spoke. What's the matter? Magneto asked in a grave tone. A boat is about to reach the island. I have no idea how they were able to hide from our radar. It seems like the boat appeared out of thin air, Mystique reported. Magneto had no time for this. But he had no choice. He himself had to meet the people who have dared to come here. They better not be humans, he thought, but he didn't know that the newest arrivals were much worse. Let's go and meet our uninvited guests, Magneto said, and all the others followed him. The Brotherhood of Mutants had 19 members now, but only one of them noticed a small smile on Rumi's face. It was Mystique who noticed Rumi's smile but thought nothing of it because she knew how Rumi was. Rumi always loved to fight. POV Rio. Namiri had slapped down a rune paper on the boat's hull when the Genosha Island became visible. I spread out my senses and smiled when I noticed 19 humans on the island. A white house on a side of the island could be seen clearly now. Luna, take us towards that house, I said with a smile on my face. I will be meeting Magneto, hee hee. I won't be using anything else other than magnetokinesis to fight him. Now that I have mastered magnetokinesis to such a level, I find Magneto really weak. I wonder why he never tried to learn more about his powers. Namiri, take off the anti-surveillance seal. I want them to come and greet us, I said with a gentle smile on my face. Natasha was just calmly watching, but she was very worried in the inside. Where are we? Natasha asked. Ladies. I give you Genosha Island, a future country, a safe haven for my specially gifted brothers and sisters, I said in a dramatic pose. While both Natasha and Namiri were giving me a blank look. Luna started to clap and cheer. Ah, my angel, at least she appreciates my efforts. Luna stopped the boat at some distance from the shore. She didn't want the boat to get stuck. I placed a hand on Natasha's shoulder and all of us flash-stepped to the island. Natasha gasped out in surprise. Namiri cast an anti-magnetic ward around you. I don't want him using your shiny accessories, I said to Namiri, giving a look towards her gold ornaments. Hey. No one except you and the girls can touch my assets, Namiri said and cast a ward around us. She should use better wording not to confuse others, but then she wouldn't be Namiri anymore. I used my powers and sensed all the 19 inhabitants of the island were coming to greet us. It felt quite nice that I don't have to search for them afterward by myself. The group of 19 people or mutants finally arrived in front of us. Natasha silently stood by Namiri's side and Namiri had wrapped her arms around Luna protectively. A/N, some of you might say that Magneto's attitude is completely wrong, but you have to understand that he is really angry, scared, frustrated because of the incident of the murders of Senator Kelly's family and the First Lady. So, his emotions are clouding his judgment. Who are you? And how did you find this island? Magneto was the first who spoke up. Is this the best he could have asked? He was one of the supervillains and this was the best he came up with. I was really disappointed. You can call me Leviathan for now. As for the reason I came to this island, it's because I have plans for it, I said with a gentle smile on my face. I could clearly see anger on Magneto's face. Some of his group were also angry. You still didn't answer me. How did you find this island? Tell me and I will kill you painlessly and allow those three to leave, Magneto spoke with venom in his voice. Is this the best you could do? Pretty disappointing. Why don't you try and make me answer? I asked in a mocking tone. Kill them, Magneto ordered, but before any of the mutants could make a move, Rumi's fist smashed into the face of the nearest guy. All of them were surprised to see that Rumi was attacking them. Why are you betraying us? Mystique screamed in anger. It is simple, he was the one who asked me to join you, Rumi said, shrugging her shoulders, and kicked a girl, knocking her out. Rumi has already taken 5 of the group, cutting them down to 14. Enough. Magneto screamed and pulled our boat in Rumi's direction. I didn't stop it. I allowed Rumi to have her fun. But I still decided to ask Namiri if the boat was important to her or not. Is that boat important to you? I asked. Meh, that wasn't shiny, Namiri said with disinterest. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know that if an object is not shiny then it's not important. The boat crashed on Rumi, but she broke apart the boat with a kick. Her leg was already covered in armament hockey. The Brotherhood was really surprised to see that she broke apart the boat with just a kick. Magneto didn't give up and attacked Rumi with the boat's wreckage, but Rumi didn't pay him any attention. She continued to take out the other members. Sabretooth appeared in front of Rumi and clawed in her direction while the Toad shot a slime towards her leg. Rumi didn't even bother with the slime and grabbed Sabretooth's claw and kicked him on his chest. Breaking of bones could be easily heard and Sabretooth was blasted away because of the force behind the kick. I am truly disappointed in you. I have heard that you are an Omega-level mutant. Is this the best you could do? I asked Magneto, walking in his direction. Magneto didn't say anything and several metal beams rushed towards him from the direction of the house. He must have kept those for this kind of situation. Magneto raised his arm in my direction and launched those beams towards me. It was kind of how I used my power before I learned the railgun. Before the beams could reach halfway, they stopped in midair. Magneto looked really confused. They started to morph into spears that pointed towards Magneto, which shocked him even more. You see, both of us have exactly the same powers, but you haven't even scratched the surface of them, I said and launched a spear in Magneto's direction. I felt an opposite force was trying to stop it, but it was completely negligible. It must be Magneto's force. I didn't aim for Magneto, I didn't want to maim him or kill him. He could be one of my best allies in this world after all, it is what he wanted to. This was only the battle to decide who the alpha was. The spear landed by Magneto's side and I could feel his fear. You understand how easily I could have killed you, right? I asked in a mocking tone. I haven't lost yet. I could kill those women behind you, Magneto said, feeling that he had gotten an upper hand. You are free to try, I said to Magneto. At first Magneto looked surprised but still tried to use his powers on Namiri, but it didn't work. He could feel those metals, but for some reason, his powers didn't work on them. Now that since you have tried your last-ditch effort, let me show you something, I said, and lightning thundered around my body and I launched a railgun towards Magneto. Magneto fell on his butt with a look of horror in his eyes after the projectile passed by his head. He looked behind and found that a crevice was formed, destroying the forest and everything in the projectile's path. The ground was still smoking and he still felt the heat that passed by him. This wasn't an illusion. He looked towards his group and all of them were on the ground while Rumi was standing there with a satisfied look on her face. Join me. I also want the betterment of mutants. I want to build a mutant nation on this island, and with everything going on around it is better for us to work together, I said, looking down towards Magneto who was on the ground. His face was filled with fear and horror, but after he heard me he was relieved. I extended my hand towards him. If what you are saying is the truth, then I will join you, Magneto said and took my hand. Chapter 182, President's Decision. Xavier Mansion, New York. The atmosphere in Xavier Mansion didn't look very good. All the classes have been dismissed for the day. None of them were in a mood for classes today after all. The professors were also like that. The atmosphere was really bleak. Professor, what are we going to do? Aurora asked Charles in a worried voice. I simply don't know. I had never expected that someone would carry out an attack like this, Charles said, looking heartbroken. Is Magneto behind the attack? Scott asked with anger in his tone. Both Jean and Aurora wanted to beat up this bastard because this was the fourth time he had asked this since the morning. No. Scott, I have said this before, Magneto might have different ideas but he is not stupid, even he wouldn't act like this, Charles said while shaking his head in disappointment. Scott, I don't understand how you can be so stupid. It is clear that someone is trying to frame us, Jean spoke while looking at Scott like he was an insect. After Rio left, Scott has become more determined in his pursuit and that annoyed Jean to no end. Sometimes she came this close to wringing his neck. No, Jean, you can't murder someone because he is an asshole, Jean told herself once again, not to give in to her impulses. Aurora looked at her friend with pity in her eyes. In a corner of her mind, she was rather happy that the asshole left her alone. Having such an admirer is much worse than having no beauty. I am going to Cerebro. I want to know who was behind this attack. I hope that we can still mend the fences, Charles said in a hopeful tone. Jean and Aurora knew much better. There was no way that they could mend fences any longer. Senator Kelly and his family were enough to get mutants prosecuted, but now that President was also attacked and his wife was killed, there was no way that they could mend the fences now, but they still decided to believe in Charles. After all, he has always found a way. Oval Office, White Office. The president wasn't happy. In fact, he was downright furious. His wife, he loved his wife, and now his wife was killed in cold blood along with several of his guards. The death of his guards hurt him. After all, they had been his friends, but none of their deaths had hurt the president as much as his wife's death did. He cried the whole morning. A lot of his men saw that, but nobody made fun of him. They felt sympathy for the men, but other than that all of them were bubbling with righteous fury. So, when the president was finally able to gather his wits, he immediately called a joint staff meeting. The president finally walked in. Everyone could see the righteous fury in his eyes and all of them agreed with it. Even the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was present here. No one dared to skip this meeting. After all, this meeting was going to mold the future of humankind. Gentlemen, I assume that all of you have been briefed, the president asked while taking his seat. Yes, sir. All of them chorused in agreement. First of all, please tell me what kind of a threat the mutants are to our society, the president asked in a calm tone. Even though he was enraged, he wanted to do this while following the correct procedure. He didn't want anger to cloud his judgment. Sir, if I may. Nick Fury raised up his hand. The president obviously knew about S.H.I.E.L.D. and who their director was, even though the others in the room didn't know much about him. Sir, I think they are a very big threat to human society. They are an unknown variable, as you might have seen, since they have various kinds of powers. The mutant that attacked you had the ability to teleport. If he could sneak into the White House, then I wonder where he can't go with his ability, Fury said, and the others in the room, even though most of them didn't know him, completely agreed with him. William Stryker was also present in the room and he was really happy with the progress of the meeting. He knew that he had already won the game when he got the First Lady killed, but for now he decided to wait and see. His main target was the Xavier Mansion, but he also knew that he can't just blindly attack that place. His son was very helpful with the information, but he needed more information before he could launch an attack on Xavier Mansion. There is also a mutant we have codenamed Fox because of her calling card. We currently have information that she can disguise herself. We have been after her for more than 5 months but we still haven't found a single clue what her name is and what she looks like. Every time we find her, she has a different face. She could also control people's minds. When she does that then you will do anything to make her happy. She can also wipe people's memories and modify them like she pleases, Fury said, and everyone present in the room looked completely horrified. Nobody spoke anything for a few moments. How much of a threat is she? The president asked in a sullen voice. If not for my department's intervention she would have definitely collapsed our country's economy. It was almost touch and go for a few weeks, Fury said in a cold tone. I also know about a mutant who can look around people's heads and know their every secret. Stryker decided to take this chance and speak up. You are saying that he could be watching this meeting at this moment? Fury asked Stryker in a bewildered tone. Yes, Stryker said, and the room turned completely silent. Nobody said anything, even the president remained silent. He placed a hand on his temple and rubbed it. So, all you agree that mutants are a threat to our society, right? Finally the president asked. Yes, sir, everyone in the room chorused. The president got up from his chair and walked towards his window and stared outside. So, what do you propose? I won't approve a complete massacre though, the president said in an authoritative tone. His tone left no room for any kind of argument. Sir, we should capture them and weaponize their powers for our use. Thaddeus Ross decided to speak up for the first time. But, do you think you can control them with all the different kinds of power they have? An unknown general asked the question. Trask Industries can. They have been researching mutants since Bolivar Trask was assassinated by them. The only prison where a mutant could be imprisoned, Camp X-Ray, was also built by Trask Industries. They had developed collars for mutants that could be used to control mutants, Fury said. Everyone in the room looked contemplative for a few moments before agreeing unanimously. They didn't care if they are going to control the mutants like cattle, they just wanted them under their control. But this also brought another problem. They needed to capture the mutants and some would definitely fight back. Then, we follow General Ross's and Director Fury's plan. We capture them, if they fight back then take them down but avoid bloodshed. I want to avoid useless bloodshed as long as possible, the president declared, and none of them argued. After that, they decided to iron out the finer details before announcing their decision. POV Magneto. I took his hand and decided to become his ally. I have no illusions that I was going to be his equal, but I am happy with this arrangement for now. With the incident of the murders of the Kelly family and the First Lady, the mutants are going to be oppressed and killed indiscriminately. This person is strong, much stronger than me. I clearly felt his power when he launched those spears in my direction even when I was trying to stop them. The power meant nothing in front of him, and if he can help and create a better place for mutants then I would happily agree. I have tried this my whole life but I have still failed to do it, and he is still young, maybe I could use him. Even if I don't get the chance to use him I could still learn more from him about my power. It's true that I never tried to understand the full capabilities of my power. I thought that this was my full power but this guy said that I could do more. Maybe I would be able to achieve his level. But first I will see what he does. All of my brethren are going to face a dark time. Charles, my old friend, humans are finally going to show their true colors. What are you going to do? I just hope that you don't drag down the others along with you. Chapter 183, Arrangements. POV Rio. Heh. If he really thinks that I would just trust him then he got another thing coming. I will keep a close eye on him, and if I had known that Magneto was so weak I wouldn't have asked Namiri to cast the anti-magnetic wards. His powers wouldn't have affected Namiri in any way. After all, she is no longer human and her body is way stronger than any normal metals. Maybe adamantium or vibranium weapons could hurt the girls, but anything less than that won't even put a scratch on the girls. As Luna can see the future, I am not worried about her. Momo is also absorbing the solar radiation and has been nourishing her body. She is not even close to how strong Superman was, but she won't get injured if she is attacked with normal weapons. I don't even need to care about Fleur's safety. If she dies she will be reborn from her ashes, and Dora, she isn't even here, and Rumi's senses have become very sharp. She got something like spider sense but much better than it. So, at this moment I don't need to worry. Magneto can only attack Natasha, who is protected by Namiri. I guess I have more important things to take care of now. Each second I waste will be bad for me. Namiri, apply those anti-surveillance runes on the island. I don't want any government taking a peek here. Luna, help her, I said, and both of them nodded. Namiri pulled out a small trunk from her pocket and enlarged it. Magneto saw that with wide eyes. Namiri took a stack of papers and handed them to Luna. Nat, you stay here, I will be back soon, Namiri said, and shrank the trunk and put it back in her pocket. After that, both Namiri and Luna disappeared from the place without making a sound. I never gave you permission to call me that. Natasha was only able to protest about her pet name after Namiri left. I pulled out my phone and texted Momo that I have taken control of the island and they can come over. They replied that they would be operating here in a few minutes. So, what now? Rumi asked me. Finally, the other mutants were also waking up. You tell them what happened. I don't want anyone messing with anything, I said looking towards Magneto. Then I turned back towards Rumi. We build, Momo and Fleur are coming here in a few minutes. Firstly, we would need to make this place safe. I don't like that they could just drop a nuke here and make us go poof, I said. What are you planning to do? Humans would never listen to you, and no matter how strong you are, you can't fight all of them. Magneto spoke to me with some anger in his voice. It was clear that he wasn't angry at me. In fact, he was angry at humans. It was clear with how he spat out the word humans. You don't have to worry about a single thing. Humans like their comfort. Can you tell me what they are? I asked Magneto, who looked thoughtful, but before he could speak anything, Mystique spoke up. Their technology, their money, their food, everything around them is their comfort. Mystique spoke with venom in her voice. Yes, and I will be taking away those from the humans. I was about to continue, but with a loud crack, Momo and Fleur appeared on the island. I decided to greet them first. I gave Momo a kiss on her lips, which she very much appreciated, then did the same with Fleur. Both of them had missed me a lot since Luna and I left Nox to take care of those nuclear warheads. Momo pulled out a tab from her bag and started to do some calculations. This island is quite big. 5,144 square miles. How long do we have? Momo asked me, looking towards me. As soon as possible, I said. I knew that the president will soon announce his decision, and as soon as he does that, other countries will also follow his example. If we work to the bone, then we will be able to do it by a week, but there is a small complication. Fleur spoke, looking around the island. What's this small complication? I asked in a worried tone, because if Momo and Fleur think that the matter is complicated, then it is complicated. We were able to make the barrier strong enough to stop nuclear warheads, but they will only stop about 5 warheads, nothing more. Anything more and they will fall, Fleur said, and Momo nodded her head in agreement. 5 will be enough for now. Will the barriers stop the radiation? I asked. This was an important thing. Yes, indefinitely. If the radiation is outside, then it will stay outside and only direct impact will affect the barriers, Momo said, showing me her notebook. I didn't understand a single thing from her notes. If it was pure magic, then it would have been easy for me to understand, but I have always been weak in science. Then you can start working. Magneto, do you have a lab or something like that in your base? I spoke to Momo and Fleur, then turned towards Magneto to get the girls a lab or something so that they can work. Yes, I have, Magneto said. I quickly used legilimency on him and found that he didn't know what was happening, but he knew that we were talking about some barriers that could stop the nuclear strikes. He was happy to help them in any way possible. We also might need some help, Momo said, and Magneto told them that they could ask the others if they needed help. Hell, he himself agreed to help since he could control metal. Momo and Fleur immediately agreed that Magneto would be the best. Fleur, how long do you think it will take us to make this whole island unplottable? I asked Fleur, who looked thoughtful for a few moments before answering. This island is very big, and if you want to make this place unplottable, then you would need at least 2 months, even with all the raw magical power you and Namiri have, Fleur said, and I nodded my head. I won't be making a move until the barrier is prepared. I know that I have destroyed all those nukes and a virus will do the rest of the job, but I don't need a trigger-happy country leader to attack us with his normal bombs. I won't be leaving anything to stupid chances. The mission can go to hell if my girls are at risk, and threatening the whole world before the barrier is erected will be risking my girls. And this island is so huge that Fidelius simply won't work. After all, Fidelius was made for houses and properties. After Namiri comes back, both of us will start preparing the ward scheme. A few hours later. Here, the president has decided to make the announcement. Luna approached me and Namiri and handed me her tablet. Namiri and I have already started to work on the ward scheme. Natasha was laying down at the side. Even though she was healed now, she could only walk on her own because of the potion Namiri gave her. So, after the potion wore off, Natasha decided to lay down. All of us were currently in Magneto's base. I have to say, the dude might be a geezer, but he has his style. When Natasha heard Luna, she pulled herself up from the bed and walked towards us. Finally, the announcement started and the president told that this attack won't go unanswered. How the mutants are the biggest threat to current human society and how they will be treated like cattle. The president used better words to say that, but the meaning was still the same. I kind of expected this. I was pretty sure that the president would never approve of indiscriminate killing. So, he will choose the next best option. The mutants will be controlled via using a collar and they will be weaponized. The president didn't announce that, but he didn't need to. All of us in the room got that underlying meaning. The President of the United States of America, the same country who preaches about equality and were staunch protesters of enslavement, has taken the decision to enslave some of their own population. Yeah, the irony. As soon as the announcement finished, I pulled out my laptop. I wanted to check if they have already prepared their sensors or not. Thankfully, they needed 1 more week to set up all the sensors. Trask Industries were given the responsibility and they were happy to do the duty. A knock on our door was heard and I felt 2 people standing outside, Magneto and Mystique. I used my power and opened the door. Did you see the announcement? Magneto asked me. Yes, I did, and we still have 1 week before the sensors are installed everywhere, I said to Magneto, who didn't look too much happy but nodded his head. Charles Xavier has contacted me. What should I do? Magneto asked. Meet him, see what he has decided. He is a stupid old fool, so there is very little chance that he will stop being so naive. Try to influence the others who are accompanying him, there is no way he will come alone. Take Rumi with you, I said to Magneto, who nodded his head and left. He doesn't like taking orders, but he knows that I am doing something for the betterment of mutants, so he decided to follow them. Ha! 1 more week before I threaten the whole world. Last time I was only a Dark Lord in magical Britain, but this time I will be a supervillain. Leviathan, the supervillain, kind of has a nice ring to it. Chapter 184, The Meeting. POV Rumi. Is this how teleportation feels? Mystique asked, emptying her stomach. I looked towards Magneto, he was also not looking good. Yeah, I know it's bad. You just have to get used to it. Teleportation is based on space manipulation and displacement, stuff like that. Human bodies are fragile and can't handle long-distance space displacement, that is why you feel unpleasant. The portkey has built-in safety charms, that is why you feel like being squeezed through the tube, I explained, and conjured a glass and used aguamenti to fill it up. I handed the glass to Mystique, then I did the same for Magneto. Do all of you use teleportation like that? Magneto asked, looking curious. No, a portkey has to be prepared beforehand. These things are used for really long-distance travels like we just did, but we mostly use apparition. Long-distance apparition takes a huge amount of magic power, only Rio and Namiri can do that, I explained, and suddenly remembered something and pulled out a bangle Namiri gave me and threw it to Mystique. Wear it. It will protect your mind, no one will be able to look into it or mess with it, I explained when Mystique and Magneto kept staring at the bangle I just handed Mystique. Both Magneto and Mystique stared at the bangle in awe, shock, and surprise, though I didn't say that someone magically strong like Namiri or Rio will be able to ignore the effects of those bangles. From what I have heard from Momo and Fleur, all enchanted artifacts have a threshold, and there might be someone who goes above that threshold, namely Rio or Namiri. So, they won't be affected by the bangle's effects. You mean to say that this bangle will act like my helmet? Magneto asked, looking slightly skeptical. Yes, this was something Namiri made in her younger years, she was still in school at that time, I said, and both of them had their jaws hanging near the ground. Mystique quickly put on the bangle. The meeting was set to happen in a park, quite an open place for my liking. The 3 of us arrived in the park. It wasn't exactly a park or a red-robed guy wearing a helmet who would not have agreed to meet in a place like this, especially with everything happening around. Mystique would have caused more problems, but she was using a disguise, so, no naked blue woman roaming around. The meeting was scheduled to happen after dark, which will make it hard for me to notice if someone was watching us or not. We were the first to arrive, so I decided to look around while Mystique and Magneto decided to wait. I quickly hopped around without making a sound, being a rabbit has its perks. I saw Charles arrive in the park along with a man with funny goggles and a woman with white or silver hair. She looked slightly magical. I could easily feel the magical power she was releasing casually. It was quite clear that she was untrained and she could be taught. I didn't expect to meet anyone with a magical core in this world. I need to ask Rio if this is a common or a one-time incident. I will keep a close eye on her, she is the one who poses more risk than that stupid-looking guy. Suddenly my body shuddered in disgust and I badly wanted to punch that guy's face. I had to use all of my willpower to stay where I am. I decided to look around, and just as I had thought, Charles and his entourage had been followed, the followers in a black van. How cliché. I cast a disillusionment charm on myself and went towards the van. There were 3 people inside the van completely fitted with surveillance tech. I have heard from Rio that Charles is a really powerful telepath. How the hell did he miss this, or did he knowingly bring them here? I stunned all 3 of them and decided to take a peek in their mind and found that they have been keeping a watch on the Xavier mansion, and when they found that Charles was meeting someone here, they sent a team here beforehand. That means these guys didn't follow Charles from the Xavier mansion. I left them alive not to cause problems, after all, these guys weren't my problem. After leaving them there I quickly dashed back to Magneto and Mystique. Charles's entourage was very slow. Did you find something? Mystique asked me. Yes, the Xavier mansion is under surveillance by a guy named William Stryker. I took out the team that they have sent here. They will be knocked out until tomorrow morning, I said, and sat down on a nearby bench. Xavier finally arrived. He had a gentle smile on his face. No matter how much I try, I am still getting Dumbledore vibes from him. I had to again crush the impulse to punch that goggles guy. Charles, my old friend. It is nice to meet you after so many days, Magneto greeted Charles. Me too, Eric. So, how have you been and how is your brotherhood? Charles asked Magneto. Charles turned his eyes towards Mystique and suddenly frowned. Then he immediately turned his eyes towards me and I felt several mental probes collide against my mental defenses. I was immediately annoyed. I would be pleased if you didn't try to look inside my head, I said in an annoyed tone, getting up from my bench. The silver-haired woman frowned but didn't say anything while the dude in goggles scowled. The geezer on wheels decided to remain silent. If I had any respect for him, I immediately lost it. Now, I understand why I was getting Dumbledore vibes from him. Oh ho ho. Magneto laughed mockingly. Already trying your stupid games? Don't worry, Charles, it won't work, Magneto said and laughed. Since you asked me about the Brotherhood, I disbanded it. I don't need it anymore, Magneto said in a neutral tone. This time all of them were surprised. Why? The Magneto I knew would never do that, Charles said in a grave tone. Yes, but circumstances have changed. You have already heard the announcement. What do you think is going to happen to us? They have already said that we are going to be treated like cattle, and I for one would never accept that, Magneto said heatedly. So, what are you planning? Charles asked. Wouldn't you like to know, so you can go and babble it to the humans? But let me ask you, what are you going to do with the X-Men? What have you planned? Magneto said. The guy in goggles looked like he was about to attack after hearing Magneto. Charles didn't look happy, but he knew he couldn't say anything. My mansion is quite safe, my friend. I think that humans would come to see the errors in their ways. Charles was about to say something more, but I burst out laughing. Is he serious? Did he really mean that? Magneto and Mystique were looking at me curiously while Charles and his group were looking at me with a frown on their faces. I finally stopped laughing. You must be really stupid, geezer, if you think humans will ever see the errors of their ways. Humans have a superiority complex and they would never allow someone better than them to live freely. Why do you think mutants always face oppression? It's because humans can never swallow the pill that there is something out there superior to them, and you are an even bigger fool if you think your mansion is safe. Your mansion is already being watched, I said with a neutral tone, but Charles's group didn't seem happy. The silver-haired woman still nodded even though she wasn't happy. You think you are superior to humans? That will be your undoing, Charles said in a disappointed grandfatherly tone. Yes, she is superior. That aside, I didn't come here to tell you anything. I rather came here to tell you that you can stay in your damn mansion as long as you want, but please don't drag down our brethren along with you to the pits of hell, Magneto said with a serious tone. Let's go. Magneto said, but he was cut off by Charles, who had a desperate look on his face. Please, Eric, I don't know what you are planning, but this will only create more hate. We can't get peace through hate, Charles said in a desperate tone. Heh. We will see about that, Magneto said, and the three of us walked away from his group. I was waiting to see if they would attack us from behind, but thankfully they had some gray matter left in their brains and didn't attack us. After exiting the park, I pulled out a stone, and Magneto and Mystique grabbed my shoulders. I activated the portkey and the three of us were whisked away after that. We arrived at Magneto's base and both Magneto and Mystique ended up flat on the floor. I am never doing that again, Mystique said in a whiny tone. I just chuckled after watching their condition. Magneto pulled himself up from the floor while dusting his robes. Do you think he will listen? I asked Magneto, who just shook his head. I think he will inform the authorities that I am planning something, stupid fool. Magneto said in annoyance. If there is nothing more, then I will be leaving to help Momo and Fleur with the barrier, Magneto said and left. Charles was my friend too, but he always loved humans more than our kind. All of us has paid a heavy price for that. So many of my friends were captured and experimented on, he did nothing. He still stood up for the humans, Mystique spoke in a sullen voice while I clearly saw tears flowing down her face. Don't worry, everything will get better. Since Rio has decided to make a safe place for mutants, he will definitely do it, I said, trying to reassure Mystique. I clearly saw the pain and anguish in her eyes. I sincerely hope that he succeeds, Mystique said in a melancholic voice and then left the room. Chapter 185, Elysium. POV Rio. A week has passed since the president had made his decision and mutants were already being captured here and there. And just like I have thought, just after 2 days of the president's announcements, the other countries also followed the trend and started capturing mutants. A few small countries that didn't have the power to capture mutants asked for help from other countries. Other bigger countries were busy with their own backyards, so weren't able to send any help. This is when Trask Industries came forward with their private army. They would capture mutants from your country for a small price. Everyone thought that they were doing this for the good of humanity, but in truth, Trask Industries only wanted to capture mutants to experiment, and why would they give away such a nice chance? Mutants were really facing a dark time. They were being treated like cattle. They were captured and put into cages for transportation. A lot of families sold out their own members because of hate or fear. Brothers turned on brothers, parents turned on their own children. It was almost hell for every mutant who were not living on either Genosha Island or in Xavier Mansion. Xavier Mansion was still standing, but it was no longer a hidden fact that they are going to be attacked soon. Some mutants sold out the secrets of Xavier Mansion so that they could get better treatment in their new slave life. I have already seen that the higher-ups were not attacking the Xavier Mansion because they had much bigger fish to fry right now. Xavier Mansion is not going anywhere, and the mansion was under a tight watch. It was like a prison. If someone leaves, they will be immediately captured. Charles took in several refugees who were on the run. I call them refugees because the US has decided to declare that mutants would no longer be citizens of their country, which means they were only treated as common animals now. Mutants no longer have any rights in the countries. Their properties were also being seized after they were captured, as they were non-US citizens who can't own a property. All the captured mutants were being taken to Camp X-Ray in Guantanamo Bay, the prison made by Trask Industries, especially for mutants. I wasn't a fool. I knew very well why they were being taken there, so that they could experiment on them and learn all their secrets so that they can recreate them. Some residents of Genosha weren't happy with what was happening outside. I might be a cold-hearted guy who only cares about his family, but what is happening in the outside world right now is not something even I could have done. Humans are the vilest animals to ever walk on the face of Earth, and what was happening now proved that the statement was right. I heard my phone ring. It was Momo. I picked up the call. "The barrier generator is complete." I heard Momo's words and a huge evil grin appeared on my face. I was still working on the ward schemes for the unplottable wards, but this was a piece of really good news. "Good, we are already on the way," I said. It was way past midnight now. Natasha was given a separate room where she was already asleep. Luna was asleep on our bed along with Rumi. Now, I understand why Luna said that before we go to sleep we will get a piece of marvelous news. Namuri and I were still working on the ward schemes. "Have they finished it?" Namuri asked me in a hopeful tone. "Yes, let's go and check it out," I said, and we both rushed out of the room. Momo, Fleur, and Magneto had started to spend most of their days working on the barrier machine since they saw what was happening to the mutants on the news. Magneto or Eric cared for mutants, while Fleur and Momo had really caring hearts. We arrived in the labs and found all three of them standing proudly looking at their creation. I could already feel the magic oozing from that machine. "Good job, all of you. Now, we can return the favor to the humans tomorrow morning," I said with a huge grin on my face. It wouldn't be possible if Eric wasn't helping us. He might not know about magic, but he really is a genius in the science department, Fleur said, beaming in happiness. "Yes, he can at least help us in future endeavors," Momo said, pulling out some diamonds. I was immediately worried that Namuri would claim them as hers because they were shiny, but I was confused when I saw that Namuri didn't show any reaction to those shiny stones. "Don't you want them? They are shiny," I asked, pointing towards the stone while looking towards Namuri. Only now Momo understood her mistake and she got a horrified look on her face. "They are sparkly, not shiny." "Sparkle and shine are different things," Namuri said in an uninterested tone. All of us except Namuri released a sigh. Namuri just huffed in annoyance. "So, what do these stones do?" Namuri asked when she saw that no one is asking the important question. "Oh. These stones are the energy source. You two will be charging all of them," Fleur said while Momo handed a stone to Namuri, who started to charge the stone with her raw magic power. Momo handed me a stone and I started to do the same with this stone. "I am going to call the others. If we are to succeed, then this will be a historic moment for our brethren," Magneto said and left the room. He looked too excited for his age. It must be because this is the closest he has come to fulfilling his dream. I should also stop calling them mutants. After all, mutant was a term made by humans. It is a derogatory term, so I should call them metahumans from now on. After all, I am building this country for them and they shouldn't be called using a derogatory term here. It took us only 10 minutes to charge all those crystals. Magneto was already back with the others. He was really looking excited. He even called Natasha, Luna, and Rumi. "So, how are we going to erect the barrier?" I asked. After all, this was one of the most important questions now. "Let's go. We need to go to the center of this island." Fleur spoke, showing us her tablet. The map of Genosha could be seen. She had already marked a position on the map. "Then, let's go. It can be deployed right now, right?" Mystique asked. All the metahumans were looking really happy, hopeful, and excited. "Of course, let's go," Momo said and levitated the machine. A/N, the machine looked exactly like the portal creator from the Avengers 2012 movie. If anyone doesn't remember, then let me get you an image here. Or better known as the Tesseract machine. We left the base and started to walk according to Fleur's directions. It was way past midnight, so it was already dark, but it wasn't something a simple Lumos can't solve. Magneto had kept several land vehicles inside his garage. We took them because the island was damn huge. It took us about an hour even in a vehicle to reach the point Fleur has marked on the map. Momo levitated the barrier generator from the truck and slowly levitated towards the point Fleur has marked. Momo started to punch some commands in the machine. "I hope you don't mind having me here." Suddenly a voice was heard and everyone turned in the direction where the voice came from. I already knew who it was, so I wasn't bothered by it, but I decided to defuse the situation before anyone attacks her. "You know, you shouldn't come like that. Someone might have attacked you," I said, turning towards the bald woman standing in all of her bald glory with a potato chips packet in her hand. "Ah, forgive me, I was just interested." I saw the whole creation of this machine. I was rather interested myself, the Ancient One said and put a chip in her mouth from the packet. It would have been quite amusing if the others knew who she was. Currently, everyone was confused that she appeared out of thin air, but since I knew her, nobody attacked the woman. Rio, you know her? Momo asked me with a confused look. It wasn't the case that she was angry. I know that look, she was really confused. I know her too, she calls herself the Ancient One. Nice to meet you, my name is Luna Lovegood, Luna said while skipping towards the Ancient One and greeted her. Oh, you know me? The Ancient One said in a surprised tone. I know we will be good friends, may I invite you to tea parties? Luna asked with a dreamy look on her face. The Ancient One didn't know how to react, so she decided to accept. I would be happy to, the Ancient One said, when I coughed, bringing attention to me. Don't worry about her, let's erect the barrier, I said, and Momo continued punching commands in the machine. Momo was finally done and activated the barrier generator. The barrier generator started to rise up from the ground and a huge blue ray was shot out from the machine. After the ray reached a certain height, it started to disperse and a shield started to form around the island. It was quite marvelous to watch the whole process. Soon, the barrier was completely erected, but Momo, Fleur, and Magneto stopped everyone from celebrating. They decided to run all the checks before all of the metahumans could celebrate. After running tests for about 5 minutes, Momo finally declared the barrier generator was working in full capacity. Then she punched some commands on her tablet and the barrier generator itself was covered in a similar barrier. That's good, no one will be messing with that now. All the metahumans started to cheer. Now that we have prepared our safe haven, it is time to start the attack. But first, we would need to break everyone out of the Camp X-Ray in Guantanamo Bay. Rio, I am going with the Ancient One, I will be back later, Luna declared happily with a smile on her face. Yeah sure, but come back soon, I allowed Luna to leave. Luna can teleport here if she wants, and Luna can see the future. Since she asked on her own, that means she would be fine and there is no way the Ancient One would harm her. After that, both the Ancient One and Luna left through a portal. The other girls were worried, so I explained to them who the Ancient One was. They finally relented. After that, we finally returned to the base. The others have decided to have a party the whole night, but I decided to stop them. After all, we have another important job now. I needed them sober so that they could help the metahumans we would rescue from Guantanamo Bay. But before that, I needed to make another announcement. From now on, this place will be called Elysium, meaning the homeland of the blessed, the heroes, a heaven, and this place will be everything that I have just said. Metahumans are blessed humans, this will be a place where heroes reside, and this will be a heaven for metahumans. This is the making of Elysium, our Elysium, I finished and everyone cheered. The room erupted in loud cheers. After that, I started to explain about the rescue mission I was planning. All of them immediately became serious. So, we are going to attack Camp X-Ray? Mystique asked with hope in her voice. No, the attack will be conducted by me, Namiri, and Rumi. There are mutant suppression zones in that prison so the metahumans can't use their powers. All of you will be given multiple port keys. Let me explain the plan, I said, and started to explain the plan for a successful breakout. Chapter 186, Camp X-Ray. POV Rio. I stood along with Namiri and Rumi, who were standing by my side. Our eyes were fixated on the huge building in front of us. Camp X-Ray Metahuman Prison, currently the biggest prison in the whole world, at least if we are counting the number of prisoners. I hacked into their system and found that currently more than 7 million metahumans were imprisoned here. A huge number. After all the countries declared that metahumans would no longer be welcome in their country, this prison started to fill up. Trask Industries made huge pits and threw in the captured metahumans inside those pits. Each of the pits were filled to the brim with metahumans, quite inhumane treatment, but they will get what they deserve. Our plan was simple, we have prepared thousands of port keys for the rescue mission. We were quite tired, but it wasn't something a combination of rejuvenation and pepper-up potion won't solve. We made the port keys using time turners. The port keys would activate as soon as we give it a command. These port keys were special, these port keys didn't have a limit of travelers. So, our plan was to throw the port key in a pit and activate it. All the metahumans in that pit would be teleported to Elysium. But we needed to rescue the metahumans stealthily. We can be loud after we get the prisoners out. I brought Namiri and Rumi with me because of 2 reasons. They didn't mind getting their hands dirty. Momo was too soft to take a life, and I respect that, but it might be a problem in the future. Fleur was also the same, she didn't want to kill anyone. So, are you girls ready? I asked Rumi and Namiri, who just nodded their head with a determined look. Trask Industries were also building the earlier models of Sentinels in here, so, it would be nice to wreck them all. They are functional, but any strong metahuman can destroy them now because these Sentinels didn't have any special powers to counteract the powers of metahumans. The 3 of us cast a strong notice me not charm on ourselves and sneaked into the prison. It wasn't hard to do. The cameras were already useless because we were also carrying anti-surveillance runes with us. It didn't take us too long to navigate through the prison and arrive where the metahumans were being kept. None of the metahumans have been collared yet, so getting them out of here was quite easy. We saw several guards walking around with cattle prods and taser guns. They are truly treating the metahumans like cattle. Now, we didn't know what to do. We either kill those guards or walk past them, but the camera will catch the metahumans disappearing from the pits. Either way, we won't be able to hide our presence. So, we decided to permanently deal with the problems, or in this situation the guards. Neither Namiri nor Rumi can't cast the killing curse, so the guards are going to die in a messy way. Don't get me wrong, I didn't have a single shred of mercy for them. The 4 guards in front of the gates were simultaneously hit by Reducto on their heads. Obviously, the result was quite messy. As soon as the bodies hit the ground, alarms were hit and sirens seemed to blare all around the prison. I stopped paying attention to Namiri and Rumi and hit a guard in front of me with an organ liquefying curse. The guy died oozing liquid organs out of his orifices. I arrived in front of a pit and threw in a portkey, a metal ball conjured by Momo. As soon as I gave the command, all the methumans inside the pit were whisked away. I did the same with 2 more pits before several guards entered the room with lethal weapons in their hands. They were 8 in total. The first 2 met their demise because they were hit with a skin-rotting curse. The remaining 6 were completely horrified, but before they could run away 2 more were hit with entrails expelling curse. Both of them died after they spat out their intestines. By this time the remaining 4 had already thrown away their weapons and they were running away. I should have let them escape, but I thought better of it and hit one guard with blood acid curse and another with lung shredding curse. Their deaths were really slow and painful. They died horribly. The remaining 2 continued running but stopped when I hit them with Imperious and commanded them to gut themselves. There was a minor thing I should have noticed before telling them to do that. The problem was they were not carrying a knife. So, those 2 decided to use their own hands. Yeah, quite messy deaths. I quickly turned away and left. I don't want to watch 2 men ripping open their own stomachs with their own hands while laughing. I arrived near the pits and continued sending them away towards Elysium. I don't know the exact time it took us to free all those 7 million metahumans, but I think it was close to an hour. I noticed that no more guards were sent to attack us. Well, who cares? I finally met with Namiri and Rumi and we started to walk out of the prison. I could already notice that everyone was gathered in front of the gates. I could also feel giant robots right outside the gates, so they activated the sentinels. A small army was also gathered there. As soon as we arrived in front of the gates, they started to open fire. None of them even reached us. All the bullets were stopped in midair. All the soldiers were dumbfounded when they saw that. They have reports of Magneto, the only mutant who could control metal, so it must be quite surprising to see another one like him. I will take the right side, Rumi declared, and her whole body was covered in armament hockey and jumped towards the sentinels to tear them apart. Rumi punched a sentinel on its chest caved inside and it was blown back with a massive force. A lot of soldiers were crushed by that sentinel before they could even blink. Don't you want to join the fight? I asked Namiri, who looked disinterested. Meh. I will deal with the stragglers, Namiri said and shrugged. In return, I also shrugged and turned towards the left side. I raised both of my hands in that direction and said a word that will be a forbidden word in the future, a word that will make people shit their pants. Fiend fire. 2 massive leviathans made of flames erupted from both of my palms and began to eat anything that came in their path. The sentinels released flame extinguishers, but the flames engulfed the flame extinguishers and continued to burn. The flames soon engulfed the sentinels too, and continued to engulf the soldiers. No matter what, not everyone can run away. Namiri jumped into the fray and started to kill anyone who was trying to run away. What I didn't know at that moment was that the whole fight was broadcast to other Trask Industries and S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Since we had the anti-surveillance runes, they were not able to get our faces, but they knew that the attack was carried out by 2 women and 1 man. Soon the whole army and sentinels were taken care of. I used my powers again and found no one inside the prison, so I wanted to reduce this place into rubble. We checked the time and saw that the sun was almost up. You girls go back, I will return shortly, I said, and both the girls nodded. Namiri grabbed Rumi's shoulders and apparat away. I started to rise up in the sky and started to gather my energy. I needed a long sleep before I start to destroy all the countries. I finally rose up to a suitable height and looked at the prison with disgust in my eyes. I opened my arms wide. Shinra Tensei, and with those 2 devastating words the whole place was blown apart, and in place of Camp X-Ray, only a massive crater was left behind. Quite happy with my handiwork, I apparat back to Elysium. Oval Office, White House, a few hours later. The whole joint staff was watching the video of the massacre. The video finally ended when they heard 2 foreign words, but the effect was quite clear. The whole place was blown apart, and with that, the video ended. Sir, this is what's left of Camp X-Ray, Fury said, and a picture of the massive crater was displayed. Nobody spoke anything. The president drank water after wiping away his sweat. Everybody sat there in silence without speaking anything. How can they use their powers? You said that mutants can't use their powers inside that prison, the president asked Fury, who was the one who recommended using Camp X-Ray to imprison mutants. We think that they might not be humans. Mutants usually have only one kind of power while the three of them showed various kinds of powers as we just saw in that video, Fury explained. He knew that he wasn't in a good position right now. What they have just seen was quite mind-boggling. 3 mutants laid waste to a small army that also had robots to especially deal with mutants. Before anyone could speak anything, a guy covered in sweat burst into the room. The president was annoyed because he had announced that he was in an urgent meeting. "Sir, you need to see this," the guy said and turned on the TV. At first, everyone was confused when they only saw traffic jams on every news channel, then they saw that all flights had been cancelled and a look of horror filled everyone's faces. "I am Lord Cliff." "You better respect me," Lord Cliff said and disappeared in a green flash. Chapter 187, Start of the Collapse. Xavier Mansion, New York. "What are we going to do, Professor? Soon we will run out of both food and water. You know we can't leave the mansion," Jean said in a desperate voice. Jean didn't look like she did normally, she looked completely tired. It was quite clear that she was lacking sleep. Charles just remained silent. A week has passed since mutants lost all of their rights and now they were being treated like nothing more than cattle. Charles has never thought that this incident would escalate to such an extent. He believed that even if some humans start to cause them harm, some would definitely show them kindness, and that is what he needed. But it didn't turn out like that. Both of their water and electricity connections have been cut, a radio was the only thing they had was running, and it was their only source of information. After the mutant hunt started, they took in several refugees out of goodwill, but few of their own sold them out to the authorities. First, they cut off their electric connection, and then, it was their water connection. They could see several military vehicles waiting outside of the mansion keeping watch. Some of them got scared and tried to run away but were immediately stunned and captured. The current adults present inside the Xavier mansion had no idea why they haven't attacked the mansion itself, but all of them knew one thing: it was only a matter of time. The adults spent most of their time keeping a watch outside. They knew that it won't mean much if they attack, but maybe some of the kids would be able to run away because of confusion. "I don't know what I should do. It seems that I have really failed," Charles said with disappointment in his voice. "Professor, we can plan an attack though. After all, if we stay here we will die because of starvation or dehydration. This way we might be able to save some kids." Aurora started to say, if someone would have told her a week ago that she would be planning to attack humans, then she would have just laughed at their stupidity, but now, the situation has completely changed. "Aurora, I have said multiple times I will never allow someone to use our powers to attack humans. Our powers should only be used to protect, not harm," Charles said and left the room. Scott followed the professor and left the room. Everyone left in the room were seething in anger. Some were parents whose kids were here while some had their little brothers and sisters here. "He is a stupid fool and he is going to drag all of us down," someone said from the crowd, but no one refuted him. Aurora clearly remembered what has transpired during the last meeting and what Magneto had told them. At that time, she knew that Magneto was telling the truth, but she didn't want to believe him. She knew firsthand how cruel humans can be, and now it was an open season for humans to oppress some humans with special abilities. There was no way in hell that they would give up this chance. All of them were suddenly brought out of their thoughts by the news. This was the first time in the whole week when something other than mutant hunts was being reported. At first, it was surprising that news about traffic was being reported, but after a few minutes the reports started to become detailed, and that is when everyone in the room reached a similar conclusion: someone did this, or how could all transportation systems get crashed at the same time? Elysium, a few hours ago. POV Rio. I finally arrived back on Elysium and found that all the metahumans we have brought here were calmly listening to Momo's speech. All these metahumans were imprisoned in Camp X-Ray. They were brought from all over the world, so Momo was using a modified announcement spell that would allow someone to announce their words using magic. Everyone on the receiving end would only hear the speech in their common language. Let's consider that you are speaking in English, and at the receiving end of your speech is being heard in French, German, Russian, Japanese, and Indian. The French will hear the speech in French, the German would hear the speech in German, a Russian would hear in Russian, the Japanese would hear Japanese, and the Indian will hear in either Hindi or some other language common in India. I heard some of her speech, and found out that she was only explaining the rules now. She told them that they are free to leave if they want, or they can stay here with other metahumans in their own country away from any kind of harm humans can cause them. Unsurprisingly, all of them agreed to stay here. Momo told them that they will be given their own property to reside, but it might take some time since they have 7 million new residents now. Momo finally announced about food and clothes. Everyone was happy to hear that, and all of them will be given tents until a permanent residence was given to them. Namuri, I want you to empty all the warehouses of the companies you own. Food and clothes are the first priority, but I don't want to leave anything behind, I said to Namuri, who just nodded and operated away. I arrived in front of Magneto, who was looking like a kid on Christmas. Mystique was also the same. She was already crying, but I knew that these were tears of joy. Both of them thanked me profusely. But we still have a lot of work left. I want to put the human nations in such a position that they would have no way other than accepting our terms, I said, and left since I have already made my first move. I need to finish my other moves quickly, otherwise the checkmate won't be satisfying. I directly operated in my room and opened my laptop and hacked into the defense systems of various countries and became their administrator. Using the administrator commands, it wasn't hard to change all the passcodes and firewalls. I also changed multiple protocols and deleted all the information so that no one will know how the changes were made. Of course, these systems could be returned to their previous state, but they would need my laptop to do that. And if they wanted to fix those systems, then they will have to completely destroy the whole system and build it from the ground up. Formatting or rebooting won't work, as it would still recognize only me as its administrator. After I had crippled the defense systems of all the countries, I hacked into their satellites. Hacking into satellites was slightly complicated with all the backdoors and all that, but with this cheap laptop in my hands, it wasn't a problem. I disabled all the functions those satellites had except the information relay. If I shut that down, how are the humans going to fight back? It would be a futile attempt, but it would be quite amusing to see them try to fight me and then squirm. Next, I attacked the flight systems. Even in the year 2002, a lot of functions depended on digital stuff like their land mapping software, their weather mapping software, and then their radio. If I disable their radio and all other mapping systems, then they will be forced to cancel all the flights. Yes, I might cause a few crashes here and there, but it's not my fault that their system was vulnerable. So, I shut down their systems. I already got several pings of SOS messages, asking for help. Someone would call me heartless and cruel, so I sent some limited information to all those flights that were still in the air. If they still crash, then it won't be my fault, it would be the pilot's fault because he was a moron, and the flight administration was also responsible. If the planes crash and people die, then it won't be my fault, the flight company should have provided parachutes. Phew, at least, my conscience will be clean. It's not like I care. Next, I hacked into the stock market and bought everything using Namiri's fake names, which she used to buy things with, while I transferred all the money to Namiri's various accounts. Hell is going to break loose as soon as the news gets out. Next, I started to transfer all the digital money available to Namiri's accounts. Someone might ask, what the hell is digital money? Well, money is not always kept in cash. You keep your money in banks and banks give out loans, but when you check your bank balance, it shows the money you kept, but the actual money is a lot less since it is given away. The money that is given away is the digital money. It is not present there physically, but it is displayed digitally. He. Namiri is going to be really happy when she sees all these monies in her account. After that, I hacked into the traffic systems. I decided to start with the US. After all, they were the first to declare that metahumans would no longer be treated as humans and given citizenship. This is just the start. Muhahaha. After another successful hack, I started to cackle madly like any other evil supervillain. Chapter 188, Chaos Around the World. SHIELD Headquarters, New York. After the news broke about the shutting down of flight systems and traffic systems, the president ordered everyone to return to their own offices for now until everything was fixed and a culprit was caught. Then, they found out about the theft of monies and shares in the stock market. Wall Street was also completely shut down after that. Fury found that it was impossible to return to the SHIELD headquarters via road, so he got himself a chopper. Immediately after returning to his office, he was reported about the crashing of defense systems. He immediately wanted to bang his bald head on the wall. This was simply impossible to this. There is no way someone can do all this unnoticed. So, anyone can attack our country now? Fury asked in an incredulous tone. Yes, sir. We are completely vulnerable. Our only saving grace is that the other countries are also facing the same problem. Currently, no one has a working weapon system, Agent Coulson reported in a solemn voice. Before they could continue speaking, another agent burst out into the room without knocking. You better have a very good reason to enter my office without knocking, Agent. Fury spoke in a dangerous tone. Fury saw the sweating agent and thought that he should at least give this guy a chance to explain himself. Sir, all of our digital systems have been compromised. We have been completely locked out of our own systems. The agent started to give his report, and the expression on Fury's face kept turning uglier with each passing second. You mean to say that someone has access to all of our restricted data? Fury asked in an enraged tone. The agent reporting gulped really hard. Yes, sir, the agent squeaked out. By now Fury was shaking in anger. This was the worst possible scenario, but at this moment Fury had no idea how much worse it was going to get. Elysium, POV Rio. Namiri finally returned after an hour. By this time I have already collapsed more than 50% of human society. How long will it take? I asked Namiri. It is already done. I have brought 20% of everything here on this island, the rest is stored away in a safe place, Namiri answered, taking out her own laptop. Good, did you tell the others that you brought food and clothing? I asked, to which she simply nodded her head. I gestured Namiri to sit down beside me. So, what do you need me to do? Namiri asked me. She already knew about the fire sale I have been planning. When will the Confundus charm break? I asked Namiri. When she stole all the fuel from the Middle Eastern countries and Russia, she put all of them under a Confundus charm, making them think that everything was normal when nothing was normal anymore. Whenever I wish, Namiri answered. I told her that the Confundus charm was no longer needed and she could break it. Namiri cackled in mad glee and snapped her fingers. After that, both of us decided to destroy any kind of remaining economical structure the human societies have left. But Namiri found something that should have been left hidden. She found the golden fort. Nox. Please, please, please. I want that gold. Namiri grabbed my sleeve and started to tug it like a small kid does when she wants candies. My resolution quickly crumbled into dust and I decided to take her and steal everything from there. Fine, fine. I will take you, but before that, we need to complete another important task. We need to shut down all forms of communications, I said, and Namiri happily agreed to wait for a few more minutes. What about the news channels and radio channels? What about their electricity? Namiri asked me, looking slightly confused. We don't need to shut them down. After all, if we shut those down, then how will they know how badly they are fucked? I said. Seeing that Namiri nodded in agreement, I continued. I also want them to have their electricity. Or how else am I going to demonstrate those EMP warheads? I said with an evil grin. Then both Namiri and I started to cackle in mad glee. Around the world. While Rio and Namiri decided to empty the vaults of Fort Nox, the rest of the world was plunged into complete madness. It was complete chaos and pandemonium for everyone. In the morning, the traffic systems and the flight systems crashed. Hence, unnecessary and messy traffic jams, a lot of accidents along with several kinds of other problems. That also meant no flights. A lot of people missed their important business meetings. Then came the news of shares and money disappearing from the stock market. The global market has already collapsed by that time. At that time, everyone thought that nothing worse can happen, but within another hour they were proven wrong. The news about money being stolen came out. The banks tried to suppress it, but there was no way that they would be able to do it. About hundreds of thousands of people take out cash from ATM machines before they start their day, and when they did, the news got out. If it was only a matter of a few people, then it could have been solved, but now, everyone's money has been stolen without a single clue left behind. Then the news about food and resources shortage got out, and that is what broke the camel's back. Riots started to break out in the bigger cities. Everyone had already forgotten about mutants now. People wanted to get answers from their governments, but their country leaders were keeping their lips sealed. Then the human nations were dealt another serious blow. Telephone, pagers, internet stopped working. It was like every kind of communication was being stopped. All countries immediately got busy wanting to fix the communication issue, but the experts didn't even know what was wrong with their systems. While this was going on around the world, the military departments were having their own headache. Their complete satellite systems have been crashed. Previously they boasted how impeccable their system was, but all of that laid useless in front of them. They boasted how they could destroy a country just by pressing a button, but now they can't even launch fireworks by pressing a button. The Middle Eastern countries were completely ruined. Their main source of income has been selling oil to the whole world, but now their mines are completely dry. None of them knew how the hell this happened. Just a few minutes ago everything was normal. How can suddenly all that crude oil disappear? Russia was also facing the same problem. At least Russia had their resources, but it was quite clear that they would be facing problems too, because they can't import anything from the other countries now. The value of currencies around the world were dropping at a rapid rate. Soon there will be nothing left to drop. The only thing they had now was electricity, but now that oil has disappeared from the market, they didn't know how long they will be able to use that. Yes, oil is very important for the production of electricity. Only solar energy is produced without any need for oil. Even in windmills, oil is needed for lubrication. Lubrication is also needed in hydropower plants. There was no way that they could recover from this kind of blow. Oval Office, White House. Gentlemen, what is the damage, and how long will it take us to recover? The president asked in a sullen voice. All of them already knew that this was a planned terrorist attack on a global scale, but it was done so fast that they didn't even have any time to brace themselves. They were defeated and destroyed in one fell swoop. Radio was the only kind of communication that could be used, and for whatever reason, the news channels were still running. Sir, we are still unable to re-establish any kind of communication. We only have whatever is already running, a scientist-looking guy said in a tired voice. A young man raised up his hand as soon as the scientist finished. The young man looked like a recent college graduate, but the president gestured him to speak up. Sir, I think that whoever did this knowingly left the radio and news channels functional, the young man said. A veteran army general growled in annoyance and looked towards the young man. And why do you think that? The same general growled out. The young man didn't even flinch. It's because they wanted to cause mass fear. People are rioting out in the streets because they were able to get this news. Whoever did this allowed those things to function, then locked us out of our own satellite. Whoever did this has planned it out completely, the young man said, and no one in the room had any guts to retort. Please continue, the president asked the young man to continue. Sir, this was a systematic attack. First they took out all the transportation systems, they started to steal money. There is no exact time when the resources disappeared or the oil disappeared, but my guess is that it was before they openly struck. They destroyed our defense systems after that, and finally they destroyed our communication system. With this, they also successfully destroyed all of our emergency communication systems, the young man finished. Can you tell us why the attack happened? Another army general asked. I have no idea, sir. Personally, I can't see any kind of final objective they could have, the young man answered. You said they. General Ross asked impatiently. Of course, sir, this was done by a group. A single person cannot attack all these systems at such a speed, it is just not possible, the young man said while shaking his head in denial. No one in the room spoke anything and remained completely silent. They were brought out of the silence when they heard an odd kind of disturbance from the TV. All of them turned their heads towards the TV and after a few seconds, a man with black hair and black eyes wearing a business suit appeared on the TV. Good evening my fellow citizens of Earth, you can call me Leviathan. The man on the TV started to speak. Insolent fool, Avada Kedavra. Lord Cliff said and the author's world turned completely black. Chapter 189, Momo's Thoughts and Behind the Scenes. POV Momo. I finally finished explaining everything to these metahumans, thank God that Namiri got the essential things for now, most of these people haven't eaten anything for days and there are several small kids too within the 7 million metahumans Rio saved from that prison. I finally got down from the makeshift podium I made so that it would be easier for me to explain everything to the prisoners we brought here. I was quite tired, but I knew that I could not take a break now. All of us haven't slept throughout the whole night but we have to help all these people. Both Fleur and I started to use magic to help distribute food to these people. Food took most of the priority, clothes and other necessities could be given later. Using magic helped a lot, otherwise handing food to over 7 million people would have been rather tiring. Some people tried to cause trouble but they were quickly dealt with. No matter, there will always be some people who would cause problems. Magneto quickly took care of them, and warned them that if they try to cause any more problems then we will simply return them to the human countries. Aside from that, it was quite a scene to watch all these people eat food with such care. After they finished their food, we handed them other necessary things along with a tent. If they had any family members they could get a single tent, most of them didn't even know if they had any family members in here or not, after all, finding someone you know among 7 million people will be quite hard. Most of these people had made their own families according to the pits where they were being kept. This was quite a common thing in a lot of prisons. It was in human nature to look for companionship. I need to pay one more visit to the barrier generator along with Fleur to check if everything is running normally or not. Can you tell them to make their tents around my base? Magneto asked me. Yes, no problem, I answered and climbed up on the podium once again. These people were imprisoned there and they were brought from all over the country so most of them didn't even understand English. I activated the modified announcement spell and told them about their living arrangements. They happily agreed without making a fuss. I finally finished telling them and Magneto told me that Fleur and I can go and take a rest. He already knew that we have been working really hard on the barrier generator and we have not rested properly for a few days. Both Fleur and I decided to take another look at the barrier generator before taking a power nap. So, we both flash-stepped near the barrier generator. Fleur, you check the values and I will take the notes, I said and pulled out my tab from my jacket. Temperature within normal parameters, Fleur said and I noted it down. Pressure slightly over normal, Fleur said, we have thought that pressure might be a little more than normal. Atmospheric pressure is slightly more than normal, Fleur mentioned, I noted it down. We have already known that it was going to be like this after all. The second barrier around the generator will put some additional pressure on the generator, I said looking towards Fleur. Hey, I am not complaining. I am just mentioning what I am seeing here, Fleur said defensively. Sorry, Fleur. I am slightly cranky, I really need some sleep, I apologized, I really need to lay down. Don't worry, I understand, Fleur said and continued to take readings. After a couple of minutes, we were finally done and we decided to return to our rooms, but before anything else, we needed a bath. Both of us flash-stepped into our room and Fleur fired some locking and privacy charms on the door before she used Namiri's spell to get out of her clothes and went to prepare the bath. I laughed at the girl when she swayed her ass in my direction. I like to take off my clothes without magic, like any other normal people, so I did that. Fleur has been a Vila before and even after she became a Phoenix she retained some of her racial traits from before, like her sexual drive and love for sex. So, like before, she was still a bi and loved both men and women, but since she had completely bonded with Rio while she was still a Vila, she now only loves Rio and us girls. She knows that Rio is the leader of the harem, so she does not start anything with us while he is not present, but when Rio is present she stops hiding her love for us and openly displays it. Rio also knows about this, but he does not mind because this is out of Fleur's control too. It's just her racial trait. Momo, the water's ready, I heard Fleur's voice from inside the bath. I walked in without bothering to hide my body. We have been together for so long it would be completely meaningless. After a nice and warm bath, both of us decided to take a small nap. Both Fleur and I laid down on the bed while hugging each other. Now that I think of it, we have come a long way since we were just kids. After learning occlumency, my memories of meeting Rio for the first time have been cleared. Those were really precious memories to me. Since I was 4 years old, Rio has been with me. I still remember everything like it was just yesterday. A small smile appeared on my lips thinking of those memories. What are you thinking about? Fleur asked me. Just remembering some old memories, I said, and Fleur also smiled hearing that. Nothing was hidden between us girls, and all the other girls know that I was Rio's first lover and I have been with him since we were 4. When we were just learning about our powers. Will you show me those memories? I would like to see those memories if you don't mind. Fleur asked me. I have never shown these memories to anyone. It is not like I don't want to show them. It was more like after we finished Hogwarts all of us got busy with our own lives and no one asked me. Yes, sure, I said with a smile. Thank you, Fleur said softly and fell asleep. I also fell asleep right after her. My eyes fluttered open and I didn't feel quite good. I already knew the reason for this. It was already dark. I have grown accustomed to this feeling. After the sun goes down I also feel slightly down. It is because of my race. No need to look into deeper problems. What kind of solar elf would I be if I didn't feel odd after the sun goes down? I picked up my phone and saw several news updates. Oh, so Rio had already started his plans. Honestly, I don't know how could the people from this world be so aggressive to the metahumans. But it is not much different from my world. In my world, most people had their quirks and the quirkless people were oppressed there. All the worlds we travel to have similar problems like this. In the HP world, there was pure-blood bigotry. That is why I like to stay away from these problems. I don't like dealing with these matters because I don't like hurting people, and if I need to solve these then there will be violence. That is why I throw myself into research and studies while Rio is dealing with them. I will help him but I will avoid thinking about these matters as much as I can. Fleur was still hugging me. I gently removed her hand and got off from the bed. We always slept in the nude so I covered Fleur's body and it seemed that it woke her up. You are already up, Fleur said, getting up and stretched her body. She also got off the bed and started to take out fresh clothes for us to wear. We quickly got dressed and walked out of our room and knocked on Rio's door. We have taken some adjacent rooms because the rooms were not big enough for all of us. Yes, we could have expanded the room magically, but to expand a room like that we would need to make several runic arrays and wards. It was quite simple but time-consuming, and time wasn't something we had. The door was opened by Namiri, who was in her usual shiny appearance. Both Fleur and I entered the room and saw that Rio was preparing a camera setup. Rio saw us and kissed both me and Fleur. So, what are you doing? I asked Rio curiously. Oh, I am preparing a background so that I could announce the ultimatum, Rio said, using his powers to set up a white screen facing towards the camera. What are you going to wear? Fleur asked Rio, who just looked dumbly at what he was wearing. Non, there is no way. I will allow you to wear those rags while you are going to threaten the whole world, Fleur said with a serious face. Yeah, right, she doesn't care that he is going to threaten the whole world. But she is worried about his clothes. At least she got her priorities right. So, I am not wearing any fucking robes, Rio declared heatedly. It is a well-known fact among us that Rio hates robes. You don't have to wear robes, you will be wearing suits like Mafia, Fleur said, nodding at herself, and with a swipe of her hand Rio was completely naked. Namiri wanted to jump at Rio but I stopped the depraved pervert. Fleur then spent more than an hour to dress Rio. It was quite funny to watch. Rio looked really miserable when Fleur was using him like her personal dress-up doll. Namiri was crying in the corner that she missed the chance to get herself boned. Fleur was finally satisfied with Rio, and I have to say, Rio was looking like a mafia gangster. Now that the dress-up was finally over, Rio decided to give out his ultimatum. We decided to manage the camera. He could have done it on his own, but since we were here we decided to take the responsibility. Rio had already set up everything. The feed will be displayed over every screen out there in the world. Even if the TV was turned off, it would turn on its own. The audio will also be broadcasted on every radio frequency used by radio stations. Good evening, my fellow citizens of Earth, you can call me Leviathan. With that, Rio began giving out the ultimatum. I am inevitable, Cliff Thanos said and snapped his fingers and author turned to dust. Chapter 190, Ultimatum. Around the world. It was absolute hell around the world. Riots were happening all around the world. Thieving and looting were pretty common now. It took only one day for someone to destroy the society that they had worked so hard to build. All the world leaders were completely silent because they had no answers. After all, they can't just produce everything that was stolen out of thin air. They had no idea who did this. They have long forgotten about mutants. After all, someone had given them a much bigger fish to fry. A fish that cannot be ignored. In several countries, it was night when the disaster struck, but they have also received the damage equally. The human society was now delicately balanced and each country was a link making up the balance, and the attacker destroyed all of their links. In this era, no country could survive on its own, so if a country wasn't damaged like the others, it was still crippled. In some countries, it was morning, while in some others it was midnight, while in some others it was just evening, but something similar was happening all of a sudden in all of those countries. In all the countries the TVs started to make an odd noise, gaining everyone's attention. The switched-off TVs started on their own and started to make that same odd noise. It was creepy, but everyone knew that something was happening. The people who were already watching the news found themselves unable to change anything on their TV. Those TVs also started to make that odd noise, gaining everyone's attention. Finally, a feed came and everyone saw a man with black hair and black eyes dressed like a mafioso appear on the screen. The man had a gentle smile on his face. Everyone was paying rapt attention towards the TVs. Good evening, my fellow citizens of Earth. You can call me Leviathan. Please forgive me for this interruption, but I had something important to discuss with all of you. The man on the TV spoke in a gentle tone, but for whatever reason, everyone felt scared. I am not happy with all of you. What you have done angered me. I didn't want to involve myself, but I have no other option left. I had to act, so I did, and now here we are. I have to say I got much better results than I wanted. Now you must be wondering what I did. Well, everything that happened to you today was done by me, the man said in a similar gentle tone, but rage and anger were the only emotions he received from everywhere around the world. Some threw stones at those TVs and some cursed the men for their misery, but the man still had a gentle smile on his face. But the men began again and the crowd again became silent to hear. I am not finished. In fact, this is just the beginning. You see, there is a simple law: every action has an equal and opposite reaction. My doings are only the opposite reaction of your actions. Now, most of you would be thinking what your action was to warrant such a reaction from me. It is quite simple. The man continued to speak in a gentle tone. There was no malice in his voice. Everyone in the world now had a look of fear and worry on their faces. Mutants, I am doing this because of how you treated mutants, or metahumans, how I like to refer to them. Metahumans is much better, isn't it? Ooh, sorry you can't answer, but I am quite sure that metahumans would understand my words. The man continued speaking with a smile on his face. Please, don't blame me for doing this to you. Blame your country leaders. They did this to you. They are the ones who destroyed your lives. They are the ones responsible for your misery, the man said and paused for a few seconds. No one reacted this time. Everyone held their breath, but all of their rage and anger turned towards their country leaders. The same leaders they supported a week ago when they declared that mutants would be exiled from their countries. Now, let's talk about what I want. I want every country to escort the metahumans to these following locations, of course with utmost care, or I will be angry again. Metahumans are also welcome to come by themselves. Then a list of places appeared on the TVs. The list of locations was specific for each country. Many of the country leaders would scoff at me or just laugh at my demand. I can't let that happen now, can I? This time it will be also you people who will pay the price if your country leader does not listen to my demands. Ah, but of course, I must give some proof. After all, proofs are something very important in this world, the man continued in his gentle tone. Everyone was shaking in fear and horror now. Then, let's make an example. I also know that the United States of America has decided to become my example. After all, the United States of America was the first country to act against metahumans, the man said. Everyone from the US was completely horrified. The screen changed and a warhead appeared on the display. The warhead was immediately launched and the screen changed and the point of view from the warhead was displayed. Now, please, don't worry, I am a peace-loving guy. This is not a nuclear warhead. This is an EMP warhead strong enough to destroy everything electrical within a city like New York. My first target is Las Vegas. After all, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. The man's voice was heard, and after the man finished speaking he laughed gently. But none of the humans felt any kind of similar emotion. The people of Las Vegas were the most scared. People of Las Vegas finally saw something like a falling star coming towards them. No one needed to be told that it was the EMP warhead that was launched. People in Las Vegas started running for cover. Even if they knew what this warhead was going to do, they still decided to hide. People from the rest of the world held their breath. The warhead finally exploded above the city and the image turned to a satellite image which showed the impact and how a city like Las Vegas became completely dark. Ah, now that you have seen I wasn't lying, let's return to our previous topic. I had a total of 100 such warheads. Since I used one I only have 99 left now. Now, the reason I told you the numbers is very important. Please listen carefully. My eyes are everywhere, and as I have said, I want all the metahumans escorted with utmost care, but there might be someone who could get some ideas. I told you the numbers to deter such things from happening, the man said in a mock sad tone. Everyone around the world except Las Vegas gulped in fear. No one in Las Vegas reacted because they had no working TVs or radios, so obviously they missed whatever the man was saying. Whenever a mutant is roughly treated, now let me explain what I consider roughly treated. Things like slaps, pushes, cuffs are my bottom line. Whenever anything like this will happen, I will launch one of these warheads towards one of your biggest cities. Of course, it will be launched towards the country where this previously mentioned crime was committed, the man said, and by now no one wanted to attack any mutant. So, the numbers were important because only 99 are. Ooh, sorry, someone in Russia thought I was bluffing, so only 98 warheads are left now. This is important. As soon as these 98 warheads are also gone, I will start attacking one city of the countries who will continue the attacks, and believe me, I will massacre the whole city. Please don't blame me. After all, if that massacre happens in your city then it will be the fault of someone from your country. Oh. 97 warheads now. Someone in the US tried to check if I was telling the truth or not, the man said with a gentle smile and laughed. Now, to make it easy for you to understand your situation, I will let the number of warheads remain in the corner of your TVs. After all, I can't have someone blaming me that I didn't tell them, the man said in a mock-sad tone, and immediately 3 more warheads decreased. This scared people around the world even more. Ah, people from France are very slow to understand, the man said in a hurt tone and waved at the TV. Goodbye, my fellow citizens of Earth, I hope none of you will see me personally today. Leviathan out, the men said and disappeared from the screen, and the TVs started to return to their previous states, but in a corner of the screen, they were able to see the number of warheads remaining. Chapter 191, Parallel Worlds and Xavier's Plans. Kamartaj, Nepal. The Ancient One finally appeared in her room through the portal and Luna followed her while skipping. The Ancient One didn't know what to think about this woman named Luna Lovegood. The woman seemed to be quite eccentric. It is not that the Ancient One was scared, but she was still wary of this woman. The Ancient One finally sat down in her usual place and Luna followed her example and sat down. The Ancient One waved her hand and tea appeared on the table along with 2 cups. The Ancient One might not know what to do with this woman, but she would treat her like a guest. The Ancient One poured tea for herself and Luna. Luna happily accepted the tea. Both of them remained silent. The Ancient One was looking at the woman in front of her intently, trying to discern anything about this woman while Luna was dreamily humming some song while sipping her tea. So, how can I help you? The Ancient One was the first to break the ice. I don't need your help, I just wanted to become your friend. I have seen you are quite lonely and sad, Luna said in a sad tone. The Ancient One was quite surprised to hear that. The Ancient One has lived for more than 7 centuries, her ability to read people was quite strong. That is the reason why the Ancient One was surprised. From the expression Luna had on her face, the Ancient One was quite sure that this woman was genuinely feeling sad for her. Luna was the best actor she has met in her extremely long life. For now, the Ancient One decided to trust Luna. It was not like that she could act against this woman. After all, from what she had seen, Luna was quite close to that being. I have to say that I am quite surprised to hear that. For quite a long time nobody had approached me to become my friend, the Ancient One answered with a smile on her face. Oh, yes, I know that. So, that thing helps you to see the future? Luna said and asked the Ancient One while pointing towards the Eye of Agamotto. Ancient One immediately became guarded against Luna. She was quite sure that she had never mentioned anything about the Eye of Agamotto in front of that being or this woman. Oh, sorry, I must have surprised you. Well, like you, I also can see the future, but I don't need any kind of artifact to do that, Luna said with a dreamy look on her face, but the Ancient One didn't lower her guard. Why are you telling me this? Wasn't it better to keep that as a secret? The Ancient One asked Luna, who just smiled innocently in return. No, I know that you are not a bad person. If you were, then I would have never come with you, and it is true I want to be your friend and friends should trust each other. I told you the truth because I wanted to show you that I trust you, and I have already seen myself doing that in my visions, Luna said in a gentle tone. The Ancient One finally lowered her guard and relaxed. Oh. Can I have some potato chips too? Luna asked the Ancient One in a cheerful voice. The Ancient One just waved her hand and a bag of potato chips appeared in front of Luna. Luna happily thanked the Ancient One and started to munch on the chips. So, you can see the future like me? The Ancient One asked while taking a sip from her cup. Yes, along with the past and sideways, Luna said in a happy tone. Sideways, the Ancient One asked in confusion. Oh, yes, there are multiple possibilities. There are several different realities too. Minor things never matter, but it could. Like when I asked you for the chips, it was inconsequential, but when I spoke about that stone, if you would have stood up, we might have become enemies in the future, Luna explained to the Ancient One, who just dumbly nodded. The Ancient One knew about the multiple possibilities, but she never knew about different realities or sideways. In some realities, you had died long ago. In some others, you destroy the whole world, while in some others you brought ruin to many planets and civilizations, while in some you were just a simple housewife with a family, Luna spoke while munching on the chips. The Ancient One paid rapt attention to what Luna was saying. The Ancient One knew about several dimensions, but what Luna had told her meant that there were parallel universes, and in some, she wasn't the Sorcerer Supreme. It was quite a revelation to her. Do you want to see another world? Suddenly Luna asked the Ancient One, breaking her out of her thoughts. The Ancient One was quite surprised by the sudden offer. It is not like she had never seen another world, but something told her that if she accepted the offer it would be a completely different experience for her. The Ancient One decided to take the leap of faith, but before she could agree she decided to ask an important question. Will I be able to return? The Ancient One asked. Of course, silly, Luna said like it was a funny joke. The Ancient One agreed. Luna extended her hand and the Ancient One took Luna's hand, and just after a second, both disappeared from that place. Both Ancient One and Luna appeared in a modern world. The place was quite advanced. The Ancient One was really surprised, shocked, and awed. She could still feel her connection to the dark dimension, but she wasn't able to feel any connection to her planet, or her own Earth. "What is this place?" the Ancient One asked, looking around the tall buildings and flying cars. Every building was filled with neon lights and huge displays. Suddenly the Ancient One froze when she saw herself on a TV, but she knew that this wasn't her. The TV version of her had a black mohawk on her head along with different eyes. A/N. Now many of you would ask, how can Luna teleport to another world, and if she could do that, why she kept asking Rio to bring Attila? The answer is at that time her teleportation ability was way weaker. Like Namiri herself sold gold biscuits, but later she started to crave gold objects when her bloodline activated. This is a parallel world, this is one of the better worlds. In this world, you decided to rule over the Earth. After you became the Empress, this world only developed towards the future. Even though you ruled with an iron fist, there is not a single person who would dare to usurp you, Luna said with a smile and skipped around. The Ancient One now only noticed that they were standing in the air. "Which year is it?" the Ancient One asked in a curious tone. "Believe me or not, this is the 15th century, Luna declared with a smile. The Ancient One was stunned silent. The Ancient One also found she wasn't able to use her Eye of Agamotto in this world. "That stone has no relevance here, so it won't work. Let's go back," Luna said. The Ancient One agreed because she felt quite powerless in here, and both disappeared from that world and arrived back in Camartage, inside the Ancient One's room. "Luna, I have to say, today was quite enlightening for me," the Ancient One said with a smile. The Ancient One would have never have known about these worlds if it wasn't for Luna. Yes, it was true that she was unable to interact with that world, but that was fine. After all, she had long forgotten her passion for knowledge, but that passion once again awakened inside her. She might not be able to visit those worlds again, but she could at least write about her experience. Who knows, someday someone might be able to visit those parallel worlds. Xavier Mansion, New York. While Luna and the Ancient One were having their fun bonding, everyone had become restless in the Xavier Mansion after they had heard the announcement of Leviathan from the radio. They were happy that someone was trying to save them, but they were also facing a problem, because they heard the announcement on the radio but they did not get the names of the locations. Only one person living in the Xavier Mansion was not happy after hearing the announcement. He felt devastated when he heard what that person did to the humans and what he would do in the future if his demands were ignored and mutants were hurt. The person's name was Charles Xavier. He might be a mutant, but he always cared about the humans more. That is the reason why he always took the human side when mutants were captured and experimented on. Charles Xavier knew that he would never be successful in his attempt at peace between humans and mutants, but he had long vowed to never hurt humans using his powers, and he would be damned if he would allow someone from his side to harm the humans. He needed to do something and do it quickly. He knew most of the mutants living in his mansion would leave, and throughout this week he had lost much of his grace among the others. There was only one person in this mansion who would follow his orders no matter what they are. Scott Summers. Charles immediately sent Scott a mental message to meet him. Only after a few seconds, Scott arrived in front of Charles. "Scott, I have a very important mission for you. I assume that you heard the announcement." Charles asked Scott, who nodded his head. "We can't let that happen. We must stop this Leviathan from harming the humans," Charles said in a grave tone. "Professor, I completely agree with you," Scott said in a determined tone. Hearing him, a smile appeared on Charles's face. "I want you to go with the others, get as much as information you can. I will stay here and relay the information to the authorities." "Scott, this is a very important mission for you. We can't allow Leviathan to succeed," Charles continued to speak in a solemn tone. "Professor, I won't disappoint you," Scott declared and left the room. Charles smiled proudly while watching Scott walk away. Chapter 192, Fleur, Codename 007. POV Rio. Phew. I released a sigh when I finally finished my announcement. That was a lot of pressure. At least, I didn't fumble with words. That would have been really embarrassing. My whole supervillain image would have been ruined permanently. That was awesome. Namiri said and cheered. "Even though I don't understand your fetish to become a villain, still I will say that it was quite impressive," Momo said in a teasing manner. "But I think it's quite hot," Fleur said in a flirty tone. "Yeah, girl. Finally, someone who can understand my philosophical ways," Namiri said with a proud smile. After all, she finally found someone who would agree with her after Fleur joined our family. "Ha. I give up. I will never understand you guys," Momo said in an exasperated tone. "But you still love us," I said as a matter of fact. "Guilty as charged," Momo said and pulled me into a kiss. Now that I think of it, I haven't spent so much time with Momo after arriving in this world. Well, after everything with Elysium is over, I will take her on a picnic. It would be just the two of us. "Fleur, I have a job for you. I want you to head over to this location and bring everyone who agrees to come with you here," I spoke, looking towards Fleur, and handed her the location of Xavier Mansion. "This is the place where you went to train, non?" Fleur asked me. "Yes, from all the intel I have gathered, their mansion is being watched, so I am not confident that they would be able to leave the mansion and arrive at the locations I had mentioned," I said to Fleur, who intently heard my words. "Can I accompany her?" Namiri asked in an excited tone. No, we have something else to take care of, I said to Namiri. She didn't know why she was still needed here, but since I asked her to stay she agreed. Fleur, come back soon, I will prepare those memories for you, Momo spoke to Fleur. Fleur nodded her head and disappeared. What memories? Namiri asked curiously. It's my childhood memories, Momo said with a gentle smile on her face. Oh, after Fleur is done, can I watch them too? Namiri asked while slightly fidgeting. Momo just smiled and nodded her head. Namiri squealed in joy and pulled Momo in a hug. After a few seconds, Namiri finally allowed Momo to leave. Since Momo had nothing better to do, she decided to pick up her studies. She had started to learn about microbiology. Momo gave me another kiss and left the room. So, what do you need me for? After Momo left the room, Namiri asked me. It's nothing too serious, let's discuss the residential plans with Magneto and then you can ask your house elves to work on them. After all, I think that they are dying to work, I said to Namiri, who just nodded her head and left the room with me to look for Magneto. Finding Magneto wasn't so hard, he was running around helping all the metahumans. I could see that he almost looked like he had grown 10 years younger. We met him and discussed my plans with him. He said the northern side of the island would be best for the initial residential plans. We discussed some house plans, it wasn't much, we decided to go with flats, after all, we didn't want to waste space. After the model for the flats was decided, Namiri called her chief house elf and asked him how long will it take to build these. The house elf declared that if all of them worked together then less than a day. Magneto was quite surprised to see the little creature but didn't bother us while we were speaking with the creature. The house finally left but not before giving Namiri a salute. Namiri just chuckled when she saw that. What was that? Eric asked in morbid curiosity. A house elf, they are a kind of parasitic creature, they need to bond with a magical person or a magical property, in return, they work for us and boy, they really like to work, Namiri explained, not giving away too much information. It must be handy having them, Eric said. Yes, I said, and our discussion was finally over. Both Namiri and I still had a lot to do. We still had to keep our eyes over the world, I also needed to check how many warheads were launched. I was quite sure that some people would still try to capture mutants and I have to stop them. I also have to deal with Stryker. Oval Office, White House. What's the report? The president asked in a worried tone. He had heard the announcement and he saw how this Leviathan guy turned the citizens of their own country against them, and that was not the worst, they have already received reports that Las Vegas has gone completely dark. It was an open attack on their country and the US followed a legacy, they never negotiated with terrorists. According to everyone in the room, this Leviathan was a terrorist, but there was no way that they would be able to strike back. During the meeting, someone had attacked a mutant and another warhead was launched on their country. They were still trying to find out the second target. After all, their communication systems were crippled and they had to use radios. Sir, Chicago has gone dark, we have reached the conclusion that Chicago was the second city Leviathan attacked, one of the special forces reported to the president. Another of his special forces rushed into the room. Sir, we have received a report that New Orleans and Kansas have also gone dark, the men reported and gulped. The president slammed his fist on the table in anger and got up from his chair. I am calling a press meet, we cannot continue allowing this to happen, start escorting those damn mutants to the given locations, the president barked out. But sir, we could use them as hostages. William Stryker spoke up. He cannot let this happen, all his plans were so close, he was so close, but this Leviathan ruined all of his plans. He cannot allow that to happen, he would not accept defeat. Are you mad? Didn't you see that he is launching EMP warheads on our biggest cities? And what would happen if he decides to attack us with a nuclear warhead? And what if he decides that it was enough and massacres a whole city full of people like he had promised? The president asked Stryker heatedly. I understand your worries, sir. But we can't just give it up, you have already seen how dangerous the mutants are, and if we allow them to get away with this then they will become bolder and we will be unable to control them if they learn to fight together. Stryker pressed, there was no way he is going to give up without a fight. Mr. President, I completely agree with General Stryker, we cannot let that unnatural win, that Leviathan is one of them, unnatural like them, and he is also trying to destroy our society. We must not show our weakness and negotiate with the terrorist. General Thaddeus Ross supported Stryker. Ross wanted to weaponize the mutants and he already had some unwilling participants. Hell would freeze over before he gave them over. So, what do you suggest we do? The president growled in anger, neither General Thaddeus Ross nor General William Stryker flinched. Sir, we say in a public place we execute a mutant, and threaten him that we would continue executing them if he. Stryker began to speak, but everyone in the room wanted to curse the stupid bastard. General Thaddeus Ross was thinking, why did he even support this fool? Everyone in the room already knew that they were not liked by the citizens of their country at this moment because of how Leviathan turned the blame towards them, and this stupid fucker was telling them to execute a mutant publicly. It would be a political suicide. If the public didn't crucify them, then Leviathan with all his resources would surely retaliate, and this time it won't be pretty like an EMP warhead. They knew that the damage those warheads were doing was not pretty, but what they have seen of that meant he would make an even bigger mess and might drag the US as the public villain. Please stop, someone, please throw out this foolish man from this room. The president decided to cut him off. William Stryker was immediately grabbed by the special forces, and before he could protest he was stunned and knocked out. Please follow the order I gave previously, the president spoke in a broken tone. This time General Thaddeus Ross kept his mouth shut. If he knew that Stryker would spout out such a stupid plan, then he would have never spoken up for Stryker. POV Fleur. This was the first time Rio had asked me to do something, and there is no way I am going to fail him. I always wanted to get a mission like this. It felt like I was a secret agent. Maybe Rio will give me the designation of 007. I also want to get the license to kill. Heh. Jokes aside, I appeared near the Xavier mansion. Rio had told me that the mansion was being watched, so I had to be careful. I can't just walk through the front door. I quickly cast a disillusionment charm on myself and started to head towards the mansion when I suddenly felt someone attack my mental shields, so I retaliated and heard an old man scream from inside the mansion. Must be the fool who attacked my mind. With a smile, I walked through the front gate. Nobody was even able to see me. I arrived at the front door and pressed the calling bell, but nothing happened. Oh, poor guys, they can't even afford electricity. So, I knocked on the door like in the old times. Chapter 193, Dora's Thoughts and the Meeting of Phoenixes. POV Nympha ** smack *, don't call me that. Tonks. Today was a sunny day. I woke up in the morning to continue my training, but I was surprised to find that the training was cancelled because all the higher-ups were busy with some shit that happened in Guantanamo Bay. Morgana's saggy tits. Can't they have named that place something simple? What I thought at first to be a sunny day then turned into a fun day. Since the higher-ups decided to let us rest for a day, I quietly slipped out of the building and went to the roof. Nobody was free enough to watch over little ol' me. Everyone was running around like their arses were on fire. I conjured myself a nice umbrella and blanket and sat down while taking off my stuffy clothes, but I didn't forget to cast a Notice Me Not charm and anti-surveillance rune before doing that. I changed back to my preferred form and laid down on the blanket. After all, I can't have someone getting a free show, well, except Rio. A perverted giggle escaped from my mouth. Thank Merlin, no one was here. I blame that depraved pervert for this. TCH. I clicked my tongue and conjured a glass of cola. Yes, I know that it would disappear, but I just wanted to drink a cola to pass my time. After all, I am not eating transfigured food which will later change inside my bloody stomach. The cola would simply just disappear. I giggled once more when I remembered how the others were running around. I pulled out my phone. I don't know how this contraption works, but it can notify me of the latest news and stuff. Good things like these are quite rare. I unlocked the phone and saw the notifications. What traffic jams? Why in the name of Morgana would I care about that? It is not like I drive a car. About an hour passed. I just lazed there. After all, I had nothing better to do. I miss those times when I fell asleep on my Aura desk. Such awesome times. I hate the fact that Rio gave me such a disgusting mission. I miss the other girls and Rio, but getting trained to become a secret agent has its own charms. Well, only 5 more months then I would be a full-fledged agent, and then I will be able to move on my own. A notification came to my phone, and as soon as I saw it I spat out the cola in my mouth. Merlin's balls. My money better be in my account or I will hex them to the next oblivion. It's not like I earned that money, but having a lofty sum for myself makes me feel good. I quickly checked my account balance and thankfully all the money was there. I might be clumsy, but I know very well who the culprits are. Only Namiri and Rio would do something like this. I spent the rest of the morning on the roof just laying down on the blanket. Suddenly my stomach grumbled. Oh, it's already noon. I guess I should head down and get something to feed myself. I got up and quickly dressed. After that, I vanished the umbrella and blanket. I changed back to my disguise before taking a step. As soon as I took the first step, I tripped. Fuck you, twat. Who the bloody hell makes floor like that? I fired a stinging hex at the floor. Hump. That will teach you not to trip me again. I quickly descended the stairs and went towards the canteen, but the world seems to hate me. I tripped on the last stair and I gracefully planted my face on the floor. Ugh, an unwilling groan left my mouth. Even after I became a goddess, I am still hated by the world. What kind of fucking logic is that? I groaned again but pulled myself up from the floor. Thankfully, after all these years of rigorous training, my face has become quite durable and not even a scratch was there. I still remembered when I was small how many times I ended up with a bloody nose when my adorable face met with the floor. My poor adorable face. I slightly sulked, then decided to head towards the canteen. Finally, arriving in the canteen, I went and got myself some food. I love the food here, but there is also the problem, the amount of grease in the food. If I continue this, then my adorable body might become like the night bus. I shuddered once more. Momo would definitely love this food. I don't understand how Momo, Namiri, and roomy manage their boobs. Yes, I can change my proportions but managing them becomes hard and the back cramps. I still remember when once I tried to mimic Namiri's boobs and almost fell flat on my face because of the increased weight. After finishing my food I went back to my room. Well, it can't be called a room. It was more like a cell, at least there weren't any steel bars and I could leave whenever I want. I decided to take a beauty nap. I woke up in the evening and after getting freshened I left my room. At least my cell has a small bathroom and saw that everyone was gathered in front of the TV. The TV was making some odd and shitty noise. I suddenly remembered that movie Luna showed me. Some creepy girl walked out of the TV. That was a really scary movie. That isn't going to happen, right? I nervously watched the TV but thankfully Rio appeared on the TV. That gave me a scare. I started to walk away but suddenly froze. What? Why in the name of Merlin's left testicle Rio is on the TV? I might have seen wrong, so I decided to check again. I looked again towards the TV and Rio was still there, so my clumsy mind wasn't playing games on me. After that, I watched Rio threaten the whole world with perverse pleasure. Is it wrong that I was getting turned on seeing Rio like that? Did I get infected by some of Namiri's questionable tendencies? Or was it Fleur? When Rio finally finished his announcement all of the crowd was dispersed by the higher-ups. This was a common tactic. After all, they can't have the loyalty of their future agents waver because of something like this. I finally returned to my room and decided to lay down. I found out that it wasn't possible so I decided to give myself a hand or fingers in this case. I got up and tried to pull up my pants but got tripped and slammed my head on the bed. Don't worry, nothing happened. After all, my head was also quite strong with how much I trained since I was a kid. I got up, the fall didn't even faze me, and plunged my fingers into my snatch. Rio. POV Fleur. I knocked on the door and some chick with red hair opened the door. I immediately knew that this girl was somehow connected to some phoenix. My senses were screaming at me but the redhead didn't get any reaction. She might not know about her heritage. I felt her phoenix was screaming at me for help. This was kind of a new feeling for me, so I used my phoenix powers to send some soothing emotions. The phoenix seemed to calm down relatively. I must ask Rio about this didn't seem natural to me. It was almost like someone had locked the phoenix inside her body. I am really having a problem discerning if there is another entity in the girl or the girl herself has a similar bloodline like mine. Hello, how can I help you? The redhead asked me with an odd look. Oh, I must have been staring at her, my first mission and I made a fool of myself. The girl was looking at me with slight caution. My name is Delacour, Fleur Delacour, I introduced myself. What can I do for you, Miss Delacour? The redhead asked me with an odd look. She seemed to still be on guard. Nothing much, I was sent here by Leviathan, I said and saw the expression on the woman's face change slightly. From your expression, I can see you must have already heard his announcement. I decided to continue. The woman just nodded her head. Seeing the lack of electricity in your mansion I thought the worst. I thought that I would have to explain everything from the start. But since you heard his announcement, this will be easier. He sent me here to help you get out from this place. He knew that you were being watched so he had sent me, I said in a serious tone. So, you have come to help us? The redhead asked with hope in her voice. She seemed to be desperate too. Poor people, if they can't afford electricity, they must not be able to afford food too. There was no need to spend all your money to buy a mansion. He had sent me here so that I could take whoever is willing to leave, I said with a straight face. I wanted to give them food and give them money to get electricity but they were not safe here. How can we trust you? The redhead asked and I felt several mental probes hit my mental barriers. Please, stop doing that. I was already attacked mentally by some old fool. You are my kin. I don't want to attack you, I said to the girl. She was taken aback when I mentioned the old fool but she really looked confused when I said my kin. Like metahumans? As Leviathan referred, the redhead asked me in confusion. Like I thought she doesn't know about her own heritage. No, I mean Phoenix, we are both Phoenixes, I said showing her my arm which was surrounded by flames. Please let me go, my readers will be angry, the author said but the attacker just laughed. Didn't I tell you to respect me? Lord Cliff said in a smooth tone and disappeared while taking the author's mobile with him. Chapter 194, Natasha's Thoughts and the Phoenixes. POV Natasha. It has been the best week of my whole life. I had never imagined that I would be allowed to live freely like this without any strings attached. I stood by the railing on the roof and stared towards the ocean. My life had changed so drastically, it almost felt like that I was living a dream. I have spent a few nights only thinking that this was a dream. I was way too scared to fall asleep. I was scared that I would fall asleep and found that this was really a dream but thankfully it wasn't a dream. I woke up in the morning and still found myself in my assigned room, on Elysium. Living here has been really odd. All of the residents here are metahumans. They don't like me much as I am human but they don't go out of their way to treat me badly, and that is enough for me. I am at peace on this island. I would have never thought that I would be able to get away from my life as a spy, filled with death and killing, but it changed on a person's whim. So, what's eating you up? I heard someone speak beside me and my heart almost jumped out of my heart. Since I was being trained in the Red Room, no one was ever able to sneak up on me, but this logic doesn't seem to work on this perverted woman. Please don't do that, I said and glared at Namiri. She just giggled after she noticed that I almost shit my pants. Hey. I didn't mean to scare you or surprise you. I saw you standing here and decided to join you, Namiri spoke while looking towards the ocean. She had a gentle smile on her face while she spoke and she leaned on the railing like me. This was the first time I have seen her like this, not making a perverted comment or something like that. Even when I met her the first time in Mace, New York, she had that dangerous aura around her. It almost scared me, but now I know that my instincts were not scared for my life but for my mental stability. So, how have been? I mean, living like this, Namiri asked, breaking the silence. I was really confused. She didn't have any of her usual perverted tendencies. It's nice. I have never thought that I would be allowed to live like this. This is the first time I have been free in my life. Maybe you don't know a lot about me, but my life wasn't sunshine and roses, I said with a sad tone. Namiri looked at me and gave me an understanding look. Red Room, I know. I have read all of your files, Namiri said, and I was really surprised. She had previously mentioned that she knew everything about me. I must have thought that it wouldn't matter. Don't worry, what you have done there, what you had to do for them, and what they have done to you doesn't matter to me, honestly. I just decided to check you out because you seemed interesting to me, Namiri said in a gentle tone. Is she giving me a talk? At least someone decided to spend their time on me. But that's still my past and it's dirty, it can't be changed, I said in a sullen tone. No, that is why it is called the past. I know the past can't be changed. For a time I also wanted to change my past, but then I decided that I shouldn't bother with what I can't do. Instead, I should pay more attention to my present and my future, Namiri said in a gentle tone. I simply listened to her without saying anything. It was quite clear that Namiri was much older than me, so she must have better knowledge. My life was also rough before I met Rio, but it was nothing compared to the pain you had to bear. I had no parents, no, there was no one to tell me what I have been doing wrong or the correct path, but when I found what I have been doing wrong, it was too late. There was no going back. Namiri still had her smile on her face. Both of our lives aren't comparable. Your life was way too painful for me to understand, but I just wanted to tell you that, now that you are free, you can have any future you want, Namiri said gently and turned back towards the door. But if you decide to betray Rio, then you will crave for death. Keep that in mind, Namiri said while walking away. I shuddered. Her voice was so cold, I felt a chill run down my spine. I have no doubt she would torture me to insanity. I would never do that, I said. I am sure that Namiri heard me but didn't give a reply. There is no way in hell that I would betray him, even if I am not involved in any way with him. I would never give away my freedom. POV Fleur. No, I mean Phoenix, we are both phoenixes, I said, showing her my arm which was surrounded by flames. There was no way she would be able to ignore this, but the expression on her face gave away the answer. She didn't even know that these were phoenix flames. Even if she never knew about her heritage, phoenixes can recognize fire of their own kind. I am damn sure that she had some kind of phoenix heritage. And there is only one way to stop phoenixes from recognizing their own flames: memory blocking or heritage blocking. Is that fire supposed to mean anything? The redhead asked me with a confused look. I am now pretty sure that someone must have locked away her memories or her heritage, and that person might be here. I need to divert the topic and get her to Rio, Momo, or Luna. They are way more knowledgeable than me in these kinds of things. Oh, sorry, please forgive me, I must have mistaken something. I thought you controlled flames. I mean, seeing your hair color and all, if I want to become a secret agent then I must know how to divert topics and spout lies like everything is normal. Sorry to disappoint you, but I am a telepath, the redhead said. So, how long will it take you to tell the others? I asked, trying to urge her to hurry. I could hear the phoenix's sadness. I used my powers and reassured the phoenix. The way the phoenix inside her is acting, I think the redhead and the phoenix are completely different entities. What are you going to tell others? Someone asked in a gentle voice, and I saw elder men on wheelchairs arrive behind the redhead. The elder was being trailed by a scowling man with odd-looking glasses. I don't know why, but my instincts are screaming at me to melt him. So, you are the one who attacked me? I asked in a scathing voice. I don't like people trying to look inside my head. Please, you have to forgive me. I noticed you coming towards my mansion and I decided to check. I was merely cautious, the old fool spouted bullshit. My instincts were already screaming, my Dumbledore senses were going similar. I have met Dumbles a few times, but these two guys are way too similar. He must be this world's Dumbledore. A/N. This is a really valid comparison. Dumbledore allowed his order members to die while he preached to give second chances to the Death Eaters. Charles tries to protect humans when mutants are being hunted. Please, don't try that again, or else, I will trap your mind inside my mental barriers, I said heatedly. The guy behind him wanted to attack me. I could already see from his body language, but he restrained himself. Good for him. Why don't you go and inform the others? I urged the redhead again. She just dumbly nodded her head. May I ask what you were talking about? The old fool asked again. Leviathan had sent me to take all the willing metahumans to the safe haven, I explained briefly. Do you have any means to talk with him? I must try to make him understand the errors in his ways, the old fool babbled. I didn't know what he was spouting about, but I have no problem allowing him to talk with Rio. I pulled out my phone and called Rio. By this time a lot of metahumans have gathered in front of the door. Since the redhead is still here, I expect at least they will be able to inform the others. Fleur, what do you need? After accepting the call, Rio asked me. No, someone wants to talk with you, I said dryly. An old fool on a wheelchair with Dumbledore vibes? Rio asked me. Exactly, should I give him the phone? I asked. Yes, that's all I needed to hear, and handed the old fool my phone. He curiously looked at it and accepted it and held it similarly like I had done. Am I speaking to Leviathan? The men on wheels asked. I must insist that you stop this madness. We will never achieve peace like this, the old fool babbled. Is he senile? He must be off his rocker. Yes, that must be the case. Then, I have nothing more to say. But know this, I will use all of my power to stop you, the old fool said. Yes, definitely off his rocker if he thinks he can stop Rio. Anything Rio wants he will get. The old man returned me the phone with a solemn look on his face. Everyone was now at the door. This makes it much easier. I think we have been delayed enough. I was sent here by Leviathan to take anyone willing to the safe haven Leviathan had built, I said to the gathered metahumans, and immediately murmurs broke out in the crowd. Chapter 195, Reunion. A/N, finally 200 chapters. POV Fleur. As soon as I finished speaking, several metahumans already agreed to go with me. All of them stepped forward and started asking me several questions. I answered them as best as I could. Are you saying that we will be going to a hidden island? A woman with white hair asked me. Yes, I simply answered. After that, they finally agreed to leave. The fool on wheels tried to stop them from leaving once again, but it didn't work out like he wanted. The scowling guy with the odd glasses decided to join us too. I was quite sure that the guy had some ulterior motive, but I allowed him to come. Rio will be able to take care of him if needed. So, how are we going? We can't just walk out of the place. Soldiers are stationed just outside the mansion, the redhead said. Odd, I have talked with them for so long, but I still don't know any of their names. Well, I don't need to know all of their names. We don't need to leave this mansion. I took out a metal orb from my jacket and held it up. Place your hands on the orb, on me, or someone who is holding the orb, Fleur said. Everyone looked confused but still followed the command. I activated the port key and immediately the whole group was whisked away from the mansion. I landed on my feet, but others weren't so lucky. All of them ended up on the floor. Ugh. I don't want to do that again, some random guy groaned on the floor. I agree, please, let's not do that again, the redhead said while getting up on her feet. If you are not leaving the island, then you won't need to do that, I said and helped the white-haired woman to get up on her feet. Where is Leviathan? The scowling guy with the odd glasses asked. He is busy. I will take your group's leaders to meet with him. I don't know if you have any leaders. So, any volunteers? I asked. I didn't want to take that scowling guy. I needed that redhead to come forward. From what I have seen, all these metahumans listened to her. So, she might have been a secondary leader. I will meet him, just like I had thought. The redhead came forward. Jean, let me come with you. This way I will be able to protect you. The scowling guy decided to butt in. I wanted to punch that guy so badly. There is no way in hell I would do that. It would be much better if I take Aurora with me. You won't mind if she came with me, right? Jean asked. I learned that was her name from the guy. My eyes turned towards the white-haired woman, apparently called Aurora. Now, I can't deny the request, so I just nodded my head. Wait, first let me inform the others about your arrival, so that they can show your group the temporary residential area, I said and texted Rio from my phone. Rio said that he had already noticed our arrival and he had already sent someone to help us. Please don't attack anyone or try to cause trouble or you will be thrown out of the island, I said. The scowling guy didn't seem to like it, but tough luck. When you are in Rome, do like what Romans do. After a minute, two guys finally arrived. I didn't know what their name was, but they were from Magneto's group. They took the rest towards the temporary residential area while I decided to take Aurora and Jean to meet with Rio. Jean, is that your name? I asked the redhead, who for whatever reason was embarrassed. Ah. I didn't mean to be rude. You introduced herself, but I didn't even bother. I am Jean Grey. Feel free to call me Jean. Jean introduced herself. At least she has manners. My name is Aurora Monroe. Call me Aurora, please. The white-haired woman followed suit and introduced herself. It's fine, we had more important matters to discuss before, I said offhandedly. We finally arrived in front of Rio's office and I didn't bother to knock and entered the room. Muhahaha. As soon as I opened the door, all three of us heard two people laughing evilly inside the room. Aurora and Jean were immediately on guard but still followed me. As soon as they saw the man they completely froze. Oh, they must have recognized him. Rio, both Jean and Aurora screamed at once. Namiri and Rio stopped laughing, but I am quite sure that Rio was just acting. There was no way in hell that Rio hasn't noticed us coming towards his room. That means he wanted to do that. It is nice to meet you both once again. I told you that we will meet again, Rio spoke and walked towards Jean and Aurora. Namiri looked at both of them curiously. No. You are not him, you look older, Aurora pointed out, and without saying anything Rio casted a glamour on himself and he immediately looked younger, almost 18. Yeah, I can do that, Rio said and turned back to his normal self. Both Jean and Aurora were completely gobsmacked when they saw that. But your power was lightning. Aurora exclaimed frantically. One of many, Rio said cryptically. I just stood at the side and watched their byplay from the sidelines. Hello, my name is Namiri Kayama. Namiri also decided to introduce herself. Jean and Aurora were shocked to see her fox ears and fox tails. Her tails were swishing behind her. I love to play with her tails. Are you a fox metahuman? Jean asked Namiri. Namiri just laughed out loud. Nope, I am a nine-tailed fox, Namiri said. That is what I wanted to talk to you about, Jean. I decided to speak now. About what? Jean asked with a confused look on her face. Wait. So, Rio, you were Leviathan? Aurora asked, finally connecting all the dots. Once again, I was interrupted. Yes, I decided to do something about mutants. I actually joined X-Men so that I can get you to defect towards my group, Rio said. Both Jean and Aurora looked slightly taken aback. You don't understand what has been going out there. Charles manipulated all of you so that you won't harm humans. What Senator Kelly was doing was bound to happen sometime. After all, humans always fear the unknown and we are unknown to humans, so they obviously fear us, Rio spoke to Jean and Aurora. And what you fear, you try to conquer or destroy. That is exactly what happened. Senator Kelly was murdered by a human who used brainwashed mutants. He used that incident to fuel his plot. Rio continued to speak, and by the time Rio finished, both Jean and Aurora were shaking in anger. So, we were treated like animals because of humans. Many of us lost their everything because of humans. Jean was enraged. I could feel the phoenix inside her was also enraged. Jean, you need to calm down. We can talk about all these later. We have something more important to deal with now, I said, finally speaking up again. Remember, I said you were a phoenix and later I diverted the topic. I asked Jean, who just nodded her head with a confused expression. Well, I lied. You have some kind of phoenix locked inside of you, I said. Jean was completely bewildered. That's a funny joke. If something was locked inside me then I would have noticed it, don't you think so? Jean asked, making it seem like I was joking. No, Jean, she is right. I have noticed it too, Rio said with a serious look on his face. Jean became silent and no one said anything. Aurora was looking worriedly at her friend. Just like that, minutes passed but no one spoke anything. Then why didn't you say anything before? Jean asked in a dangerous tone. Her phoenix was also angry. I again used my phoenix powers and soothed her. Because if I had unlocked you, then that fool on wheels would have locked you once again. He was the one who locked your powers by putting several mental blocks on you, and no matter when Charles kept an eye on you. I couldn't have done that. Breaking those mental blocks was going to take time, and I didn't know how the phoenix would have reacted after finally being unlocked for several years, Rio said, and Jean went deep into her thoughts. She contemplated for a few minutes while Aurora spoke up. You said Charles locked her powers, why? I will also ask the same question. It's simple, he feared her power. As I have said, everyone fears the unknown, and Charles feared the unknown power inside her, which was obviously stronger than him, so he locked her powers, Rio answered the question. Aurora also nodded her head in understanding. Unlock me, unlock my powers, Jean finally spoke up after several minutes. Then, come with me, Rio said and left the room. Chapter 196, Phoenix Force. A/N, bam, a double chapter. POV Rio. The girls diligently followed behind. I didn't want to release Jean's phoenix inside Magneto's base. Yeah, that would be asking for trouble. After all, the phoenix has been locked inside her for more than a decade now. I didn't know how it was going to react, so I needed to take her to an empty area on the island. But before I left I needed to inform someone about my absence. After all, I can't have someone looking for me when I myself had no idea how long I would be gone. What is this island? Aurora asked me, walking up to me. Jean was nervously walking slightly behind me while Fleur was beside her. Namiri was completely at the back. This was well, it is still Magneto's base. You know him, right? Old guy, red robes, loves metal. I asked them in a joking manner. Both Aurora and Jean were surprised to hear that. This is the base of the Brotherhood? Jean asked me with a bewildered look on her face. Oh, yes, lovely people but too much prude, Namiri made a sarcastic comment. What happened to him? From what I understand you are the leader. He would never accept to be ordered by someone, Ororo said, trying to wrap her head around the whole scenario. I can be very persuasive, you know, I said, not wanting to go into the details of how I beat up his whole Brotherhood and while he was almost scared to death. Yeah, I have heard how Rumi single-handedly destroyed the whole Brotherhood and you scared Magneto to his death. Yeah, he told us about your greeting while he was working with us on the barrier generator, Fleur said, giving me a stink eye. Yes, scaring someone is also a manner of persuasion, I said while nodding my head. Namiri cackled in mad glee after she heard me. Both Ororo and Jean didn't know how to react. But still, the Magneto we know wouldn't be scared just like that, Ororo asked after a few seconds. Well, he wasn't strong enough to help the mutants and he also knew that. After Rio here showed Magneto his true power and told him that he wanted to make a safe haven for the mutants, well after that Magneto decided to join Rio, at least see if he would be able to do anything. When I didn't explain much, Fleur decided to explain in slightly more detail. You should have seen him now, after we saved everyone from Camp X-Ray and brought them here, he has been running around like a kid on a sugar rush. I said with a grin on my face. I finally located Mystique and decided to inform her about my departure. Ah, so these two were with you, it is nice to meet you too, how is Charles? Mystique greeted Jean and Ororo. So, you have met the others from his group? Fleur asked Mystique, who slightly grimaced. Yeah, we met with Cyclops. Thankfully, he didn't attack any of us, Mystique spoke with a slightly grim expression. Ah, I have already seen no matter how big of a fool Scott is, he knows how to hold himself back when he is on a mission. Like when we met the first time he almost attacked me, but after having a little chat with the fool on wheels I was never able to make him snap. I have tried that multiple times but he was always able to rein his anger and rage. Oh, he got angry and enraged, he wanted to attack but for whatever reason, he was able to hold back. Very surprising indeed. Pity, I would have loved to throw him in the ocean or kill him. I wanted to do that for a long time, I said and shrugged. You mean the guy with a permanent scowl on his face? Fleur asked and both me and Mystique nodded. Fleur also grimaced after hearing that. As soon as I saw him I wanted to melt that guy for whatever reason, my instincts were telling me that it must be done. Fleur spoke and slightly frowned after she heard her own words. Don't worry, you aren't the only one, Jean said with an understanding look on her face. You have no idea how many times I have to hold myself back from dropping a lightning on him, Ororo said with a disgusted look on her face. Well, enough about that fool, we can kill him later. Mystique, I will be away for some time. I will still be on the island but I will be busy with something. Don't need to look for me. I don't know how long it will take, I said to Mystique. Sure, fine. Oh, wait. Only 57 warheads are remaining, Mystique hurriedly replied. Oh, don't worry, Momo is currently keeping an eye on the world, I said in a cryptic manner. Well, let's go, I extended my hands towards Ororo and Jean, both of them took my hands without wasting time. I flash-stepped towards the eastern side of the island. A/N, the island will be divided in 4 parts. Magneto's base is on the southern part and all the metahumans are currently living in the southern parts. The flats are being made on the northern part of the island. For now, both eastern and western parts are empty. Was that teleportation? Ororo asked with a shocked look on her face. Yep, it's called Flash Step, it's useful for short-distance teleportation, I said and both Namiri and Fleur appeared beside us silently. Namiri, Fleur, some light please, I said. Fleur and Namiri used lumos from their fingers. Jean, please come in front of me. I don't know if you will feel pain or not but I will be trying my best not to hurt you, I said in a gentle tone. Jean nodded with clear determination in her eyes. Fleur, I noticed that you were using your phoenix powers to soothe her, continue doing that, I said looking back towards Fleur. She just nodded her head in agreement. Will she be the same, Jean? Ororo asked looking slightly worried. Honestly, I don't know. But we can't leave her like that. If her blocks start to break on their own or she forcefully breaks them then it could be more catastrophic, I said in a serious tone. Catastrophic like? Ororo asked urgently. I looked towards Jean, she was also interested to know. She might go around the bend, so she could try to destroy the world. She might go nuts and kill everyone around her, or it could be something simple that she will break the blocks and she will be unable to control all that power and her body will explode spilling her guts everywhere, Namiri said in a dismissive tone. Both Jean and Ororo looked really disturbed after hearing that. Namiri, that was way too blunt. Yeah, what she said, that was the only thing I was able to say. Namiri, you should have some tact, Fleur reprimanded Namiri with a scandalized look on her face. Well, I thought that I shouldn't sugarcoat the words, Namiri retorted. Okay, fine, Jean, if you are ready then we can start. I will be in your head so I might see some personal memories. I wanted to warn Jean before starting but she cut me off. I already knew that, but you can start, Jean said with a determined look on her face. I nodded my head and entered her mind as gently as possible. I left her natural shields as they were and bypassed them. Everyone has some natural mental shields. Some people have strong minds because their natural shields are stronger than the others. I finally arrived in her memory banks. I needed to unlock her childhood memories first. When she was small, she was able to control all that power, so if she gets back her childhood memories, it might get slightly easier for her to control her powers. I saw her memories. I saw several memories of her indulging in some self-pleasure. I felt Jean blush like a Christmas tree. I quickly moved on, not wanting to see her like that. I finally arrived in front of the first blocks. There were 3 blocks in her childhood memories. The biggest block was in the middle. I decided to take care of that later. I attacked the block on the left side. First I decided to use gentle force, but the block didn't even budge. Well, brute strength it is. As soon as I put more pressure on the block, it started to crack, but Jean was also affected. She screamed out in pain. I felt someone cast magic on Jean to keep her standing. I didn't have time to care if it was Namiri or Fleur, and continued to put more pressure on the block. The block finally cracked under the pressure. Jean was screaming all this time. But, as soon as the block crumbled, I was assaulted by several of her childhood memories. Jean also stopped screaming and I could feel all the emotions she was feeling now. She was happy, sad, excited, melancholic. It was a complete storm of memories. I saw a lot of her childhood, how she learned everything about her powers. How she learned to use them, her meeting with both Eric and Charles. How she showed them that she was able to levitate the cars from the whole block when she was just 10 years old. Eric was fascinated with her powers, but I saw how horrified Charles was and he decided to lock away her powers. I gave Jean some time to assimilate all those memories so that she could calm herself down. After a few minutes, she was able to assimilate all her memories. I felt Jean give me another go. She was ready again. I didn't waste any more time and attacked the block on the right. As soon as I attacked, I knew that this block was different. Power exploded from the block and attacked me. I should have paid more attention. I felt Jean was screaming once again, but this time it wasn't just her mind, her whole body was in pain. If I had been a normal human, then I would have been ejected out of her mind already. I don't know if I had been physically injured or not, but my mind would have been injured. Charles, you bastard. You blocked her own power. I can understand him locking the Phoenix because it was an unknown entity, but that fucker blocked Jean's own power. I attacked the block with even more force and was finally able to destroy the whole block. Another wave of telekinetic power washed over my whole body. It didn't have much effect on me, but Jean was feeling some problems reining in all her power. But since this was Jean's own power, she didn't take too much time to rein in all that power. When I broke this block, I felt her whole mind in chaos. Her brain was already overworking to get used to the raw power the body always had. It took Jean almost half an hour to get used to all the raw power she had now. I don't even know how long it will take her to get used to the Phoenix Force. I felt Jean give another nod and I finally started my assault on the biggest block. This block didn't feel anything special like the first block, but after breaking half of it I could feel the heat from the seal, so this is where the Phoenix Force had been sealed away. It only took a few more minutes to shatter the whole block, but unlike the other blocks, something didn't come out but a black portal became visible. This was the way heat was coming out. Let's go and see the Phoenix Force. Even though I sounded confident, I was really nervous. I gulped once and entered the portal. I was damn sure that the Phoenix Force couldn't kill me now that God unlocked my original bloodline, but I wasn't sure if I could subdue the Phoenix though. As soon as I entered the portal, a huge majestic Phoenix came into my vision. The Phoenix was wrapped around in several chains. The place was completely black. It was somewhat similar to where I met with the god. I decided to greet the Phoenix. It was also staring at me with worry in its eyes. Now that I am closer, I can feel how strong the Phoenix Force actually was. With my current power, it will definitely be a draw. Quite ironic, my nemesis came here to save me. I was so surprised to see you helping my host, the Phoenix spoke. Well, I shouldn't be surprised after all. It is a cosmic force or something similar to that shit. I guess, quite ironic. After all, I represent chaos, destruction, death, and everything that leads to ruin, while you represent life force, resurrection, and energy absorption. I spoke to the Phoenix, who just nodded her head. So, are you a male or female? Without giving the Phoenix any chance to say anything more. I thought it was something important. I don't have a need for something so trivial, the Phoenix said, but since my host is a female, I would like to call myself female now, the Phoenix said in a proud tone. Okay, tell me, what will you do after I free you? Will you try to destroy the world? I asked in a serious manner. No. I have no interest in doing that. The Phoenix paused for a moment before continuing, at least not now. I wanted to destroy the world because I was angry. The bastard locked me here. But after you broke the block, I was able to access all the memories of my host. From what I have seen, you love this world and I don't want to be your enemy. You are already my equal in power, and you will continue growing stronger, the Phoenix spoke. I also don't feel that she is lying. Even with all these chains, I could feel her true power and it is my equal. I don't know how Charles was able to lock her, but there could be various reasons. But, your enemies and anyone who attacks me are fair game, the Phoenix said. Well, if she wants to kill my enemies, then who am I to stop her? Sure, I said happily. Leviathan, then quickly get me out of these chains, the Phoenix spoke impatiently. Sure, quite an impatient bird. I raised my hand towards the chains and only one word came out of my mouth, Hakai, and the chains were already disintegrating. A/N, I have thought this out, destruction or something in English doesn't sound cool. Hakai is much cooler. The chains were completely disintegrated and she was finally free. The Phoenix extended her wings in joy and trilled in happiness. The heat she was radiating increased by several folds, but it didn't bother me. I will be leaving now, I said, waving at the Phoenix. Leviathan, I wish we remained friends and I am grateful for what you did, the Phoenix said, and with that I finally left the portal. After coming out of the portal, I didn't wait and was immediately out of Jean's mind. I could already feel that Jean was passing out, so I needed to hurry. The influx of power from the Phoenix must have made her pass out. I was back, and I looked at Jean, who was standing in front of me. I saw her eyes rolled back and she passed out, but because of the magic she was still standing. What happened to her? Is she fine? Aurora asked worriedly and grabbed Jean's body. Yes, she is fine. Her body is tired, she went through a lot today, I said in a gentle tone. I was also feeling a killer headache and I also wanted to sleep. Nowadays I didn't need to sleep because of my Leviathan bloodline, but I was a human too, some rest won't be bad. Then, we should head back too, it has been a long day for us too, Namiri said, and no one denied. Aurora and Fleur took a hold of Jean and all of us returned to the base. Fleur got Aurora and Jean a room while me and Namiri went to our own room to sleep. It has been a long tiring day. Chapter 197, Asgard and Timeline Changing. Bifrost, Asgard. A dark-skinned man was standing like a statue with his eyes closed. The man was completely clad in armor. The man suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. His eyes were odd, very odd. His eyes were glowing brightly. He was known as Heimdall, the gatekeeper of Asgard. Heimdall had the ability to see everything happening in the 9 realms. He mentally sent a message to his king. He had seen something which should be immediately informed to his king. Because of his duties as the gatekeeper, he was unable to leave his post. What he had seen was very worrying. He didn't know how he had missed this before. Only after a few minutes, his king appeared along with his entourage. The king of Asgard was an old man with white hair and he had lost one of his eyes. The man had a majestic aura around him. The king was also known as Allfather, Odin. Odin appeared on Bifrost along with his younger son, Thor. Thor was a tall blonde man, his blonde hair was similarly long like his father's. The guards stayed behind while Odin and Thor approached Heimdall to talk with him. Heimdall, what happened? It seemed quite urgent, Odin asked without losing his kingly persona. Your Majesty, I have found a cosmic entity on Midgard, Heimdall said, and Odin's eyes grew wide while Thor looked confused. He knew there are a lot of things within the 9 realms, but this was the first time he had heard of this term, cosmic entity. Odin was immediately filled with worry. Thor saw his father worried like this for the first time. He didn't know what this cosmic entity was, but seeing his father's worry he knew that it must be something strong. It was a well-known fact in Asgard that the younger prince loved battles. Everyone knew that the prince was muscle-brained, but no one had the courage to mention that. Odin wanted his younger son, Thor, to be the next king of Asgard, but Thor's personality left much to be desired. Odin made his son follow him in the hope that his battle-brained son would learn something from him about being a king. Cosmic entity. What's that? Thor was unable to hold back his curiosity and finally asked, but Odin ignored him and asked Heimdall his own question. Which cosmic entity? Odin asked in an urgent tone. Heimdall looked towards Thor to answer his question, but Odin butted in with his own question. Odin's question was much more important, so he decided to answer that first. The Phoenix Force, Heimdall said, and Odin grew completely silent. Now that Heimdall had answered Odin's question, he decided to answer his prince's question. The cosmic entities are primordial beings that predate the universe. They are mysterious and powerful beyond mortal comprehension, existing as myths to the oldest species in the universe, Heimdall explained, but by the end of Heimdall's explanation, Thor's eyes were gleaming with excitement. Your Majesty, there is another oddity I have noticed in Midgard. I think it is quite troubling. Heimdall said, bringing Odin out of his thoughts. What can be more troubling than this? Odin asked, slightly surprised. Odin knew very well about Heimdall's powers, so he didn't scoff at Heimdall's claim. I noticed someone using the power of destruction, Heimdall said, and Odin almost choked. Power of destruction. Being the king of Asgard, he very well knew what the power of destruction was and what someone could do with that power. A/N. This is the first time Heimdall noticed Rio using his power of destruction, because before this Rio only used his power during training, and he always trained in his special room. A room that would block any kind of energy from escaping until attacked directly. In Midgard. Odin asked, this time fear was clear in his voice. Thor was taken aback when he saw his father scared. He had never seen his father scared of something. Yes, but no matter how much I try, I am unable to see this being, Heimdall said. Odin became completely silent, he was contemplating what he had just heard. That means in Midgard there were two cosmic entities, what were they even doing there? Odin knew very well that they were two beings because Phoenix Force didn't have the power of destruction. Father, how strong are these beings? Thor asked his father. Odin frowned at his son, this wasn't good. He now knows that he made a very big mistake. He shouldn't have brought his son here, he knew his son the best and knew his tendencies. His son would definitely seek out a fight with these beings and this wasn't something he wanted. Odin was strong but he very well knew about his limits. A long time ago, Odin was very different. At that time he waged wars in the 9 realms with his daughter but he never had the guts to fight against a cosmic entity but he knew that his son would do it because his son didn't have a working brain. This was quite disturbing, he needed to stop his son from making a foolish mistake and lose his life. Strong, very strong. Son, there are some things that we should stay away from and cosmic entities are beings like that. The Phoenix Force represents life, resurrection, and creation while the being possessing the power of destruction represents death, ruin, destruction, and anything similar to that. The being possessing the power of destruction is more dangerous though, with a gesture, he could destroy whole worlds, Odin said in a grave tone. Thor frowned but nodded his head. Father, then what should we do? Thor asked while understanding. He might not be smart or intelligent, but he knew that he shouldn't mess with beings that could destroy whole worlds. We watch, there is nothing more we could do. There are some times when you should watch before taking an action. We don't know that if these beings are our enemies or not but even if they were we couldn't have done anything. Midgard might be under our protection but we don't know why those beings are there, Odin explained to his son. Thor simply nodded his head in understanding. Heimdall, keep an eye on the Phoenix Force, we might have to pay a visit if necessary, Odin said in a grave tone. He knew that he might need to visit Midgard to meet them or at least observe them. From what he had read from the ancient records of Asgard that these beings are mostly uncaring or dismissive. They don't even have a motive behind their actions, they simply do what they do because they can do it. That is quite a scary thought in itself but Odin didn't have any options now. For now, he will watch though before paying them a visit. After that, both Odin and Thor returned to their guards and all of them left towards the royal palace. Kamartaj, Nepal. It was night, but the Ancient One was still awake, her friend Luna was already asleep in the guest room but sleep didn't come to the Ancient One. She was seeing changes, everything in the future was changing, in the original timeline, she had seen how the humans were going to drive the mutants to extinction but now, that future has changed. The mutant nation would prosper and bring change to the whole world, it won't be mutant domination but Elysium, the mutant country Rio had made will be the center of a lot of things in the future. They will be controlling every tech company in the human world, and they will also control a lot of things from behind the scenes. She wasn't worried about these things though, she never cared what happened between mutants and humans. The most worrying thing she saw changing was that the host of Phoenix Force won't die. It wasn't something important but having a cosmic entity on the planet was worrying. The Ancient One already knew about Rio but an opposite cosmic entity could be trouble. Currently, there was nothing she could do though, after all the Phoenix Force must have been freed by Rio because she felt him using his power of destruction. This was the first time she had noticed him using this power. There were several changes in the future but for now, she was unable to discern which will be the better one. She wanted to have a conversation with Luna about this. The Ancient One knew that her new friend was way stronger than her when the future visions were being discussed. For now, the Ancient One decided to give up. The Phoenix Force could be a great asset in the future if the host is strong. The Ancient One wanted to keep an eye on the Phoenix Force but she knew that there was a high chance that the Phoenix Force would notice her, that was the reason she had stopped watching Rio too. So, she saw everything happening around them. Ha! The Ancient One released a huge sigh and decided to take some rest. She would achieve nothing by worrying like this. Chapter 198, Childhood Memories and Jean's Conversation. POV Fleur. After returning to our room, I found that Momo was already asleep and she had activated some kind of automatic system, namely an artificial intelligence to watch the satellite feed. I was quite surprised that Momo was able to make an AI smart enough to know when a mutant is being hurt and launch a warhead according to that. Trust Momo to invent something outrageous. I was immediately excited and decided to check the AI Momo had made. After a few minutes, I was completely done. I shouldn't have expected anything less from Momo. Momo had bound the AI to certain parameters and the AI could never get out from those parameters unless Momo herself allows those parameters to be changed. Thank God. In my world I have seen that movie Terminator, thankfully this AI won't be able to go Skynet on our arse. Or like that AI in Resident Evil, what was her name? Oh yes, Red Queen, this AI won't go nuts and kill everyone to make zombies. Sigh, I released an exhausted sigh and got up, I waved my hand and all the clothes on my body were neatly folded into a pile on the table. I decided to take a shower before going to sleep. After a relaxing shower, I walked out of the bathroom with a towel wrapped around my head. I could have used magic to wipe off my hair like I did with my body, but sometimes letting your hair dry naturally was also relaxing. That is when I noticed that a pensieve was kept on the table with a vial near it. I immediately understood that Momo must have kept it there for me. I became so excited that I forgot to wear clothes and slumped on the chair. Then I emptied the vial inside the pensieve, and as soon as the runes glowed up, I lowered my head into the pensieve. I found myself in a regal-looking house. This must be Momo's house. I have heard that Momo's family was quite rich and influential. I saw Momo was sitting along with a man and a woman. The woman was definitely Momo's mother. The similarity between them was uncanny. I saw a kid version of Rio. It was easy to recognize him even though it was my first time seeing Rio's childhood version. Rio was being led by a normal woman in maid robes. That must have been Rio's mum. Rio had told us that his mum worked in the Yayarosa compound. But before any conversation could begin, the scene paused and an adult Momo appeared on the screen. Don't be surprised to see me, and don't ask anything, this is just a recording. Before you immersed yourself in the story, I wanted to explain several basic things about my world. This information will be very necessary. The recording Momo spoke. Well, it was nice of her to think all of this. Or I would have been drawing doodles for quite a time. After that, Momo explained about quirks, hero society, villains, etc. When she was finally done, she disappeared and the scene finally started to play. Rio's mum had brought him to meet the Yayarosa family. Momo's family is quite nice. They decided to take care of all of Rio's expenses. Yes, I know that they wanted to get their daughter a friend, but I would say it was fine. The scene changed and I saw Momo dragging Rio all around the house. I was quite shocked to see that little Momo had so much energy. I saw how she taught Rio to play games with her. I was even more shocked when I saw Momo devouring so much food without care, and she did that during every meal. Yes, I know that she did that now, and I was really disturbed because of that, but watching a 4-year-old Momo and adult Momo mowing down food is quite a different experience. I saw how they were privately tutored to use their quirks. I saw Rio once getting in trouble with the police because he was using his quirk in public. I saw how the years passed and they became close friends. It was clear that Momo liked Rio and Rio knew that, but for whatever reason, he didn't want to start a relationship. I quickly found the reason for that. Rio liked Namiri since he was a kid. I saw it when Rio took Momo to his room for the first time. His whole room was filled with Namiri's posters. Did Namiri call that thing a hero suit? No wonder she is a depraved pervert. I saw Rio and Momo finally started their middle school. The system in France and Japan are really different along with the people and their traditions. I really like what I saw in their memories, but they didn't seem to like their school though. I don't even know how these little brats were already thinking about business and family at that age. When I was at their age, I was awed by all the magic. I knew from Momo's younger memories that she craved for friends, but she was unable to get friends. At least Rio was always there to support her. Throughout their middle school, Momo faced the same problem, but Rio supported her. I saw how some mercenaries decided to attack them on the street and how Rio dealt with them. I finally saw that Rio asked Momo on a date. I could feel Momo's happiness even from the memories. I saw how both of them decided to take UA high exam. From Momo's memories, it was the biggest and best hero school in Japan. Obviously, both were selected and both of them were in the same class. I saw how Rio and Momo won in that training exercise and Momo was finally getting some friends. I saw how Momo rewarded Rio after returning home. I saw how Rio defeated all those villains. I saw Momo give her first time to Rio. I saw that sports festival. I think they should also do something like this in the magical schools of our world. Maybe, I will go have a meeting with Madame Maxime when I return there to meet my family. I saw how Rio overpowered through the whole tournament, how both of them celebrated during the night. I was quite surprised to see that Momo allowed Rio to have other girls only because he was too much for her. Though I would agree with Momo that Rio is truly too much for any one of us. And I am also happy that Momo allowed that, or I wouldn't be getting myself this majestic man meat. After that, the video ended and adult Momo appeared and told me that it was enough for today and I should go to sleep. I pulled myself back from the pensieve and noticed that 4 hours had already passed in the outside world. I carefully put the memory back in the vial and decided to get some sleep. I still have time to get some sleep. With a huge smile on my face, I laid down beside Momo and pulled her into a hug. POV Jean. I slowly opened my eyes and found myself in an unknown room. Oh, right. Last night Fleur brought us to Elysium. All the memories of last night came rushing back to me. I even forgot to thank Rio. I looked around the room and found Aurora sleeping beside me. She was still sleeping. My body feels really good. I have never felt this good. It feels like I have been missing a part of myself all my life and it's only returned now. I pulled myself up from the bed using my telekinetic power. Wow. I didn't even have to put much effort into that. I have asked that bastard several times about the memory blanks in my mind. Every time he said that he tried but he didn't find anything. Now, I knew that he didn't even try to help me. After all, he was the one who was responsible for those memory blanks. I looked down at myself and saw that I was dressed in my nightgown. Aurora must have helped me get changed. I have never felt so strong before. Well, when I was 10 I did, but at that time I wasn't able to use most of my power because of my weak body, but I don't have that limitation now. You are quite correct in that regard. I suddenly heard a feminine voice. My head immediately snapped around but didn't find anyone. I used my powers but I still didn't find anyone. You won't find anyone around you. After all, I am inside you, mortal, the feminine spoke once again. After I heard that the voice was coming from inside me, an understanding dawned on me. The Phoenix was speaking to me. Aren't you a smart little girl? I wouldn't have accepted anything less. The feminine voice spoke once again. Did she just read my mind? Yes, I just read your mind. Of course, I would be able to do that. After all, I reside in you, and I have done so since you were a young girl. The Phoenix spoke again. So, what happens now? Is she going to take over my body? No, why would I do that? If I wanted to do that, then I could have done so when I first entered your body. That would have been much easier for me. In fact, that insect would have failed to imprison me. The Phoenix almost shouted inside my head. She really must hate Charles. Yes, I hate that worm. Now, I selected you to be my host. The Phoenix screamed at first but then continued in her gentle feminine voice. So, should I be doing something as your host? I mentally asked the Phoenix. You won't be able to. If you try to use my power as you are now, then your body will start to break down and crumble into dust, the Phoenix said, and I shuddered after hearing her. I don't want to turn into dust though. You don't have to worry. I will start to nourish and modify your body accordingly so that you can use my power. Even after that, you won't be able to use my full power for long, but at least your body won't crumble into dust. I would have done this much earlier, but that worm imprisoned me. It will take more time though. Modifying a child's body is much easier than modifying an adult body. The Phoenix spoke in a gentle voice, but whenever she mentioned Charles, she spat his name. Of course, I hate that insect and I will kill him, so, I need you to train so that I can kill him, or I will just take over your body and do it. The Phoenix spoke once again, but this time her voice was filled with complete venom. Ask that other Phoenix to train you, the Phoenix said, and I completely agreed with her. I also wanted to kill Charles for what he did to me. You are up. How are you feeling? I heard Aurora's voice from the side. She must have woken up when I was talking with the Phoenix. We will talk later, the Phoenix said and stopped speaking. Yes, we can speak afterward. Better than I have ever felt. It's like I have been missing some part of myself all this time and I finally regained that part. I feel complete now, I happily answered Aurora's question. Aurora smiled after she heard me. Good. You had used way too much power yesterday. If Namiri hadn't used that shield, all of us might have been injured, Aurora said with a sad voice. But it wasn't your fault, I know, Aurora added in a gentle manner. I didn't know that. The pain I was feeling had made my body go numb. I didn't even know what was happening around me, I said, looking away from Aurora. I didn't want to hurt any of them. Aurora got up from the bed and smiled. You don't have to worry. I didn't tell you that to make you feel guilty. I just wanted you to know about it. All of us except you and Rio already knew that you weren't in control of your actions, so, I thought you should know, Aurora said. We were about to continue when I felt someone coming towards our room. It was Fleur. She approached our door and knocked. Chapter 199, Introductions and Training. POV Jean. I opened the door and found Fleur standing there. I don't know the reason, but she looked really happy. Good morning, Fleur. What can I do for you? I greeted Fleur. Good morning. Oh, I just came to call you both for breakfast, Fleur said. Ah, yes, sure. But first, let us get freshened up, then we will join you, I said. Fleur nodded her head and gave me the directions, and then left. After Fleur left, both me and Aurora got freshened up, taking turns. After getting dressed in fresh clothes, I followed Fleur's directions and found the whole group sitting waiting for food. Rio was cooking. I have missed his food. I saw 4 more girls on the table. One of the girls was slightly glowing and had elf-like pointed ears. The other girl had a dreamy look on her face. She looked like a child in an adult body, and the last girl had silver glowing hair with a pair of bunny ears on her head. Are they real ears or a prop? I guess they are real. After all, Namiri had her fox ears and fox tails. The silver-haired girl with bunny ears was the first one to notice us. I remember you. You came along with that fool on wheels, the woman spoke while looking towards Aurora. Have they met before? The last woman was also a redhead, but she looked quite normal to me. Yes, I see you still remember me. The last time I didn't get your name though, Aurora spoke slightly peeved. Rumi Usagiyama, I am glad that you decided to leave that fool's group, the silver-haired woman now named Rumi spoke. Hello, my name is Luna Lovegood, it's nice to meet you too, Jean Grey. Will you give my greetings to the Phoenix inside you? The dreamy-looking girl introduced herself to me. I was really stumped. She is quite an outgoing girl. My name is Momo Yayorozu, please don't mind about her. She is just like that, don't get stumped like that, the glowing woman with elf ears introduced herself. Yes, I was surprised to see Luna greet me like that after all, she shouldn't have known that I was able to talk with my phoenix. She is a true seer, that is why she knew about me, I heard the phoenix voice inside my head. True seer. Does that mean she has the ability to see the future? My name is Natasha Romanoff, like you, I am also new here, the other redhead introduced herself. After that, I introduced myself and sat down like the others. I saw Aurora was talking with Rumi, all these girls looked really close and I am not stupid that I wouldn't notice that all of these girls are involved with Rio. How does this even work though? Maybe I will ask them later. The food was finally ready and the girls helped Rio to set up the table. I was shocked to see how much food Momo was surrounded by. She isn't going to eat all that, right? Are you going to eat all that food? Aurora wasn't able to hold back her shock and asked Momo in a bewildered tone. Yes, this is my usual diet, Momo said and started to eat her food. She eats like that regularly. That must be insane. I looked at Momo in utter fascination while she ate all that food. Oval Office, White House. So Mr. Xavier, why did you decide to turn against your kind and decided to help us? The president asked in a hard tone. General Newman, OC, brought Charles Xavier to meet with the president. Last night, after the others from his mansion left with Fleur, he contacted General Newman and promised him that he will help the humans. In the morning the president had already announced that mutants won't be harmed and if anyone is found hurting mutants then they will be severely punished. After the president heard that a powerful mutant has come forward to help them, he decided to change his speech. He wanted to give the order to take the mutants to the given locations, but now that he had gotten a hold of an inside man he could strike back. Well, that was the plan, so he decided to buy some time by saying that no mutants should be hurt. When I was young I had taken a vow that I will never use my powers to hurt humans. I will only use my power to protect them. So, when my own kind decided to hurt you, I decided to stand against them, Charles spoke in a grim voice. The president looked contemplative for a few moments. He had made a stupid decision before, but there is no way he was going to do that again. Yes, he is now feeling the true pressure. His wife was killed by mutants, but he shouldn't have taken such an action against all the mutants. That was why Leviathan attacked them in such a manner and left them crippled. Now if he decides to take any action against Leviathan, he needed to be sure he could win, if not Leviathan might outright start slaughtering people. There was still another problem, no one knew what Leviathan's power was. Some speculated hacking, that he could hack into anything with his mind, but they couldn't say anything for sure. And how are you going to help me? The president asked with thinned lips. I already have someone I trust in there, he will be able to provide me any information, Charles said. The president nodded. Yes, having an inside man was good, but can his inside man get the information required? Yes, if we do this then there would be no going back. So, what do you need, Mr. Xavier? The president asked, leaning back on his chair. I will be needing access to Cerebro, Charles replied with a smile. And, what is this Cerebro? The president asked. Mr. President, the Cerebro is. With that Charles started to explain about Cerebro to the president. What neither of them knew was that their meeting was being recorded by the AI Momo made. POV Rio. When everyone finally finished their food, I decided to speak up. I know that Charles Xavier will go to the human authorities and try to help them. Now the thing I want to know is he going to do all this on his own or does he have more than one spy here? I know very well that he had sent Scott here as a spy. Fleur, can I request something? I was brought out of my thoughts when I heard Jean speak up to Fleur. Sure, what can I help you with? Fleur asked Jean with a smile. I wanted to ask you if you can help me with my training. Jean asked meekly. Fleur just nodded her head with a smile and happily agreed to train Jean. My eyes immediately turned in Aurora's direction. I had heard from Rumi that Aurora has a magical core. My sensory powers are very different than Rumi's and I trust Rumi's judgment and there is no harm in at least trying. Aurora, Rumi had noticed something special inside you, I spoke, bringing everyone's attention to me. Aurora immediately looked towards Rumi with a questioning look. Aurora, I think you have a magical core inside of you, Rumi said, surprising everyone except me and Luna in the room while Jean was just confused. What's a magical core? Before anyone could speak, Jean asked with a worried tone in her voice. That means she can perform magic, but I thought there would be no one in this world with a magical core, Momo explained and then turned her eyes in my direction with a questioning look. I just shrugged. This world is a big place, obviously. I can't know everything like Luna. I shrugged once again. Magic. You mean magic is real? Aurora asked in a shocked voice. Of course, it is, Momo said and conjured a cat out of thin air. Then she converted one of her plates into a ceramic tablet. This surprised both Jean and Aurora. You are saying that I can learn this magic? Aurora asked with a mix of curious and excited tones. Namuri can help Aurora with the magic. If she is good with charms you will train her, and if she is good with curses then I will train her, I spoke looking towards Namiri. She just cackled madly while nodding her head. Aurora was quite disturbed to see that. Is she supposed to do that? Aurora asked in a worried tone. Don't worry, she is just excited because she got someone to corrupt, Rumi spoke with pity in her voice. Aurora looked at everyone in the room, and everyone except Luna and me were looking at her with pity in their eyes. Corrupt? Aurora and Jean asked at the same time in a confused tone. Oh, don't listen to them. I will take care of you, Namiri said with an assuring tone, but her facial expressions were telling something completely different. She had a perverted leer on her face and she also licked her lips after she spoke. Neither Aurora nor Jean looked quite assured. Good girls, they have a good head on their shoulders. They must learn to sense threats. Unfortunately Dora and Natasha were unlucky. Well, Dora was small and didn't have the skill to sense threats, while Natasha is simply unlucky that Namiri decided to pay special attention to her. Rio, I am going to Nox to bring Attila, she is feeling bored. I haven't taken her out for a walk, Luna said and vanished. I didn't even feel anything, this must be her teleportation ability. I feel sorry for everyone on the island, they are going to get the scare of their life. Chapter 200, Training and Momo's Date. POV Aurora. Even though I am excited to learn that I could use magic, but for whatever reason, I felt really uneasy. I squirmed once again under the hungry gaze of Namiri. Rumi had mentioned previously that Namiri is the biggest pervert to ever walk on Earth, that is the reason I am worried. Why am I here, pervert? Natasha asked in an annoyed tone. She just openly called Namiri a pervert. My eyes immediately dashed towards Namiri, who had a frown on her face. I am not a pervert. I am a super pervert. Namiri exclaimed while puffing out her already impressive chest. Did she just proclaim that she is a super pervert? Please, this can't be happening to me. Does this woman have no shame? Of course, she doesn't have anything trivial like that. After all, she was proud when she proclaimed that she was a super pervert. Nat, I thought that you will be bored on your own, so I decided to bring you here, Namiri shrugged and spoke. I guess, I would have been bored, Natasha reluctantly conceded while nodding her head. Seeing that there was nothing to do, Natasha sat down on the floor. She was slightly away from us. Then, Aurora, let's start with something basic, Namiri said while grinning and pulled out a small trunk. She waved her hand and the trunk expanded. Namiri popped open the hood and gestured me to come forward. I took a look inside and found that the trunk was completely filled with sticks. Of course, their design, length, and colors were very different. What are these? As soon as I saw them, I was unable to hold myself back and asked Namiri. These are called wands. These are basically crutches, and that is why we don't need to use them. But you will be just starting to learn. Throughout all these years your magic was left untrained in your body, so if you want to learn magic you must use a wand at the beginning, Namiri said, showing the stick. Wands. Pick them one by one. I doubt that you will get a perfect match, but we can never be sure. The warmer the feeling you get from the wands the better match it is, Namiri said and gestured me forward. I nervously picked up the first wand, but it just felt like a normal stick to me. This happened 4 more times until I picked up the 6th wand. But for whatever reason, I felt the wand was cold, like a chilling cold. As a reflex, I dropped the wand on the floor. What did you feel? Namiri leered down and asked me curiously. I didn't like the hunger in her eyes. I felt like I was a rabbit being stared down by Namiri like that. It was cold, it felt as if my skin would freeze solid, I answered Namiri. This seemed to satisfy her and she slightly backed away. Oh, that won't do, cold is wrong. When you pick up the right wand, you will feel warm, just like how warm I feel when I take Rio's manhood. But of course, you won't know because you haven't taken it, Namiri said in a dreamy look. That's way too much information, and I didn't want to hear that. Okay, maybe, I wanted to hear it but not like this. Shut up, pervert. Natasha exclaimed from the side. Namiri just gave Natasha a smug grin and made blowing off gestures with her hand and mouth. Natasha gave Namiri a disgusted look while I just stood there dumbly. I was interested in Rio, wrong, I am still interested, but I have no idea how I am going to approach the topic. He already has multiple lovers. Even though I have been on this island just for a night, it was quite easy to notice. Women can easily understand these things, unlike men. Since Namiri was busy making dirty gestures towards Natasha, I decided to ignore the two of them and picked up another wand. This wand felt slightly different. It was slightly warm, but for whatever reason, the wand didn't feel quite right. I continued to try wands until I picked up a bone-white wand. It felt that it was wood, so I had no problem with the color even if the wand looked like bone. The wand felt right. I just know it. There could never be any better match than this wand. White ash, not a common wand, Namiri said looking at the wand. What is this wand made of? I asked Namiri curiously. The wood is white ash, anything else, I have no idea, Namiri said and shrugged her shoulders. I was disappointed to hear that she didn't know what my wand was made up of. Fuck. Who cares, since you got your magical prick, let's start your training, Namiri said and giggled perversely. I wanted to protest that this wasn't a magical prick, but the glint in Namiri's eye shut me up. POV Jean. Is Aurora going to be fine? I asked Fleur in a slightly worried tone. After I heard about Namiri, I was really worried about Aurora. Don't worry, she will be fine, maybe accept her innocence, Fleur answered, but she didn't seem to be too confident. After breakfast, Fleur brought me to the eastern part of the island. She brought me exactly where Rio freed me. Okay, let's start, Fleur said and started waving her hand. I no longer felt the sun burning my skin. Fleur must have done something. She continued waving her hand and a blanket formed on the floor. Fleur sat down on the blanket cross-legged and gestured me to sit. I sat down exactly like Fleur did. So, what are we going to do? I asked Fleur curiously, who just smiled at me. To learn about your powers, first you must feel all the energy inside your body. You need to feel them. This will be important because in your body you have two different kinds of power, one is your own and the other one is Phoenix's. You must learn the difference between them. It might take more time for you since my Phoenix powers were my own, Fleur explained. I guess that kind of makes sense. So, how will I do that? I asked Fleur curiously. Meditation. I don't know if there are any other ways, but I found my power by meditation, Fleur explained. Well, this again kind of made sense. I have to keep myself calm, so I released a sigh and closed my eyes. 2 hours later. I don't know how much time had passed, but I was finally able to feel my energies, but what Fleur told me is going to be really hard. I was only able to sense some kind of energy flowing through my body. Suddenly I heard a swishing and crawling noise near me. I had no idea what was making that noise, but it must be quite big to make that kind of noise, so I opened my eyes and found Fleur was looking towards where the sound was coming from. Fleur had a small and caring smile on her face. I followed Fleur's eyes and looked in the direction where Fleur was looking and almost had a stroke. What in the name of God is that? That's a giant fucking snake. And why the hell is Luna riding it? This is the most terrifying creature I had seen ever. I have seen much worse things in movies, but seeing this in real life almost scared me to death. I could hear my heart pounding in my chest. What the hell is that? I asked Fleur in a horrified tone. I noticed that my hands were still shaking. That's Attila, it's a basilisk, Fleur said, looking at me oddly. I thought Attila was a dog. Why else would Luna ask to take it on a walk? I almost screamed. Of course, I was no longer scared that the giant snake was going to bite me or eat me, but I was still scared. Nope, Luna is quite close to Attila. Both of them watch cartoons together while eating ice cream, Fleur said with an odd look on her face. I was simply stumped and didn't know what to say. That horrifying beast watched cartoons while eating ice creams. That's quite hard to comprehend. Don't worry so much. It also took us a lot of time to wrap our head around this, Fleur said wryly. You said, a basilisk. What's a basilisk? I asked curiously. Even if I was scared of that beast, it's not like I wouldn't want to know about it. It's a breed of magical snake. Their gaze can kill anyone if stared directly, and it could petrify anyone if looked indirectly. A poison so strong that you will die within a minute if bitten. Attila is especially strong. It is a 1,000 years old basilisk. It is the biggest in recorded history, Fleur explained with slight awe in her voice. Truth be told, I was also awed but scared and horrified too. Then, how are we still alive? I asked Fleur. I am pretty sure that I looked in the eyes. That's because Attila has multiple eyelids. Using them allows her to control her gaze's power, Fleur said. I guess that makes sense. Finally, Attila and Luna both disappeared in the horizon and I gulped once again. POV Momo. Ah, this is so relaxing. Working for days without taking a break definitely gets evened out with a body massage. After breakfast, I asked Rio to take me on a date, so here we were on a lovely yacht enjoying ourselves. Well, it was more like I was the who was enjoying more. After all, Rio was giving me a body massage and I was just laying down. I was also watching the feed from the satellites. 26 warheads were remaining. People never understand. Even after Rio gave them clear instructions, they still decided to harm the metahumans. On. A moan escaped from my mouth. After all, Rio was messaging my chest. I was only wearing a bikini bottom while Rio was wearing a Speedo. Well, he vehemently denied wearing the Speedo, but after some coaxing, I was able to get him into a Speedo. I saw that the AI recorded some video. If the AI had recorded something, then it must have been important. Have you seen this? I asked Rio. He was rubbing my underboobs with oil now. No, I haven't. Play it, Rio, and I immediately started the video. I was disgusted to see someone going to such an extent to kill their own kind to help humans. Don't get me wrong. I love humans, but what these humans were doing to the metahumans made me completely disgusted. As I have mentioned previously, this was the reason I never bothered with these kinds of things. Did you know about this? I asked Rio. I could already feel Rio's power radiating from his body. No, I had an idea but I didn't know that they would try to sell us out like that, Rio growled in anger. This is bad. Rio will slaughter mercilessly if he gets angry. What is our current population? Rio asked me out of the blue. About 12.5 million, the count is still going up. Momo checked the numbers of registrations we have got. As soon as someone arrived on the island, Magneto and his group registered his name in their system and their system was connected to our laptops. So, what are you going to do about him? I asked Rio curiously. After all, since I have known Rio I have seen that Rio either cripples or kills his enemy. I will kill him if Jean doesn't want to do it, but before that, I will have to deal with Scott, Rio said, and lightning danced around his whole body. Well, he can do that later, my date is more important now. I put my hand over Rio's crotch and started to massage it. Rio's anger was immediately gone. Rio leaned his head down and his lips met mine and we started to kiss hungrily. Why don't we move on to the main event? I asked and Rio just nodded his head. But I will be on top today. I tried to get more advantage from him. I guess, I can allow that, Rio said in a haughty tone. This made both of us laugh and Rio again lowered his head and we continued kissing.